Too Legends is different.
What is happening in this fight? High turns it around. He's going to go for the triple. Triple kill for High. He does go in. Snoopy looking very big, but he's just eating the calling for breakfast. They're not even taking damage. Oh, that's the blue buff. Who's going to get it? Looking for a plastics next to the wall. Hits it. Oh, he's in the hole. It goes over.
Taking the waltz up to give a little bit of assistance. Welcome to the North American LCS Summer Split. We've got a packed house clamoring for league action, and we aim to deliver. It's Sunday, so we've gathered here at the analyst desk to dive into the latest in LCS action. I'm Rivington Bisson III, and assembled beside me is our broadcast brain trust. That's going to be Joshua Jat Leesman, Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler, and David Freak Turley. Now, guys, let's get started with the top of the table, where we have a reservation for a party of three right now. CLG, Dig, and LMQ are all 5-2 in the standings. What is it that each of these teams are doing best right now to keep the coordination up? Freak, let's start with you and LMQ.
So LMQ, I think, number one, every single player on that team is playing really well. They're arguably like top 3, top 4 for all their leagues, or across the league for all their positions. And the fact that they've been playing together as a dedicated lineup, so their shot calling is crisp, their coordination is crisp, right? They go in for fights like this knowing that they can win, and it's really awesome to see. They're firing on all cylinders.
Jet, touching on CLG a bit, what could be said as their success?
I mean, the crazy thing about CLG as of lately is they're just winning differently than other teams are. The kills in a lot of their games are really close. The gold is close, but they always have a strategy in mind to win the game. They're very solid on what their win conditions are. Last game, they had the poke comp. They could stop Dignitas from engaging on them. They knew they were up on turrets, and they knew the strengths of their team at that point were Doublelift and Aphromoo based on the early game opposition. Aphromoo was never in doubt that they were going to lose that game, even though it looked close the entire time.
Yeah, the most impressive thing to me about CLG right now is their ability to quickly assess the pushing powers of both teams in very different situations. They take into account so many different metrics, the pushing power, the wave clear, the position of both teams on the map, and then they make a split-second judgment call from either Link or Aphromoo, and that's how they're getting the wins in these small differences in these objective trades that are so close.
All right, Kobe, we're going to keep it with you. That just leaves Dignitas. What's their key to success?
Yeah, it's funny because that CLG game versus Dignitas kind of exposed basically the one weakness of Dig right now, which are the small late-game objective trades, where it's such a small difference between coming out with an extra turret or with an extra inhibitor. Everybody knows that this Dignitas team, though, is extremely strong in the team fight, in the early laning phase, and they have the ability to rely on these solo lanes and Crumbs with his utility jungle.
And it's actually very interesting kind of how specifically CLG and Dig match up, because CLG's like total KDA for the split is like, they're like +1 kill over death,
right?
Because the way the games they win are just like, well, we're going to kill your turrets. Their turret score is probably like 70-4, but they win close games on paper, but they're very convincing, whereas Dignitas is very snowbally. They get Zion ahead, they get Shifter ahead, they kill a bunch of people, and then just by sheer force of will, they close the game out. And that's kind of an interesting metric of like, they're just playing very different games right now.
And the very different games are putting them on top, and it's startling to believe that Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid, the top two teams from the spring split, are on the outside looking in right now. Cloud9, the defending champs, are on a bit of a roller coaster ride, to say the least.
Yeah, Cloud9, they look like a worse version of Summer Split 2013, where they were playing passive, farming up their lanes, just trying to outskill you, and then just like show up for a dragon fight, and they would just win because they were bigger than you. Problem is, everyone else has gotten better relative to Cloud9, and the fact that they're not playing the aggressive style they were trying to last split, they're not claiming advantages, they're allowing teams to catch up. Right when they lost to Evil Geniuses, they had this really good comp built around peeling for Twitch, and Altec played awesome, and he carried that game because no one could reach him because Cloud9 let him be in team fights.
Yeah, and let's look at the reasons. I think a lot of the reasons for this Cloud9 struggle have to do with the shift in the meta. I mean, they used to be really strong because Meteos got good counter jungling, deep vision. Now he has to spend a lot of time buddy jungling for the beginning of the game. Yeah. Also now, the mid lane is isolated, so High actually has to have that solo lane experience matched up for a longer period of time. And their biggest strength, Balls, their top laner that they used to run so many plays off with Meteos going to that top lane, is actually relegated to the jungle now, and he's very low farm for the beginning of the game. That's really Cloud9's biggest strength, and it's rendered weak in this meta.
And this is going to make this first game of the day so interesting because we have CLG against Cloud9. Even with Cloud9's struggle, CLG still says they're probably the best team in the NALCS, and that's the team they fear the most. So we're really going to get to see a little bit of balance of power and whether it's actually shifted here in North America.
And TSM's going to have to show their balance. Having lost 3 straight games now, chat, they seem to be struggling with just coordination.
Yeah, that's the thing with Team Solo Mid, because they've always been strong individually. They just haven't seemed to adapt that well to the new players because they are all indecisive. It's like they're still kind of playing solo queue. In this clip in particular, Dyrus goes in. Yes, the turret was still a little bit live, but if you isolate that Shyvana ult, it was good. He hit 3 to 4 people, and that could have been commented upon by Bjergsen's Yasuo. They may have been able to turn that fight, but he ended up just looking like a fool because no one on the team followed him. TSM just kind of has to get on the same page. I don't think they're very far off from being successful.
It's weird though because it feels like they're missing leadership. Like all their players aside from Dyrus are pretty much new to the team. They've all joined within the last year and a half. And who's leading that team? Who's making the calls and keeping them coordinated? Because none of that's working right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're missing more Bay Life than ever now. Dyrus is the only Bay Life left on the
That's
team.
why he was going in.
Got to remember the roots. All right, well, yesterday was full of surprises and moments that had us bouncing off the walls. Here now are your LCS big plays.
The first one's going to come from Robert X. Lee and a relentless attack at the Baron Pit. Chad Dillon 1 writes, ooh, Robert X 3. From Complexity versus Curse, here's your number 3.
They're going to have to walk through the entire wall. Big Timbers from Brawley. Kez is in the fight. Gives a huge kick. What damage from Robert X. Lee in this fight? Oh my gosh. Cobb is the only one alive. Triple kill for Robert X. Lee.
Favorite part about that is also Kez kicking him into the piercing light. Robert just very happy with the way that one turned out.
Kez had a fantastic game, by the way, yesterday. That was good.
All right, so up next it's going to be Crepo racking up the assists all the live long flay. Shotten LOL tweets, Crepo or Mad Life? Is this the flay? The flay is real. Here's your number 2. It comes from Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9.
There's a lantern here. Do not look.
Ilo's in the middle.
Oh, the flay on the jump. Very nice. High is ultimate, or using his ultimate now. Crepo's the one taking the brunt of the damage. This is going to be perfect for the damage dealers. Ultec going into 1v1 right now with Meteos on the backside. They get a bit of crowd control, but everybody from Cloud9 is being yanked in different directions as Crepo keeps hitting.
Yeah, the flay was rather good. I'd like to zoom in on the camera work right there. It was all about peeling for Altec.
The bug splat onto your camera face, actually. It got pretty close.
Yeah, finally, it's actually 2 matches of the mid lane and a showdown in where else? The bottom lane. At Kento actually says, the duel between Xiao and Bjergsen, showing a shift in North American mid lane power. From TSM versus LMQ, it's your number 1.
Not stinger right now.
It's still...
Oh, Xiao. You can see Bjergsen's vision as he disappears. Tries to go for the ultimate, pops him up, going for the last one, doesn't get the hit. Xiao with the lifesteal keeps himself alive.
Down to the last second. It was just about the story of every game yesterday, and it's only going to get better. And now we want to solicit your thoughts on our Twitter question today. Here it is. Which pro in the NALCS is the biggest playmaker and why?
You can send those answers to @LOEsports and use the hashtag LCS. And then stay tuned to see if your answer gets read on the show later.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the standings through 7 games. As we mentioned, in first, it's Counterlogic Gaming, Dignitas, and LMQ, each with 5 wins and 2 losses.
Bing bang, in 4th place is Cloud9, and 1 game back, it is TSM in 5th. Then we've got another 3-way tie with Complexity, Curse, and EG sitting in last.
We will be checking back how the table stands after our day, which gets underway with a battle between Cloud9 and Counterlogic Gaming.
Following that is LMQ versus Complexity, and then Evil Geniuses squaring off against Dignitas.
Boom. Then we'll conclude our day with Curse taking on Team Solo Mid. And be sure to head over to LOLesports.com and tell us who you think will be victorious in today's matches. Go to schedule, select week 3, and submit your picks.
And while you're there, you can find all the stats, box scores, players, and team profiles to level up your LCS knowledge. This week you can read more about Amazing's move to the North American stage and his assimilation into TSM.
Or you can secure your spot in our audience to cheer for your favorite team. Hit up the tickets link for all of the details. And if you need to plan your trip, then get started soon because the LCS is just a click away.
Absolutely. All right, we've got to take a quick break while we set up our broadcast split push. When we come back, we'll get into our first game of the day, Cloud9 versus CounterLogic Gaming. Don't touch that mouse. to the North American LCS. We're gearing up for our first match of the day, Cloud9 versus CounterLogic Gaming. Jack, Cloud9 will be looking to rebound after an upset loss yesterday. If you didn't see it, that was to 6th place EG.
Yeah, Cloud9 has been on a roller coaster ride this split. At times, it looks like they're hitting their stride again, but then they'll lose a game that on paper should be an easy win. In that respect, actually, they've kind of traded spots with the old CLG, a team that was unpredictable, could beat anyone, and then lose to anyone. But, the last time these two teams actually faced off, it was a similar situation. Cloud9 had just lost to Complexity, but then they turned around and beat CLG at the end of Super Week.
And even though Cloud9 have been hit or miss right now, Counterlogic Gaming still gives them a lot of respect. And you always bring your best when playing who else, the 2-time NA champs.
Yeah, and Dignitas should be feeling good because with their win yesterday against Dignitas, they moved themselves up to a tie for first. But what's notable about their victories is they've been getting them in more and more unexpected ways. CLG just wins differently than other teams. It's all very planned for them. It just feels a little bit strange for the North American LCS. Yesterday, Dignitas took that uncontested Baron.
Right.
CLG just went and took 2 turrets and an inhibitor, more than your normal trade. They're actually adapting on the fly very well during games and then kind of manufacturing their victories.
Definitely helping. Cloud9 and CLG have been tough competitors when they meet in the LCS. But off the stage, there's a lot of mutual respect and even an occasional alliance in duo queue.
I actually have been duo queuing a lot with Afro. I'm streaming or something, and then Afro wants to duo. I'm like, all right, we'll play.
We just go in and play for fun. I think Sneaky's one of the best, if not the best AD carry right now in LCS, only because he really has his mechanics tight, and also his decision making is tight as well.
I think he's probably the best support in NA right now, mechanically. Maybe not having the knowledge of Lemon.
Their bot lane is extremely difficult to deal with. They don't hesitate to go all in and try to get kills bot lane, so they are always the scariest.
And then as for Lemon Nation, he is also one of the best, if not the best support in NA right now. And his strategical skill is very, very good. And he's also spamming a lot of solo queue and also duos with Sneaky and steals him away from me. I really respect their bot lane, and I think they're one of the best.
Got quite a reaction out of the crowd there on Afromu's first comment.
I mean, maybe Afro's feeling a little scorned after Doublelift's affair with Mad Life at All-Star. I mean, maybe there's a little bit of tension.
It took him a little longer to answer that question the other day. You saw in all chat.
We'll see.
Let's check out the starting lineups as we get in the game. Get all this ironed out. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. It's going to be Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High calling the shots from the mid lane, Sneaky to AD carry, and Lemon on support.
On the red side, of course, it is CLG with Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid lane, and who else? Doublelift and Afromu together on support.
As always, and we'll be dodging death sentences and dark bindings today in our featured matchup. It's Afromu versus Lemon Nation.
Yeah, these guys have been stepping up. These two supports are very critical to their team's success. Honestly, for Afromu, he is almost unanimously considered to be the best support, and some even say the best player in North America. He's a consistent playmaker who does it without making mistakes. On the other side, we have Lemon Nation, who is a strategic mind and really understands the bottom lane well. He's actually the support who brought Wild Turtle, Nyan, and Sneaky to the competitive scene on the AD carry position, and he's been a trendsetter throughout all this. He's usually the first one to pick up a champ in North America that other people emulate afterwards.
And saying that Sneaky may be one of the most favorite that he's been able to have that road of journey with.
He's definitely been with Sneaky for the longest, ever since they joined the LCS, and Sneaky has only consistently improved. And now, taking his talents elsewhere, it seems.
That's true. And the bottom lane themselves have always seemed to be able to throw out a different kind of just play style. When they go to the Ashe Zyra, and then they go heavy. Now it's kind of just Corky Poke and Zyra disengage, and not the everything all in with stunning at level 6. So I like the fact that they can be just as diverse as an entire team combined.
Yeah, as we saw as well, there's a lot of mutual respect between these two bottom lanes. Doublelift and Afromu have been putting up the numbers in a sense because they are the ones that go aggressive in the 2v2 situations. But it's Sneaky and Lemon who actually account for more overall percentage of their team's damage than any other AD carry support duo in the North American LCS by a pretty wide margin.
Well, let's see what they have for each other in picks and bans. We're about to lock those in. The bans to come first and see what homework each team has done for themselves.
Yeah, there's been so many strange things happening for Cloud9 in this split. They're already sitting at 3 losses. The most they've ever had in a split is 4.
Yep.
So they have a lot of winning to do if they want to keep shape of what they've previously done. The NALCS is more competitive than ever, and I suppose it's a lot of teams catching up to Cloud9, and honestly Cloud9 falling back a little bit.
You may get beat some days, but it only makes you better, and those lower teams are starting to reflect that power that the teams in front of us right now have given to them, kind of handed down as the league goes on. Sneaky and Doublelift on your screen. Love to see those two go head-to-head, but the 2v nuns have kind of been burdening the LCS maps as of late. We'll see what the last picks are coming in. Afromu, no notebook for him. It's all in the minds of CLG as they come into Champion Select.
Absolutely. The ban of Jax as well. Making sure to take that away from Seraph. Seraph had a very good Jax game in week 2. Balls as well, even though they have first pick, is a Jax player, but they're having their eyes set elsewhere. There's a fair amount of mid lane bans. That's not uncommon in the North American LCS here. Link definitely looks to try and hold a 1v1 edge over High, mainly because High's been struggling lately in that mid lane.
Kha'Zix goes out.
That's really interesting, actually. High's champion pool has been very small, and he's basically been going Kha'Zix, and you obviously can't go Kha'Zix every game, but COG actually just bans it away, pushing him even farther outside of his comfort zone. I really do wonder what High is going to fall back on at this point.
Absolutely been tough for him since a lot of the changes came into Champions. No more Gragas in the middle anymore. That was something I used to play all the time.
Yeah, Gragas was reworked, so he's a different type of champion, probably best at support right now. Lulu is banned. LeBlanc is banned. These are all the champions High plays, including Casted and Kha'Zix. The things he has left would be Soraka, which has been significantly nerfed.
Right.
At that point, maybe he goes back to Orianna, something he's played a fair bit of in the past, but his pool has been heavily attacked.
That's something that surprised me there, although CLG's not on blue this time, to kind of see what team C9 would put out. That Ori and Alistar combo was available. Now taking up the Morgana, kind of taking that away from Lemonation with the first pick as well, because Doublelift and Alpha Moon love Thresh Lucian combo. They made that statement last week.
Yeah, and they got the double kill early on in the game against Dignitas with that very combo. Doublelift is adamant that Lucian is the best AD carry in the land. Cloud9 as well, though, did lose to Altec's Twitch yesterday. Could not get to the backline to dive on him. I wonder if they do a similar thing here, if they just try and snatch up the Twitch before the counterpicking begins to happen. Just pick the generic top-tier AD carries. Or not. Interesting.
They do get Lemon's support, though. Not a necessary pick, seeing one on the board, but that just gives them more time to pick out for High, let them know what's going in the mid lane, because like we said, his champion pool is really whittled down here.
Yeah, Seraph, of course, played Shyvana yesterday.
Yeah. So
in a game that he was definitely not involved in many of the team fights. He's the person that COG uses to go around and clear waves that they don't necessarily want to deal with. COG has incredibly good synergy with the 4 of them, and just kind of like Yen had to pick up the free farm in other lanes, that's the role Seraph has been placed into. So very much a plugged into the COG system top laner. Still making a few mistakes here and there.
Picking out the Renekton, that'll keep him safe in the top lane. We saw a little bit of Snoopy on Eve yesterday. Dexter's going to put him in the hands today, get some work done with that. See how he can get himself around the jungle. With all this roaming, Eve almost just loves to be in the game right now.
Yeah, look for some big-time deep wards from Dexter on Eve, and see if Meteos can keep tabs of where he's going, especially with that Lee Sin in the jungle. A lot of early pressure from Lee Sin. Eve has a lot of early pressure in terms of vision control, but her actual dueling early on in the game isn't that great.
Right.
So we're going to have to track that jungle matchup pretty tightly.
Wow, both mid laners leaving it all the way through. I feel like that's almost out of his comfort zone, but definitely hurts Link as well with that pick. Wow, Twisted Fate locked right in. Not even a second thought given there.
That's exactly the matchup that teams play against Nidalee, is they pick the Twisted Fate. It's one of the things that prevents her disengage better than anything else. You just teleport exactly next to her, throw the stun card, and she doesn't have the burst damage to counteract that. So Link used to be known, actually, as one of the best Twisted Fates in North America back in 2013. I like that pick from COG. It's a very interesting choice from High. We'll have to see how his spear accuracy does this game, because Link was pretty much on point yesterday with it.
And we talked a little bit about how roaming is affected, and we'll get that when the game starts, because with how everybody goes around the jungle now, once Link hits 6, he'll be able to just teleport to lanes. High's going to have a hard time getting around. We'll jump onto that, but these teams ready to get into our second day here in the third week. Cloud9 versus Counter Logic Gaming, 2 teams that should be at the top, but Cloud9 hasn't really gotten the way up that ladder yet. Let's head over to LOLesports.com here and see who you've been predicting to take the first win of the day. You are calling the game for Cloud9 with 53%. Super close vote, but it still keeps going.
Yeah, and you can also continue to vote on Twitter. You send the hashtag C9win or the hashtag CLGwin to the @LOLesports Twitter account, and that will affect the poll throughout the game. Usually what we see from these ones is when we go into the game, CLG will get more of the Twitter vote because people will say, oh no, Cloud9 is 53%. No way, CLG's in first place.
It's also still semi-early for gamers.
Yeah,
so they gotta
it is. Yeah, there was a lot of sleeping going on in the green rooms for the CLG team. Not used to the early rising. It's only 12:24 right now, local time.
Yeah. Still early for gamers. Gotta realize that. So with this matchup, we'll obviously start to see how the league is going to spread out. Everybody's played each other now. This is the second reel around. We're going to see how these teams can really get the second time in and if they've done their homework.
The first time these teams played, Doublelift played Vayne and actually got fairly heavily controlled by Cloud9. It looked like business as usual for Cloud9 during that game, even though every other match Cloud9 has played has been anything but that.
Look at this start from Lemon Nation. Super early going for the Sightstone. Ruby Health Crystal will start with his sweeper out already.
Yeah, Lemon has actually been doing a lot of ward starting, placing the ward, then going back to base for the sweeper. But the fact that he has a sweeper right now means they might want to do an even earlier invade. CLG is up to the task, though.
This is what you need to do against CLG, where we say they're a team that kind of plans things more than one step ahead, so you have to get under their skin immediately. This could be big. Dark Binding, gold card. It's like they're going to be able to get out. That was one heck of a needle thread right there.
Yeah, wide left on the death sentence. It does harass him slightly, but what this mainly does is it allows CLG to get vision, at least wards down, in the red buff of Cloud9, and it's not a huge loss for Cloud9 because they took a little bit of damage, but they saw exactly where CLG went. Whereas CLG, I believe, has not seen exactly where Cloud9 has went. They can only assume where the wards are and where they went.
Make sure this one's placed. I get that one in safe. No turrets, obviously going to see that. But everybody now moving back towards the mid. CLG kind of wants to reset. Hopefully they don't get picked off, they're thinking, as they make their way back into their own jungle. So this is a little different. Usually we see them waiting.
And another thing that's different is just where they decided to place the wards themselves. Cloud9 wanted to place the ward in the lane, whereas CLG more wanted to place the wards around the red buff and the approaching zone. They're more worried about Eve getting run into by Lee Sin, because if Lee Sin were to catch Dexter at the red buff fight there, he'd probably be able to beat him real quick. So CLG wants to know if they need to send supportive help, since their bottom lane is in the bottom lane.
Right.
And they could help him do the little vertical buff trade that we see so much in the LCS.
So whatever may have come to be with that sweeper start and Ruby Crystal seems to be thwarted now. CLG getting the bottom lane dragon control in this lane swap here. We saw this happen quite a bit yesterday and definitely gave the red team the early lead. We'll see how they start to play it. Yeah. We'll see how High plays this matchup versus Link mid. We've been talking about a bit of the roaming now that so many people are in the jungle. High used to be a big roamer, but he can't now.
And especially with the on-demand gold card,
it
has a decent amount of chained CC potential right off the bat. We're, of course, seeing the double jungle as well. This doesn't favor Cloud9. Meteos likes to be able to do his own thing and pressure lanes at his leisure at the start of the game, and he can't do that when he has a friend next to him in the jungle the whole time. He loves to gank for balls. He doesn't like following him around the whole game, though.
Right. We actually saw it have a big effect in the complexity game. It wasn't big enough, and Robert actually and the team took a triple kill off of that, so they have to be a little more careful considering everything they do. And you can see Link trying to push High up to that turret as regular and just get some harass on him from here on out. And there's the roam.
Yeah,
level 2 Lemon. I was going to say level 3.
Because everything is dangerous at this point in the game. And there's the 3-minute, 30-second dragon.
Seraph.
Hey,
needs some
he's got a full rage bar.
Yeah, he does.
He's going to get level 2 here real soon. Yeah, not really a counterplay for Cloud9 to make to this.
They're getting
I still feel like one of these days the team's going to start harassing this just a little bit. They're doing a really good job of switching the Dragon auto attacks, though. Dragon has a very slow auto attack timer. So if it starts his auto attack and then you move a new target closer than the previous target he was attacking, he will cancel that auto attack and begin a new one on the new target. It's actually really difficult to do, but these pro teams have gotten very good at bouncing his aggro back and forth to take almost no damage from the Dragon.
Very nice try on the hook there. Link was also, I think, one of the first mid laners to come down and grab experience on that too, so that's going to help against High in the mid lane a little bit as he farms himself away. 6.1 to 5.2, just 1,000 gold lead and a little bit of farm in the favor of CLG right now, but I'm pretty sure this is what Cloud9 didn't want, a bit of an upper hand to go to CLG so early.
Yeah, Cloud9 used to be the team that rotated, moved around the map better, would be able to capitalize on small advantages. We've seen so much of their games in 2013 where they'd have that slight lead, or even 2014 Spring Split.
Right.
The slight lead, go into a dragon fight, clean house, and then never let up a lead. Lately, they've taken that slight disadvantage into a dragon fight, lost the dragon fight, and then lost control of the game. It's not the Cloud9 we're used to seeing.
Lemon Nation finally returning back to lane. Does have that sight stone, so it's going to be very early there. Dexter picks up a pink as well, keeping himself safe and also trying to get some deep wards in to keep CLG on the up and up here. Only 5 minutes in. It looks like it's pretty calm on the home front here for both teams. No first bloods look to be in range.
I feel like aside from mid lane ganks, the teams are expecting this one to be very calm until about 7 minutes and 45 seconds or so when they're going to try and push down those side lanes. At the moment, the AD carries are just accumulating their farm. Both teams playing very similar strategies, doing the same jungle support trading of the jungle mobs, doing a fair bit of isolated farming. This is really the first move we're going to get to see as someone tries to shut down Sneaky even a little bit.
And we see this quite a bit as well.
Oh,
Dexter,
this is a great bait.
In the back pocket of Seraph, always helping that top lane. Dexter comes in, throws down some Qs. Hate spikes go out. Sneaky's going to go down. Great kill on the AD carry for first blood.
I really like that move from CLG. Teams have been attacking Seraph again and again, and generally CLG has just been letting it happen and trying to take their advantages elsewhere. This time, they use that vulnerable-looking top laner right at the start of the game to get the counter. Seraph jumps right in as the gank arrives. Easy kill onto Sneaky.
Simple harass. Good plays by Lemon, though. Get him into the turret range. A bit more pressure on that one, so he knows he's not going to get simply dove under the turret. Sneaky gets back safe. Good plays coming in from Dexter, saying that those two have kind of have a hard time getting things to work in their communication. We remember the dive onto Dyrus. Didn't work out so well, but seems to be cleaning up a little bit.
Ooh, Meteos walks right past a pink ward.
He
Go
got
back
pink.
and clean that out.
Somebody,
Come on, man. There we go.
he's like, are you sure? I don't see it.
Yeah.
He walked out again.
That's honestly one of the things as a jungler. You're always looking for your next gank, and honestly, good junglers are almost never looking at themselves when they're jungling. They're trying to analyze the lanes. It is very easy to walk clean through a pink ward and not notice it.
High 53 to 53 in the mid lane, but the first buy of a needlessly large rod coming in from Link. Definitely going to put out some hurt damage, and well as maybe Zanya's playmaker coming up quite fast.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what he needs against Nidalee, because he needs to be able to teleport in very deep to team fights. The way this COG composition is going to be working in team fights is generally you want Eve to flank and Twisted Fate to arrive with the Eve. So you have a huge burst of upfront damage on whatever squishy target you need, preferably the Twitch, and basically negate the peel potential of that Thresh. That's what COG is going to want to do, and that's why Link needs Lasagnas, because he needs to teleport in very deep.
A kill coming in that top lane for Sneaky definitely causes Cloud9 to start picking up the pink wards. We see one on Meteos and High now to start coverage on that top side of the map. Blue buff over to High, and we'll see if he can start to put any pressure on Link. Just laying down traps. A few spears, but easily dodged out.
Yeah, with the blue buff on High, the kill potential of Link by himself is pretty much non-existent. They're both just looking to shove the lane. TF can shove much faster, and even if High does take harass because of the blue buff, he should be able to heal up very quickly. That is turned into a farm lane, but in the matchup, the Twisted Fate has more freedom and is also in more risk because he's the one pushed up all the time.
Good moves, the good wards, keeping the mids safe as the junglers actually go for red buff denials on each other. Looks like this top turret's going to go down quite fast. Cloud9 may be able to start moving around the map and thwart what would be a quick second dragon in 1 minute.
Yeah, Meteos walks
Right.
the tri-brush.
There we go.
Figures he's going to get the ward on the way back. It was more about pushing Seraph completely off the turret. As far as games go right here, the top laners are denied as usual by the lane swapping, and they're now both playing catch-up. This is not the way Balls likes to play League. When Cloud9 is successful, this was the moment in the game where Balls would be turret diving the other top laner, Meteos should be ganking them.
Yeah.
Cloud9 can't play that way with the way the metagame is right now, and COG could not be happier about it.
They're going to get some gold on their side. Oh, the minion just stepping in front there as Link squeezes behind for safety. Make sure he's got the right card for the right situation and he stays safe. We'll see what they can produce here in the bottom lane. Double Lifts, they're still free farming. 85 to 66. That hit on Sneaky in the early game is really going to put a hurt on the team fights.
Yeah, just a nice controlled early game here by COG. Being red side and getting the lane in the bottom. They wanted the Morgana lane. Cloud9 doesn't necessarily want to lane Twitch against the Morg. Or the Lucian, for that matter.
Right.
And the Dragon respawn is actually incredibly critical right now. This has kind of been Cloud9's Achilles heel. Mid-game Dragon fights, when they're actually down in gold. They've been losing these again and again. With Dexter being level 6, the Eve ultimate would be able to flank if they can get some vision control. This is where Cloud9's been losing their games. Let's see if they can control this one a little bit better.
And CLG is on great movement right now. Walking down towards the bottom side, we have Seraph teleport up, and he's even here to just get there for the dragon fight. So he can teleport back to the top lane, stop whatever Balls does. They're coming out big here.
And the vision control is lost. At this point, the cohesiveness of Cloud9 isn't the same as CLG. High has to burn Flash and
gotta watch out. Teleport coming in. They do have vision on that. Destiny's going to keep them safe, but that is the poke game here. This is where, even though Cloud9 is behind, they can use High effectively to just keep CLG from doing this.
Yeah, but remember, there's no Flash on the Nidalee, so if another Stunner Dark Binding lands, he's basically dead to rights. No Summoners burned by CLG throughout that. And Seraph's still with the teleport if he wants to do that. Cloud9 trying to get some poke down with spears, and successfully doing so.
They're locking it in right now as much as they need to. Dexter just on the bottom side. They still have quite a bit of pressure to put back on the fight from CLG's side. This is the first time Seraph has really been up really early in the lane, so he's building damage. Usually we see him with the Giant Builder armor coming out first, so he could be in effect in this fight.
It's about whether the binding lands or if Eve can successfully flank around the back of Cloud9. Those are really what we're looking for. But with all the Nidalee traps, CLG has to be very careful about where they walk. And because they have the Nidalee trap line, Cloud9's trying to get a little bit of pressure through the mid lane. Both these teams will peel off the Dragon to get turrets. It's very much a game of chicken. How willing are teams to commit to Dragon versus exposing their own turrets?
Looks like they will not expose Dragon. They're going to go ahead and try to get it cleared up once more. Sweet.
And at this point, CLG pushes down mid.
Yep.
Or are they actually coming through? It's all about the vision control and how much risk Cloud9 is willing to expose themselves into. Level 6 on Thresh, only 5 on Morgana.
CLG has a huge wave in mid that they're not even working with right now. They're toying and have given the Dragon over to Cloud9. Now can semi-work off of this wave that's only 3 minions.
Looks like Cloud9 outplayed him right there.
Yeah.
They had the positional edge. It was the push and pull, the game of chicken, the vision control. They landed a couple Nidalee Spears onto Aphromoo. There was no Twisted Fate ultimate up because that was burnt very early on. And honestly, the level 6 discrepancy between the supports, our featured matchup, was a pretty big deal. No Morgana ultimate to zone in that team fight. Means CLG has to forfeit the Dragon.
Yeah, they made sure they actually went after him as well with those spears, making sure that the playmaker, and pretty much being called the top support in NA right now, couldn't have an effect on the fight. They know where the power is coming from. CLG, you need to shut down those guys that are going to bring the momentum to the team. 2,000 gold in the lead is still Counter Logic Gaming, so they have a little bit of room to work with here. But there's some good gold in the pockets of Cloud9 that haven't been spent yet.
Yeah, one extra thing that is adding to the gold lead of CLG, even though they're even on turrets and only slightly ahead on farm across the board, is the fact that Morgana has a Spell Thief's Edge, whereas Lemonation started with that Health Crystal. So it's actually been upgraded to a Frostfang. It's given 250 gold. And the Twisted Fate passive has actually been giving 400 gold over to Link at this point in the game. So that's one of the big reasons the gold looks so disparaging.
Link actually throwing down the magic resist. He wanted to get that needlessly large rod in there for a little bit of effect damage. And then he goes straight for the Athenes after. Neat build, giving himself what he needs to stay safe. Going over the blue buff again for High. Pink wards all around, but Dexter really hasn't been getting himself deep here. CLG's just been playing the map safely, and we see Seraph doing quite well against Balls in the top lane. He finds the Penguin Tails, a double lift there.
Yeah, Double's got to be a little bit careful now. He does have his Bloodthirster and he wants to lifesteal up, but he's taken so many spears that another one would end his life before he can steal some.
So many skill shots. Destiny goes down, pulls the cards out. It's going to be possibly a full house on this one. There's the lockdown, only the slow, not the yellow card coming out. A little bit of a misclick, and they're not able to finalize a culling that sweeps wide to the right.
Really nice disengage there by Cloud9, stopping the Renekton. Almost everything used by CLG, but there was no binding really to trick that initiation into starting. And Balls is just happily farming the top lane. As long as Cloud9 can farm these waves out, it's a bunch of burn cooldowns for CLG.
CLG not getting that plan that they put in order to work.
Flash and Ghost were burned by Link in that fight as well.
I did not notice that.
Yeah, normally the Flash Ghost Twisted Fates are very free in the way they use Summoner spells because they have 2 escapes. It's usually one or the other that they'll use, not just both right off the bat, especially for no big gain.
High's definitely dead on with where these spears are going, causing everybody to dodge. It's like Another one missed by Lemon Nation. They are on the hunt for kills right now. Afremu trying to do some dark bindage if he can get anybody off of the turret. But right now, Cloud9 feels like they have a lead and they can push around CLG, it seems like.
Yeah, they're playing with a lot of confidence, which is what they need to do against CLG, because CLG will dare teams to push into places and then try and take advantages elsewhere. Doublelift keeps getting caught out by those spears. Obviously, they come so frequently, it's not easy to dodge. But Doublelift is usually really good at dodging spears. I remember multiple games last split where he was nearly impossible to hit. He is not on his game right now.
Wow, High.
High is an assassin.
High is going crazy with these spears right now. Doublelift not safe, but he actually throws it for Link. Didn't know Doublelift was just on the edge there.
So that being said, though, the wave clear potential of Twisted Fate is keeping this push at bay. It's a really long siege that Cloud9 wants to try and pull off. But with the wave clear that comes out from Twisted Fate, how much can they really get?
He's not a Ziggs, but he definitely makes you want to pull your hair out when you get to the turret. First red card slows down the front line, and they can't even really get shots onto the turret.
Can't get a single shot onto the turret. Twisted Fate is almost as difficult to push against as Ziggs. So it makes it very hard for Cloud9 to put up sieges. It's another one of the big reasons Twisted Fate is such a popular pick against Nidalee, because he can prevent the sieges as well as initiate while a team is sieging.
Spot on. I'm going to get a percentage after this game.
Doublelift is a magnet right now.
60 minutes in, Doublelift considering a Negatron cloak for his next purchase. He's going to go ahead and back out of the lane and keep himself safe. The Bloodthirster will get him back up on the Wraiths, if there even are Wraiths to be grabbed. CLG's been on their own side of the map here. It seems like whatever aggression they had has really been stalled.
And this is the game Cloud9 likes to play. They've had an isolated-ish lane between Balls and Seraph, and it's what they want to be able to capitalize off of, but it hasn't been so. Also, we're sneaky.
Dun-dun. Goes on. Doublelift's going to be able to get the Black Shield. I don't think he can stay in lane without being half health right now.
Cloud9 is heavily pressuring Doublelift's
oh my gosh!
attempted farming, and High is just playing fantastic on Nidalee.
You can hear the crowd absolutely loving these spears coming in. Missed a few in the early game, but he is spot on right now. And that confidence of High gives Cloud9 huge confidence.
But his blue buff is gone now, and he's actually expended a large proportion of his mana pool on that spear harass. So the siege is over once they get the turret. They also have to respond to Link's Twisted Fate, who's going to have to use his ultimate to get out of there pretty quick.
Good pressure, though. Able to draw Cloud9 away.
He's got to get out of there. Ultimate pop.
Tying the shoes. This is going to be coast to coast. He's out. Safe play. And the
now
team goes mid. Very nicely done. So they can get this in time, at least a few bits of damage on the turret. They'll definitely be able to open up the map as much as Cloud9 here and stave off that pressure. 8 seconds on Dragon, so this is also great for that.
Yeah, COG has done a great job of keeping their farm up through all this. Everyone on their team, really, even Seraph and Balls in the top lane. Balls is not punishing him in the 1v1, despite them being level 10 each. And now it's all about who can teleport into this next Dragon fight, or if Cloud9 harasses the COD, kind of beat him to the punch. Balls, maybe he teleports in about now.
They have the wards they need. Destiny's down, but the vision is there. Dexter gets grabbed. He flashes out of the fight. A nice calling to answer back on the damage, and Balls is really the tank line right now as they retreat from the fight. CLG making some high decisions under pressure.
That was all about timing right there. CLG knew they could go in. The spears land, but they were yet to capitalize big things off of it. They're not able to initiate afterwards. And Doublelift is able to lifesteal at least a little bit, but holy, he's hitting a lot of them.
Something that you see CLG doing, even if they're under pressure, what they plan is so good. That all started with Link just going to the bottom lane, and he drew 3 and kind of half members down. We saw Meteos not really buying it, but that was all mid, and then Dragon, and they put themselves up 4,000 gold in the game now.
Still 2 turrets to 2 as well. Come on, man. He's done that like 5 times. High hides behind that wall in the lane and throws Doublelift, because Doublelift trying to hit the creep wave before his own minions align with it. If he'll just wait a couple more seconds, he would
walk behind that first minion.
Exactly.
You're safe.
At least he lifesteals up after it, so it's not really a huge loss. Just giving him spear.
He's giving him a false sense of security. Yeah. Let's just be real. 3K shortened up a little bit on that gold lead as Cloud9 is trying to open up the map pressure. No second tier turrets found yet, so they can't add additional pressure. But we're still looking at Balls to get a good push in one of these lanes. Meteos soaking up in the top lane. Junglers are actually pretty evened out this game, 89 to 82. They both had a bit of presence around the map, but not game-changing presence. A lot in the lanes lately.
Well, this is the type of game that COG has been playing. It's very low in kills, and they're waiting for Cloud9 to commit in one direction, and then they're going to kind of take what the map gives them. COG's all about setting up a powerful enough split push here and abusing their vision edges. They want Link to be able to split push, and then Dexter probably to be able to find an initiation by sneaking around with Eve. It's all about their deep ward coverage if they can start getting that. But as of now, since these teams are so even, you can see the wards are very much divided by which side of the map they're on. The deep wards are basically non-existent, which means the lanes are very much just about meeting each other and having both teams farm.
Figure out where to go from there. The ward war being fought in mid lane quite a bit. The Zanya's being finished out along with the Randuins for Seraph as he jumps right to that after his damage of a good early game in that first blood. We'll see what CLG can do as they muster up their power now around the map. We'll see, for now, Dexter heading towards that top side. But it looks like he's going to join the team mid as they get Cloud9 starting to make a move here. Oh, he does dodge it.
Good thing, too, because there's a lot of power onto high right now with the needlessly large rod. Doublelift, despite all the spears, is out-farming Sneaky and doing a great job. As long as you're not dying to the spears and having to back to base frequently, they're not mattering that much. So it's actually okay what COG is doing right here. But holy crap, how many are they going to land? High is an assassin right now.
Almost.
This is the flank. This is the flank right now. As soon as they try and siege, Eva's behind them. Here comes the TF ult.
It's going to be a huge lockdown. They have full vision no matter what. Agony's Embrace goes down, Deathfire as well. They're going to be hitting Meteos. Almost goes down. He does before he tries to hit Link. Doublelift comes up with a kill on the outside. It looks like they're chasing down high. He gets a nice swipe, but it's flashed by Link. The damage didn't even connect. Pink wards and wards go down alike to try and finish off this kill. The Dark Binding hits, and it stops him just before the wild card.
They're just going straight for Baron. That was exactly what COG has wanted this whole time. They wait for Cloud9 to get confident. They take what the game gives them. They get the flank from Dexter just like we thought they would, and then TF ults in perfectly to just clean up the fight. Now it's all about High trying to solo defend this.
Oh!
And he keeps landing the
He's going to die! It's going to rain down on him and kill him! Get out of there! This is going to be bad if Baron rains down and shreds Mad.
No flash or heal on High.
Kills! There's another hit! High could dive in here and start destroying the team, but he's got to be worried about
kill the whole team.
Control. Going in, High dashes in, 1-2, he gets stunned out! It could be the rain down! Lemonation with a few attacks, the flay's not enough, Baron somehow goes over to Dexter on the smite, he gets a last hit with the flay damage on the end, and it looks like he is actually going to chase them as far as he can into their base.
Oh my god, Rip, I have to see that again to see if High's swipe was able to finish them off, because it looked like everyone on COG was one hit from dead. That's how much harass High had put down on them. But even so, COG gets the Baron, and now they're on the run.
Oh, the Lee Syndrome goes in, gets the kill. There's the Lantern out. Lemonation there for the safety.
Unbelievable balls on COG right there to just go for the Baron in that situation against the relentless spears. Now they're trying to take an inhibitor for a Baron trade.
Cloud9 is trying to answer back ferociously right now. 22-50 in, and this game has just taken off to the moon. Aphromo and Doublelift now in the chase. Ard, what relentless pursuit into 3 members of Cloud9. Ardent Blaze into the piercing light. Doublelift starts shredding down Cloud9, but it's a turnaround as Balls bites back for just a second. It's going to be Meteos going down, and it's going to be the Half-Dragon left to pretty much fend for himself. Not much can come of this. There might be a heal on the other side of the wall. Wow. Cloud9's High is there for help after the flash.
Wow.
What chaos.
With all the swings in this game, COG is walking out of this with substantial edges. They are now 6,000 gold up. And Cloud9 seems to be running out of opportunity no matter how many spears High can land. Let's watch this. I'd love to slow it down right as he jumps in. But the spears getting Seraph, finishing the ball off. Zanya's actually pops Link because he thought he was going to go down to the Baron there. Finishes one, and here's the dive. How many does he actually get with his swipe? He missed his swipe on the Baron. I think he was going for the Baron steal instead of the kills onto COG.
Hoping the swipe
or he just misdirected the way his Nidalee was going. Unbelievable swing of the game there. It could have easily been like a 1v5 pennant kill for High if just Baron uses his spells a little bit differently.
That was crazy. That
one more spear
didn't rain down. Oh man, 9-4. 24.
There's a couple levels to that Scumbag Crepo Joe.
Yes, there is.
Let's see this dragon. He can't stand to steal it. COG is playing the objective game very boldly, and it's giving them a big lead, but oh man. Push mid, that's why TF is strong right now.
My gosh,
Where's
he does
Zanya's?
have the sheen on this off. Zanya's is there, it's going to be Aphro behind him, but it's a quick bite to get High, or rather Link down. They do take the turret out.
Oh,
whoa!
Whoa! CLG just goes in one after the other, and they're giving up this inhibitor for a dragon. What just happened?
That was amazing. Aphromoo zombie walking pretty much right into the team, thinking everybody was going to be there.
How much is Cloud9 going to take from this? Because
They are going
CLG
to
is
take
down with 2
20
people.
more seconds.
They might try and end this game. The culling is trying to stop them.
24 minutes. The culling is absolutely missing. They're trying to deny health, and the minions keep going on to the HP bars. High is in the back. He gets a heal on. The safeguard, but the piercing light comes through. There's 2 huge members on CLG. The Dominus is shredding along with the Sunfire Cape. That is big damage to just add on to the auto attacks coming in. It's going to be the caster minions coming down to take down Meteos on that one, as Dexter is in pursuit of about 600 HP on 2 members.
That actually evens out the game a fair bit, and it was all about rotations right there. Cloud9 used to be the kings of rotations at this point, and CLG was late to it. Link went in way ahead of the rest of his team to try and save the turret. And Aphromoo says, I got you. But he clearly did not, because everyone else on the team went the other direction, and Cloud9 collapsed in completely. At that point, they're already down 2, so CLG needs to flank around the side. And thank God for CLG, they had a big gold lead, and Doublelift and Dexter were so strong about this point, as well as Seraph being a huge tank. They can actually fight this off 3v5, because this game, this was a window for Cloud9 to potentially win. Yeah. CLG did play this fight very well, though Doublelift got extremely aggressive, while Dexter and Seraph were doing a lot of damage over time, so they got enough kills to at least keep this game in control. But they're down a Nexus turret now, Riv.
Man, I'm liking this summer split, chat. A lot of hectic gameplay.
This game is probably the most hectic one we have had.
Back down to the Dargon. Gonna clear out some pink wards. Get that out of there. 26-26 on the clock. I thought we were almost gonna have a 24-minute ender on this one. Again, Twin Shadows on to Aphromoo. Been seeing those a little bit more. Just continuously assisting that catch for the team.
Great for landing the Dark Bindings as well. And Cloud9's going to set up another siege. The problem with this is their sieges are very easily initiated on. They need to have some pink ward coverage to the sides and behind them so Dexter can't sneak up on them. Because if Dexter can get in for another E-Vault while Link teleports in, CLG will win the fight easy.
But we got to talk about how crazy this is, that Cloud9's even in the face of Counter Logic Gaming right now. A 3-item Link to a 2-item high, and it's almost the same from right to left.
After
CLG's
that Baron
up and everything.
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky has got a few items, but he's still not hit his last Whisper.
Oh!
He found somebody.
Nope.
There's the flank. It's not even a flank. It's just a straight up the middle.
Throws down the ultimate. Dexter's got a huge shield on. Twin Ghost goes out. Looks like they're going to have to walk through the wall to initiate. Aphromoo flashes the Soul Shackle, but he gets kicked in the jaw right out of the fight. Sneaky could go down in here, get some shot from the passive, but he already takes down Link. That's huge burst and crowd control that he has denied from the fight. High is low in mana. Doublelift knows it. That is not the first time he's dashed straight into enemies. Doublelift wants the kills, and he knows he can get it.
This time it works, and this fight was all about AD carry positioning. Link tried to go in and get Sneaky, and he couldn't, and then CLG was able to just come back at the end of this fight. They're so hard to follow because these are some of the most stretched fights you'll see, with the Nifty Spears being outranged by the Twisted Fate teleports. The 2-for-1 let CLG push up this mid lane.
CLG finally figured out why they were letting, why Cloud9 was pushing into them, and they figured they could push back, as they do with 8,000 gold. Doublelift is now 7-2-3. The Trinity Force finished there along with Link's Lichbane. So if they get up to these turrets, it's going to be fast falling for those.
Doublelift showing why he so heavily values Lucian. But take a look at this fight. I'm more interested about the back of this fight, actually, where the Twisted Fate teleports in for the Twitch. You can see he stuns High instead of Twitch as an option to try and get High out of the fight. But that means Sneaky can open up onto the rest of CLG, which is very dangerous. Luckily, Doublelift targets Sneaky and forces his flash back, and then gets him with enough shots of the culling to put him out of the fight. That's why this fight was about AD carry positioning. Doublelift with a great reactive flash at the death sentence of Lemon to secure that double.
The mechanics to come out. 217 to 192 in that lane.
Oh no.
Seraph could get caught. That's 3 members. He may go down, but no. Big enough for the team to get here? Looks like they're going to hold off onto that one.
He was very tanky that time, but had no backup from the rest of the team. This opens up a huge window for Cloud9 to try and push. Now the question will become, does CLG try and flank this 4v5?
Yeah.
Because if they lost that fight, they'd lose the game. Dexter was thinking about it with his positioning.
8,000 gold down. These type of things cannot happen. Cloud9 grabs another turret after losing a fight. They're fearless as they walk back into these engagements. Dexter in the front right there. Small spear to the backside. He's got that Hex Drinker to keep him a bit safe. Very quick black shield by Aphromoo, realizing that would hit.
looks like they'll be able to get this inhibitor. Good pressure again from Doublelift.
They have to be very careful about this 4v5. Dexter can ultimate if he wants to. They're pushed off the inhibitor successfully.
Wow, really getting the tank line down very low. Again, right into the fight. Lemonation forced on his shield, and it looks like this is going to be the TP in. Right into the middle. Where's the crowd control? Instant play. He's Zanya's just at the last second. They're going to take that out. Very nice job. They knew they had it. And they
very
want more.
low.
A huge dive into the fight. It's been high, healing up balls, but he's still about to go down. Spear just missing Aframu on the backside of his wings there. Seraph getting it out of this one alive as well. I might have spoke too soon, but Slice keeps it nice.
This game is so incredibly close. Sneaky wants to open up, but he can't get close enough. Balls teleports back in. How much closer can this game get? If either one of these teams ends up winning that team fight, it could very well be the game. Despite the 7,000 gold lead by CLG, Cloud9 has been an inch away from winning this game on 2 occasions right now. Now they just go for Baron with the pink ward in tow. CLG wants to probably stop this. They don't know if they can get in range in time.
One of the most amazing games I've seen played from a deficit in gold. They have map control. Pink ward goes down. Dexter very much so on the outside of this.
3,000
Great
health on
spear. Going in. Lemonation can throw that box down. His ult is actually not up yet. They need that crowd control for this one. Dexter, a good spear to the backside from high. And this is Counter Logic Gaming trying to figure out what they can do in this fight. And I don't think it's going to be much more. C9 is in pursuit.
They want to be able to touch Doublelift. As long as Doublelift is firing with all his items, Cloud9 is not able to win these fights. They pushed off Dexter, but they were prevented from doing the Baron.
Doublelift combos very clean today, making sure he gets all the damage in. And Cloud9.
What is up with CLG games this week, Rick?
Jargon.
They have had 2 of the craziest games, one against Dignitas, and this one against Cloud9. They almost feel like reversals of each other, because in the Dignitas game, it was the lead for Dignitas, and CLG with just the Dark Binding to initiate, trying to make it in. They're the ones with the Nidalee pokes, trying to make the plays, and CLG successfully did so. And then in this one, it was honestly just CLG making a rotational error in the mid lane when they went for an extra dragon after they'd already been able to secure the Baron. Almost the same mistake that Dignitas made in their game against CLG, and it gets punished by Cloud9.
Feeling a bit of their own medicine, you could say. 7 turrets to 4. They only have 4 more turrets to drop on the map. You got to realize one of those is already a Nexus turret. Cloud9 went above and beyond in the time they had to push the base. It was 30-second respawn, so we're at 24 minutes in the game. Cloud9 has now been trying that last 8 minutes to get back into the base, as CLG is doing their damnedest to stop it as well, because I'm sure they're kind of lost at what's going on. This is the first time we've kind of seen CLG without a plan.
Yeah, we still need to kind of refocus, and I believe CLG will be doing the same thing on what the priorities are. There's not much, there's not very high damage dive on the Cloud9 team. Even if Meteos and Balls try to dive on a Doublelift, he might be strong enough now that he can just kill them both. So at that point, it's all about the spear poke, and 5v5 should actually be at the advantage of CLG. They can still pull off a Link teleport into the backline with a Dexter flank, and most likely win the team fight. They do have to worry a little about Sneaky's burst potential with his Rat-a-tat, but just because of Doublelift's strength and the low damage dive that Cloud9 has, it could be good for CLG, but they have to burn the Twisted Fate ultimate just in fear of the Cloud9 Baron. So that flank attack is gone now for a bit.
High is very close to getting a Void Staff, which will pretty much just go through whatever that match.
They're going for it. They got a flank.
Now is Dexter on the outside. High's the first one. If he's out of the fight and can't throw, that's great. But then they turn around, giving High the distance he needs to throw spears.
Double just down.
Wow, Sneaky and the rest of the team. That rat-a-tat-tat was perfectly placed as Counter Logic Gaming kind of balled up for him. Now Balls is in pursuit. Sneaky and Lemonation going off to the left side, making sure that the base is going to be open for the longest amount of time.
Man.
That was a spear. That was a shot. This could be game.
That has to be game. 35-second death timers, 1 Nexus turret up. Sneaky opened on the entire team, the thing that CLG could not let happen in a team fight, and he was the one who took down Doublelift in this one. Balls trying to take the turret. Dexter, the one-man army trying to defend.
Balls is going to be the one on that turret. He's going to get heals from High. He'll be able to stay there. 34 minutes. Like I said, just 8 minutes later is all Cloud9 needed after their first take on the advantage, and they're going to take down Counter Logic Gaming.
An indescribable game in just a few sentences because so much happened there. Cloud9, with their backs against the wall, forced CLG into some questionable decisions, I would have to say. It was a bit of a CLG collapse. After making so many good calls in so many of their games, they made some bad ones. They went up the mid lane, they got picked off on a couple occasions, their initiations became very sloppy, and Sneaky took over with that Twitch late game. High landed so many damn spears, pushed off of his main champions, pushed onto Nidalee, and boy did he make CLG pay, spear after spear. Nearly 1v5 acing them at the Baron pit, not quite. It seemed like the game was over at that point. That was only the beginning.
You know, that leaves, I watch any game now, I'm going to think anything can happen, as usual, but even more now.
What a stressful game to play in, on both sides.
I think
by the time Cloud9 won the game, they were still down 3,000 gold. The kills were 16 to 15. A very common storyline in COG's games. They're all very close in kills, because they're generally about the objectives, but this time, Cloud9 just did it better.
That was absolutely amazing play. Really, the first bit of falter we saw was that dragon fight. Cloud9 pushed CLG right back towards their blue buff, and then it looked like CLG had what they wanted. They say, okay, we'll push mid. And there was a siege wave mid that they didn't take. Cloud9 got dragon, was able to reposition mid before that wave was gone. That play, I think, shook Counter Logic Gaming a little when we said, you know, they plan everything a few steps ahead, and teams always catch up to that. I think that caused CLG to second-guess themselves.
And W3D2 had been having one hell of a game on Lucian. Many successful dashes in because there was very little to punish him. He got punished right at the end. Twitch got a little bit too big, was not closed on into team fights, and CLG ended up just getting taken out. These teams were, you know, very competitive team compositions against each other. The bindings weren't as on point as they were in previous games. Instead, it was the Nidalee spears. And, yeah, what a game.
They played it right. We kind of said, you know, Cloud9 could falter a game, but that first dragon fight would pretty much be the way they took it, and they played it perfectly, poking on the dragon fights, and they made sure once they got, I can't really even say a lead, once they got a foothold,
there was
they were
a big
able to
lead.
win.
There was a big CLG lead in this game. They had the Baron
still
buff
is at the end,
with many turrets up and all 5 people alive, right? That is the moment to punish. But they overreached for a dragon, got their mid lane pushed in, and that was the beginning of the end.
So it looks like, obviously, the two-time North American champs in the LCS are still in form. They can go outside the champion pool. We've kind of been criticizing High a little bit. Meteos has been having a bit of time in the jungle, or a hard time in the jungle, because we said that buddy system doesn't allow him to get beefy as quick. But High definitely stepping up today with some Nidalee play. The percentage on those spears has to be over half.
He was just hitting so many, specifically on Doublelift and even Afremu, the bottom lane that has been so consistent for CLG this entire year. Faltered a little bit in that game. Doublelift was trying to put the team on his back for most of this one, and especially at that first team fight, CLG was playing that game so crisply, but can't win them all.
Reminds me back in the spring split. Maybe we'll see more of it when the Xerath was coming out and all the turret fights would be, if you're not half health, then we won't go for the dive, but I'll just throw spears until you are. So now that the Nexus is smashed, head over to Twitter and share what you thought were the standout moments by tweeting at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCSBigPlays. Good times, a lot of big plays on that one. So right now we're going to send it over to the guys at the analyst desk for a bit of an interview.
Thank you very much, Riv. We're joined by High and Sneaky of Cloud9. And I got to say, that entire game was a big play. So you guys fought an incredibly close match. You were down, even at the end of the game, 4,000 gold. So I actually want to ask you, did you even feel like you were down that far in the first place? And what kept you in it?
I personally didn't feel like we were that far down. I knew we were under gold after we lost that dragon fight and they took that Baron. But it wasn't enough for us not to win, basically. With Nidalee, you always have the chance of coming back, especially with Twitch. They just have I can't use that word. I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. They're just really annoying to play versus, just because of the nature of their champions. So you always have ability to come back with those champions.
Yeah, let's talk more about Nidalee plus Twitch coming from Champion Select. Because you go with that last pick, Nidalee. Did you feel cornered into that champion? Usually people think of Nidalee as, oh, she likes to siege up, throw spears. Twitch doesn't necessarily like to siege up. How did this team comp come together towards the end of the pick ban phase this time around?
Well, normally Lemon takes care of most of the picks and bans. He'll always ask us for our opinions on what champions we like. So in champions like he's asking Sneaky if he likes X or Y champion. And he's asking me if I go with this champion or this champion. So we knew when we picked those two, they'd pick TF, which we're okay with. It's good for TF because he wins that lane and he can kind of destroy Twitch. But Nidalee is really good as well, just because if you do land a key spear or you get turrets, then you can win the game pretty easily. So.
And for Sneaky, about the beginning of the game, you guys went with a lane swap. There's a lot of things that go into lane swaps nowadays. You know, top lane matchups, duo lane matchups, also jungle starts. Can you go over why you guys went with the lane swap this time around?
A lot of it had to do with the Twisted Fate and Evelynn. They have a lot of pressure early, and if you're in standard lane matchups and TF hits 6, he'll just port on you and kill you. And the same with Evelynn. Like, she provides insane pressure with just her invisibility. So she'll run around the map, and if it's on 2v1, she won't be able to gank off, like, unless it's mid. And if you're 2v2, she'll be everywhere and killing your entire team. So she has a lot more pressure than normal.
And speaking of those two champions as well, like, Twitch has got to have a pretty hard time fighting those guys in team fights as well. You never manage to get caught. How do you play around the fact that they're going to dive you every single fight?
It was honestly really hard. Just having the TF in the game was really annoying because I wanted to stealth onto people and go, but I knew the fact that Twisted Fate always has his ult up. I can't go in because he'll just port on me and kill me. So I just had to play back most of that game, and it kind of changes my entire Twitch playstyle. And in team fights, I have to be so far back and in stealth so I can run away when his port comes in. And actually, most of the time when he went in behind us, he didn't actually stun me, so it was okay. And if I had flash up, I was even more okay because then I can bait them even farther backwards.
There are so many good fights and so many good objective trades in this game. It was hard to find clips, but we've got. Let's bring one up onto your screen here. This is the first one. This is going to be after a mid turret fight, and then I believe this one ends up with the High versus everybody at the Baron Pit scenario. So this turns into a really exciting scenario. Walk us through that one.
So first off, we're poking. We have 2 of them at 50%, so we don't think they initiate, but they go for it anyway, and they get like a 4 or 5 man Evelynn ulti on us, which is terrible. So now we're all stuck in one little group just getting killed. And
I had nowhere to flash out, so I had to go up, and then Double Lift just chased me through there.
Yeah, that was a really good flank from Suki.
They had an amazing initiate right there off of Dexter and Link, and we got punished for that. And then I think I just landed a few spears here to stop him from... Well, I didn't stop him from Baroning, but I tried my best. I think I get a kill, and then I kill myself after. I don't know, but...
Yeah, you kill Afro.
Why'd you choose to go in Cougar form instead of poking and, like, getting him on the way out?
I didn't have another spear here, so at this point in time, I was like, screw it. I'm trying to take Baron and do a hero play, but I'm...
off that E.
Yeah.
Triple kill.
So you're looking
very close.
You're looking for the Baron steal and not the kills.
If I was better at Nidalee, I probably could have killed them and gotten them, but I don't know. If that was like a god Nidalee, they probably could have done it, but I did my best.
Such an exciting position to be in right there. And you definitely had some really good calls throughout the rest of the game in those objective trades.
Yeah, so then speaking about calls, right, because of course you're the primary voice in the team. I'm sure there's help from everyone else in C9 to a certain extent. But you have this game where, like, you know you've always got to be afraid of flanks, always afraid of TF ults. And while you can ward for Evelynn, you can't ward for Twisted Fate. So how do you set up your team to be to always be ready for the flanks and always be in position when a fight can come out of nowhere?
Well, the only way they're going to win a fight is if they port on us, so we're aware of that fact. They can't charge at us. If they charge at us, they just die to my spears and Twitch. So obviously they only have one goal, is to port behind us and either gold card me or Sneaky. And if me or Sneaky don't die, preferably him not dying, we can win the team fight pretty hard, because then TF will just die to everyone else, because he's in the middle of everyone and he can't get out. So as long as we don't die, keep that in mind. I'm just telling everyone, protect Sneaky, don't let him die. And they just do their best. They like suicide themselves to protect him, and as long as Sneaky doesn't die in the fights, we win. Like that last fight, he killed Lucian somehow. I don't even know how that happened. And then we won pretty single-handedly because he didn't die.
All right. Yeah. Well, we talked about how many good clips we have.
Yeah, got another one.
Yeah, one of these ones where you guys start to make these trades where you are definitely behind in gold, but you start to come back into the game. Let's pull this one up on your screen. You end up going really deep into the base and grabbing a Nexus turret in this one.
Right, so I believe we have a lot of vision down at Dragon right now. We have a couple wards. We see 4 or 5 of them. So when they start trying to do Dragon, I'm calling Sneaky, hey, come middle with me. At that time, Midos called Lemon to bring him over because they're going to go mess with Dragon and or try to take it. So we have 2 people messing with their backs and trying to take Dragon. All the meanwhile, me and Sneaky are pushing mid. And then Link suicides himself and so does Afro, and then it just becomes a really bad trade for them.
We knew you could pressure really hard right
We
here.
little overextended a little bit here, but we got a free turret out of it. I guess that's worth 1 death, I believe. So it was a really good trade for us, and they wanted Dragon too much. They should have given it up.
Did you know you had turret aggro the entire time, High, on this turret? Is that on
I
purpose?
was keeping aggro.
Was that on purpose?
Yeah. In hindsight, I probably wasn't that smart, but I wanted that turret to die, and I didn't think they could kill me. So, is misfortunate that I passed away here.
Yeah, it's ended up being a 2 for 2 at the end of this one. Like, how do you make those snap decisions, though, to be like, I think we can go for Nexus here. I think we can at least get a turret.
I pressed tab and saw they had 30-second death timers.
You're like, 5v3, it's like, you just do the mental math in 2 seconds and say this is the call.
Right, TF.
Everyone follows.
TF is their main wave killer, right? I know Lucian's just gonna ulti and like Q the wave, but I'm pretty sure we can just finish the turret and hopefully get out. We got out for a couple kills and deaths, but I knew we could take the turret at the very least. So
Now,
smart trade.
you and CLG are two of the teams that are probably the best in North America at making these late game trades where you have to make split decisions and there are very small margins that will determine who gets the better objective out of it. How does a team go about practicing that? Because a lot of other teams, this is the main thing that they're trying to improve on.
well, personally for me at least, I think it's so in scrims or solo queue, I feel like you should always be making these risky calls. For example, like when they did Baron, that's a risky call. When we did Baron, it's a risky call. Or when we do trades, you get to learn what trades are good and what trades are bad. So for teams that don't do those trades and always play safe, they'll never know what they can or can't do. So in the past, I've done base chases before that haven't gone that well for me. Some people might know what that is. And so when you do things like that, it just teaches you more about the game and what you can do. And a lot of people don't try to do that. They don't see what their limits are, and they don't see what their team's limits are. And if they do that, they're able to make trades and understand what they can do. So.
Yeah, definitely.
And you guys made a lot of really good choices. So, Sneaky, I want you to weigh in on our last replay here because you end up basically carrying the fight and making it work here. If you can pull the last clip up, it's the team fight that wins you guys the game. So talk to me about what you're focusing to start the fight out and then how you actually managed to kill off Doublelift with it as well.
So I saw that TF ghosted, so I knew they were going in, and no one actually saw me because his TF ult ran out, so I was just sitting invisible, and I just opened up, and they kind of ignored me. And I was able to just blast off on Doublelift and Link and Afro. So this is basically like a free triple kill.
Also, I don't know if you noticed there, but that was a TF flash gold card minion.
Yeah, I flashed
Wait,
away
what?
at the moment he flashed in me, so he accidentally hit someone else instead of me. They're
was
going
minion.
hard for me, man.
That was really, really close.
Why is it, do you think, that they were targeting you more so than like Sneaky all the time?
They
You
couldn't
mentioned you
see Sneaky in that fight, so...
Yeah, but in general, it seems like Sneaky was like not getting hit very much, you said.
I don't know. They just chose the wrong target. They had to kill him, not me.
Obviously, it worked out for you guys. So then, coming into this one, I actually talked to Meteos briefly before the game, and he was actually feeling pretty down, saying that you guys kind of suck, like it was like a really rough... He actually expected to lose this game. Was that a sentiment you guys shared coming into this game?
Well, practice... Just since All-Stars, practice has been shaky. It hasn't been going that well. We've been having like some personal issues as well. So it's just like... Practice isn't going well, morale's kind of down, and we're just kind of in a slump/bad mood right now.
Okay.
We need to fix that and get out of it, and we're trying to change things that we're doing as far as our schedule and resume so that people or players don't feel that way. But we're definitely in an interesting spot right now. It's probably one of our biggest lows since we've been a team. So.
Yeah, your recent losses to the teams that are in the lower end of the bracket are obviously probably the cause of a lot of that. Those feelings. Are there any things that your team has come to a consensus on about those games? Have you guys gone over them, and do you have closure on what went wrong versus those losses to the teams that were lower in the standings?
Well, we haven't talked about the complexity game yet since it just happened, or EG game since that happened yesterday.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's worthwhile to talk about it when you have another game tomorrow. So we might go home today and talk about it, but we normally just have Charlie talk to us about it, tell us what went wrong in the game, or he'll just speak to you directly. So that way it's not confrontational or anything. But I don't know. The losses suck, so.
Yeah, well, of course, you guys still have 20 games to go in the season. You guys are an excellent team, of course. I'm sure you guys are going to bounce back. Guys, thank you for the time. Congrats on the win here, and we'll see you next week. But we've got more games to go on. We're going to jump into a quick break, and then our next battle is LMQ versus Complexity. The North American LCS continues in just a little bit.
Let's go off-road. Is that my chant now? They have full vision no matter what. Agony's Embrace goes down. Deathfire as well. They're going to be hitting Meteos. Almost goes down. He does before he tries to hit Link. Doublelift comes up with a kill on the outside. High can dive in here and start destroying the team, but he's got to be worried about crowd control. Going in. High dashes in. 1-2. He gets stunned out. Afromo and Doublelift now in the chase. Ard, what relentless pursuit into 3 members of Cloud9. Arden plays into the piercing light. The culling is absolutely missing. They're trying to deny health, and the minions keep going on to the HP bars. High is in the back. He gets a heal on. The safeguard, but the piercing light comes through. High is low in mana. Doublelift knows it. That is not the first time he's dashed straight into enemies. Doublelift wants the kills, and he knows he can get it. Dexter on the outside. High is the first one. If he's out of the fight and can't throw, that's great. But then they turn around, giving High the distance he needs to throw spears. Doubles is down. Wow, Sneaky and the rest of the team.
After playing against LMQ in week 1, we learned that they are very, very aggressive. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and they are all mechanically gods in their respective role. We've learned from watching their games is that if they fall a little bit behind, they make questionable decisions. They'll try to make a very big play to get themselves back into the game, which could cause them to go into a bigger deficit. We're definitely looking to try to get early advantages and just capitalize on their desperation plays.
Welcome back to week 3 of the North American Summer Split. It's time for our next matchup. That's LMQ versus Complexity. And you have to say, LMQ are looking like they've bounced back after their disappointing 0-2 slide last week. Who would have thought?
Yeah, LMQ really showed some great improvement in their win against TSM. Previously, all of their compositions were really based around team fighting and control, with the Nunu and the Renekton being pretty popular, whereas yesterday, they brought 2 strong split pushers in Kale and Kha'Zix, and then executed a really strong 1-3-1 pushing strategy. Ackerman, in particular, was the main beneficiary of this strategy. Despite amazing TSM's jungler trying to pressure him early, Ackerman had a big game, only dying once and just wrecking TSM with his Kale.
Yep, but Complexity is riding that wave of momentum after they took off a win against Curse, looking like a team that transformed from what they were.
And Complexity were playing a much more objective-based game than Complexity early in the season that was just trying to make a bunch of plays. They showed good team coordination, and a lot of the credit, honestly, goes to Kez for not only his shot calling, but his vision control. We noticed how many wards they had on the map. Well, we had some stat digging to do, and he actually placed 49 wards that game.
One game.
Broken Shard, the guy who subbing out, well, who he's subbing in for, averages 10.3 wards in his 6 games. So all told in that game, Complexity placed 59 more wards than they would in a normal game. So they use that superior vision to make some smart moves, and it really worked out for them.
Vision has been what's winning teams and making these games quick right now. So let's get into this one quickly as we jump into the lineups. On the blue side, it's LMQ. In the top lane is going to be Ackerman, No Name in the jungle, Xiao Zhao in the mid lane, Vasily at 80 carry, and none other than Moore at support.
And on the red side, it is Complexity. Westrice in the top lane, Kez in the jungle, Prawley in mid lane, Robert X Lee on 80, and Bubba on support.
I like watching LMQ play a lot because they've had different styles now. Everybody thought they would be aggressive, kind of blur out the turrets on the screen. They're not really there. They dive past everything. But now they've done different things. It's not Xiao Zhao on utility, but he still farms like a madman. And then Vasily's going off, but he's not as aggressive as you see him in solo queue. He's a little more calm, and it works. Like, they can kind of turn on and off the switch whenever they want.
And like Robert X Lee was saying, this LMQ team are all kind of gods individually. They play extremely well. Ackerman was on Royal Club, the second-place team at the World Finals last year. Xiao Zhao beat up a little bit on Bjergsen in 1v1s. It was an incredibly close game, and he has much respect for him. We actually got to talk to him in the interview after the game, where he broke out the English on us, too. It'll be great when we can do the full interviews in English with those guys to get more of their personality out. Really, it's a very good, cohesive team, and they're doing fantastic since they moved over here.
They are. Their early game roam with more just kind of understanding the map makes it seem other than seamless with the way that they do it, causing chaos, pulling the team out of their lanes, and really to no effect. They lose experience. They don't get the kill on Moore because he gets out sleekly with his teammates, and they can do whatever they want, it seems, in these games, but they have been shut down before. Last week, 0-2 could be playing on them.
And I wonder if the Complexity team is at a point now where they can start pulling off some wins, because they did take out Curse fairly handily. And if they can control the map with as much vision as they had yesterday, maybe they could avoid a lot of the LMQ roaming plays. I feel like that's Complexity's angle for victory.
Complexity themselves has all-star players that can make those plays. Probably very good. Can obviously get in the mind of whoever playing Annie that he hasn't played in a year and come out quite strong. Robert X Lee, we've seen him carry just a triple kill to a win in the game for Complexity. These guys know how to play when they get that spot. Just have to see if they can find it here against LMQ. It'll be very tough. They do choose to ban out that KO right away, though. They definitely did the homework on this one.
Do not want to deal with top lane KO. That's something that's going to be more and more pick banned, I feel like, in the coming weeks. And actually an Annie ban. It's funny because Xiao Zhao plays a lot of Yasuo. And in the interview after the game, Prawley mentioned how randomly he had thought of Annie as a good matchup against Yasuo and got to scrim twice against it like the day before. And then broke it end against Yasuo. And honestly, with that champion in Prawley's back pocket, it would have blocked him from playing Yasuo, so they just got a ban out.
And a usual ban coming in for LMQ, that Ziggs.
Anything that stops them from getting under a turret or pushing their waves is not making an LMQ a happy LMQ. This one could actually be going anywhere on the map, so they do kind of an ambiguous pick here. Starting off, we'll see if they lock this one in. Could easily be going Xiao, even more, or Ackerman.
Yeah, they can put that wherever they want, which is the nice thing. That is the flexiest of the flex picks we have in the LCS. There's also a little bit of added history between these guys. They're the two new guys in the LCS, obviously, both qualifying in the promotion tournament. They also played on this very stage in Challenger Series 1 in the finals, where LMQ was victorious 2-0. So Complexity yet to topple LMQ.
They definitely know what they're going up against, and it's taking them quite a while to get these picks in. Can always think that Lulu was a possibility of their composition, so they're kind of re-rounding it out. There's always a chance that also it was not. So they're just saying, if we get this, what do we leave LMQ with, really, is what is in their mind. Because LMQ can pretty much make a composition out of nothing from what we've seen. They make it work.
Exactly. Really waiting until the last few seconds here. And they decide to go with a solo lane Lee Sin, from the looks of it. That'll be Westrice on Lee Sin. I think they're... because they need to be able to pick something that can lane against Lulu top or something else. They want to be able to wait for their mid lane pick to be a counter pick, most likely. So that means they may as well just pick the top laner blind. And they have to be able to do that into Lulu.
Also denying the shot caller a few more junglers with the ban of Kazakhs as well. So hopefully they can kind of get under No Name's skin, force him onto something. But I don't know if you can force No Name onto something. He plays quite a bit. Twitch grabbed up for Vasily, allows him to turn on the aggression if he wants. They get that Thresh away from Bubba which is really great because Bubba definitely has been making plays for Complexity when the time comes.
Absolutely, Bubba has played a great game yesterday. Leaving the Twitch through is a little bit risky for Complexity.
Yeah.
With no Lucian to try and match his aggression in the lane. Complexity is definitely just going to have to go with Corki here. Because that's kind of the third tier AD carry, something Robert Exley has a lot of experience on as well. But that's probably going to be a lane swap situation now.
A lot of power coming from this team so far. Damage everywhere for Complexity, so fights could either go fast or slow because it's also quite squishy. Wow.
Oh, Vasily.
Pan Love. Elise is still there. She got through. And possibly the LeBlanc. Last pick blue side here for LMQ.
Yeah. Hey.
You're going by the wayside here when you try to ban out what you think is going to be the scariest.
Xiao's LeBlanc has been pretty potent, but we've seen some pretty strong Nidalee play. And honestly, Nidalee against a Zyra support is good. She is very squishy, and if she tries to walk up to set up a play, Spirit of the Face usually calms that down a little bit.
Definitely give him a good comp. Help to counteract Robert X. Lee's poke if they lock this in. Everybody likes a heal plus wild growth as well, so you're going to have a great team fight.
So much protection for Twitch. It is almost like a Protect the Twitch, but with a lot of kiting power throughout the team. It's a very squishy team composition for LMQ, but with enough shields to keep the squishy people alive.
Right, well, they're going up against Squish right now, so unless we get some sort of tank coming out in the mid lane here for Brawley, I think it might be Squish Fest all around the map. He's definitely considering here. Got one hot shot leg up. Get the thought on.
Does he try to go for Twisted Fate? Something that COG nearly executed just in our first game against Cloud9. Brawley is kind of known to play anything.
I think he's thinking, I'd love to play Ziggs right now.
He always wants to play Ziggs. He'd be able to shove out Nidalee.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Just Ziggs. Why don't I just play Ziggs?
A great steal, though, as well, onto that Lulu now that Brawley is kind of left thinking. Could have played a Lulu. He's going to rock the Orianna. Has a bit of ball delivery with Westrice if he can get himself into these fights, but good safety on their side since they didn't have a tank to get a shield.
Yeah, it's worth noting that in the promotion tournament that Complexity qualified with, Brawley did exceptional in lane against Shifter, especially CS-wise, when they knocked Coast out of the LCS. So it's definitely a champion he has a lot of laning power on.
Yeah.
And every time you see like mid lane nerfs or something, Orianna is always there and ever present. It's something that the best mid laners really know how to play. And he needs the laning power against a guy as good as Xiao. So I do like that pick, even if it's not 6.
Right. Still going to be playing well. Orianna versus Nidalee isn't really fun for Nidalee before the first, but she just stands under a turret and throws spears anyways. Q high. The teams have chosen their champs, and according to LOLesports.com, you have chosen LMQ to win. 87% of the vote, quite up there.
Yeah, but remember, if you feel the momentum shifting at any point during the game, update a vote by sending a Twitter message to the @LOLesports account with the hashtag LMQWin or COL-win.
It's funny how fast that changes, too. Somebody gets a triple kill, somebody gets a kill on the top side of the map, and you're like, oh, let me go ahead and just revote.
Yeah. It's the information superhighway.
It is.
Things go quickly. You can tweet whenever you want.
Well, we'll see how many tweets we get this game. If Complexity can actually turn the tide against LMQ. We said they're coming off a big momentous game for them. They are seeing wins with Kez so far, and that may give them what they need. Kez kind of has a voice now. We know Prowley is the shot caller, and the team is happy to have him back, so they could get that boost of power that they need here.
And vision is the thing we have to be tracking this game.
That's right.
Because I was blown away when we pulled that stat. For instance, 49 wards placed. Obviously, you place more wards when you're playing Sightstone Lee Sin. That is a given. But Broken Shard plays Lee Sin occasionally, too. In Broken Shard's 2 Lee Sin games, he placed an average of 13 wards.
Right.
There were 49 wards placed
by
Kez in a single game. That's actually more wards than Broken Shard placed in Super Week combined.
Yeah. We're going to have to see if they keep that vision up. It's been something Dignitas used to shoot to the top of the record. Even Cloud9 stated it. High was covered right below him, and Dig kept warding the same spot. Once you have vision of that area, you almost control that entire side of the map. We'll see if either of these teams employ that here. Slow movement as everybody makes it out. Sweeper in the hands of No Name this time. And actually, it's a little bit of a different start. Kind of the same as Elimination as well, but more
Fresh
decides
very frequently starting with the Health Crystal because Sightstone immediately is a good call for him. He doesn't have the easy execute on the Targon's Brace, so that doesn't work too well. This is so interesting. Basically, teams are going to pick up on this eventually. LMQ has done this exact same blue side opening 3 games in a row, and when they're on the red side, they did the exact same thing to Complexity. Teams are going to start waiting in that brush that LMQ walked through and just kill them. Complexity could have done that in this game if they just grasping rooted that spot exactly there. Maybe now that I've said it, it's not going to happen again, but LMQ is incredibly predictable level 1, and it will eventually be punished unless they change up.
Well, the ward's placed. Everybody's going to be hatching them right now, but look at LMQ as they've back. They only saw Nidalee come back. They think they are still in the jungle. Kez,
this is so bad.
First one to alert
this is so bad by Complexity because this is the opening that LMQ has used previously. They go in, they leave 1 ward back in their own jungle so they know if they get counter-invaded, and Complexity is going to get caught out by this ward. All that has to happen is the hook just has to land, and they started it even.
3, 2, and 1. Oh, he misses the hook just on the outside. Clearly planned and clearly thwarted there. Complexity dodges quickly, gets themselves to safety here, and LMQ is going to be forced to kind of recuperate. But we're going to get matched up lanes. I lag it.
Yep, we still get the standard lanes because of the delayed invade stuff, and this actually benefits LMQ as well, these lane matchups. They want the Twitch Thresh against the Zyra Corki. 1 death sentence landing, and they get a big edge. With the teleport, and with the way the lanes are laid out, the junglers are most likely still going to be able to pick up double buffs apiece. Kez is just going to be slightly behind, and he also is going to be a little bit low on health.
That's what hurts. All that work probably was doing 1 spear back to him. He cancels all those auto attacks in the ball movement, but he still keeps Xiao Xiao in a good spot. Great farming by Xiao Xiao as well to get the spears behind Prowley. It's going to be fun lane, like I said, for Xiao Xiao here in the early game, but he has heal. He'll be okay now.
Yeah, we'll have to see his CS tracking. He hadn't lost a CS at 10 battle against anyone going into this week. And he actually did lose CS at 10 yesterday.
Right.
To Bjergsen by a small margin.
Ever so small. Kez didn't have huge early impact coming out on Lee Sin yesterday, so we'll see how he works the Evelynn play today. It was a little slow, had definitely a few bushwhacks that didn't work, just kind of sitting in the brush wasting time. But like you said, the calls coming out very big, and not having to play with the buddy system this time, we'll see how much that gives them some power.
Yeah, finally a standard game here where the junglers really get to work. Will they have practice doing this? Because all the LCS games have been the 2v0s.
It's so foreign now.
Yeah, Kez needs to be able to get some deep wards, but he's just trying to farm for the first 4 levels. So really, it's all about snowballing Ackerman's lane if Westrice wanders too far from home. But this doesn't look like the best of ganks unless Westrice decides to go a little bit aggressive.
Coons are oh so close, but there's always just a few minions in the way for him to knock it down. No Name still saving it. Beautiful grab just to the left of the minions. Bubba tries to actually return a bit of fire.
Westrice, he's went a little far up. One Glitter Lance.
As the Glitter Lance hit, the Cocoon comes from the other side. He had no idea. What a well-planned executed kill and gank coming in from LMQ.
It was a nice timing for No Name to be up there, but honestly, Westrice misplayed that one. He doesn't have a way of pushing the wave against Lulu. He kind of needs to turtle at his turret for the first little while. You can see even when he was up there, he was out of minions by the time he got Cocoon, so he should have just been back at his turret to play safe. Still, means 1 kill for No Name, and let's see how he transitions that one.
See if he can come down to help Xiao at all. Probably doing a great job leveling W on this one, trying to burst down the heal that Xiao would be giving himself. He has to watch out if he does use that dissonance. He doesn't have the speed to get out of this. Looks like he'll be safe. I was going to say Kez was going to come down, but there's no counter gank that's going to happen here. Xiao back to just simple farming. 34 to 23. So far, very good. Favorite Prolly here.
Yeah, Prolly's been doing a lot of nice ball movement while the minions are on Xiao's turret, so every time he wants to get the last hit in, when he knows he's going to stop to attack, he'll throw the ball out and get the dissonance on. Or, if he wants to dodge it, Xiao misses that CS. Still a good amount of CS picked up with the turret there.
It's very hard to keep hitting CS under the turret, especially this low in the game as a Nidalee, so absolutely great play. 25 to 23 in the top lane, so Westrice wasn't actually able to teleport up, but was already had a bit of a lead there. So now as Ackerman returns, they try to return the favor.
Yeah, with the big minion wave, it's a question of how aggressive is Ackerman going to get. They're trying something.
There's one. Cripple goes down. I don't know if they're going to have enough speed on this one. He already connected with the resonating strike, so they don't have the gap closer. Good safe play by Ackerman. Teleports is up for him.
Flash.
Could be the hook. Oh, whoa, the flash coming in for one. They get the hook to the backside. Here's the teleport up for Ackerman. He just walked back to lane and looks like, oh man.
Oh no.
They're going to stop that one down actually. He does not come, no, he does come in. It's just a little bit later. Westrice was the one coming in first. He's going to be going down. Robert X Lee gets turned on now and Ackerman says, don't worry, I'll push him off for the extra pressure.
Things are really not going Westrice's way right now, because as he went to safeguard to the minion for the last auto attack, Twitch went fully invisible and he couldn't get that attack off. I believe that's what happened anyway. They knew there was no flash on a Bubba, although the plant did make No Name flash forward into the stun. Obviously, Robert X Lee has to commit everything to get the kill on Moore. Oh, fight mid.
Oh, right in there, the swipe, the pounce! They do get Prolly. Got himself a lead in mid, felt a little too sure.
Yeah, and honestly, that was because of the play that Westrice had previously made. He was at a top lane, which left no pressure for Ackerman. Ackerman teleported in to help with that kill onto Prolly. So the whole team working together for these LMQ advantages.
Ackerman all over the place. Kale yesterday, Lulu today, just really spicing it up for the team. Let's take one more look at this game. Coming up from bottom.
I think he teleported in.
He teleported the bottom fight, and he just came up,
Yeah, and he just walked up to that one. So probably...
Coast to coast. Little lackage of wards. They have good wards deep, but when they're already on your side of the jungle, you need to be protected on that side too. Westrice, not enough energy here. It's all about auto attacks. Could get the last Sonic Wave in. Just on the edge each time. This is good for him against that Ackerman lane, but he's going to be catching up on kills now. The CS will be in his favor.
Now,
have to watch out.
He's going to try and become a split push threat on that Lee Sin, but the start has not been promising. The lanes, CS-wise, had been going quite well for Complexity. It's not like they're bad players by any stretch, but things have really just not been going their way. Small little mistakes cascading into larger advantages for LMQ. Kez finds a friend.
Oh, does not look like they're going to let this one go easy. No Name gets out. He does not have Ignite or anything ticking on him. Good to go for there. Back to the blue buff. We'll see who's able to get out of this. Smite's down on the side of No Name at this point.
Spears can land. It might be a Smite Roar.
Little flay back. There we go. So good to go over to Kez. Not a problem there. Probably doesn't exactly need it in mid. We'll see how LMQ continues to react. Always trying to put the pressure on to Complexity right now. So far, they're doing a damn good job.
Bubba is so squishy, though, on Zyra. One death sentence. You can see one death sentence forced his flash, and then at that point, he's just a sitting duck. His flash is back up right now, but he doesn't have the health to really sustain anything. Nice little buff steal, though.
Smart play. Will definitely help. It's not going to give Xiao any more control without that blue buff, so he is kind of fending for himself now, going over to see if it's there.
throughout all of this, the gold lead is actually staying rather small. It's only 600 for Complexity being down. So they're still keeping their CS up fairly healthily. That has to do with the Orianna obviously being better than Italy, but now is the point of the game where LMQ might look to control Dragon a little bit, especially when Ackerman's teleport comes back up.
Slow moving here. Bubba Robert actually trying to pressure the turret a little bit. As he said, with that Dragon in preparation, a lot of wards from Complexity have now been placed in the river after Prolly went down in the top lane. Kaz gets the red buff on. It's going to be the Wild Growth. Whimsy's there. It's only got a few more seconds. One return. Glitter Lance. He should be all right. Forces a flash. That force is his. Oh, the shield goes on. He is going to live through that situation. It's going to be the spears now from Xiaowei Xiao. As soon as LMQ sees a fight, they start to converge on it instantly. This is going to be the turnaround, and he gets the double buffs.
Nothing Westrice is doing this game is going well. He is so close to so many kills, but he just can't convert. And after a certain amount of time, it's just going to get out of control.
Yeah.
That was such a close fight, but it was just a bait by Ackerman. They wanted the counter gank. It was a little slow, and then the Lee Syndrome really hurt him at that one. No eyes on Elise.
Oh, Xiaowei Xiao going in hard. 4 levels in his spear. 2 levels, sorry, in the heal to make sure he can deny that dissonance damage, and it works out well.
Most importantly, the double buffs as well to make sure there was absolutely no escape. This one, let's take another look at this fight in the top lane. It was a great start by Complexity, kicking him into the queue. Ackerman actually detonated it so the first resonating strike didn't connect, which kind of gave him time to jump over the wall in that first point. Kez was already on the way out. No Name stun was timed just right. Ackerman, like you said, 15 health or so. All the while the collapse was coming. There has to be a timer in Complexity's heads. How long until this fight becomes a bad idea? The MIA was most likely called by Prolly by the end of it, and it just turned into disaster.
Cascading as well into a middle lane turret. We'll have to see what these teams have for each other coming up in the first Dragon fight. It looks like it's actually being pressured right now by LMQ, and I don't think Complexity is going to be able to do much. They are answering, losing a mid turret, and they're trying to hold their lanes. Right now on the top, Westrice should be able to get this, but I don't know. It looks like it's going to be Xiaowei Xiao on his tail here.
Yeah, well, the turret goes down. Xiao Xiao's going to move up there for the minions, and they're going to sustain the
really?
Ackerman. Maybe he's going to go for a kill. Westrice might have to burn his kick here. Well, he did, but that didn't get rid of the problem.
Got to be careful if you walk next to a wall with skill shots. You kind of pinch yourself in and slice the pie for the other person. It's not going to be necessary. Xiaowei Xiao takes it out, and he gets a solo lane farm to himself.
A very painful day for Westrice. It is making this game get a little bit out of control. Xiaowei Xiao 4-0-1 now because of all the kills he's been able to pick up. A lot of them just in the top lane onto Westrice. Finishing his Athenes, he's been going top to bottom, picking off Prolly and Westrice. The bottom lane for Complexity has been performing quite well, CS-wise, but the rest of the map is just getting out of hand.
And we can see, now that we get the standard lanes, plethora of roaming from both teams. We've had Ackerman in the bottom lane, Xiaowei Xiao going everywhere. Without the buddy system in the jungle, it frees up that movement for the mid laners now.
Yeah, the mid laners are roaming again. They're not trapped in the mid lane in a sense because with the 2-0, like you're saying, there's kind of 3 roamers, not including the mid laner. And Xiaowei Xiao is far enough ahead now, especially in experience, that he's just jumping into people. It's not even about the spears. They're trying to catch on to him.
Should be all right here. Going to be able to get away from the fan shockwave. This is the thing. Like you were saying, Xiaowei Xiao's been all over the map, not killing Prolly. He's been getting his kills everywhere else, and Prolly can't fight him for that anymore. It becomes a very tough situation, and 12 minutes into, almost 13 minutes in now, that Athenes is finished on Xiaowei Xiao's, and it's still pieced together by Prolly.
And this is when the rest of the map collapses down to the only remaining strong point of Complexity. Everyone is trying to flank around here. It's a matter of how quickly can they run and what were they actually going to burn here. Xiaowei Xiao from the back.
You think that's the end of the line of LMQ champions, but they just keep entering into the fray. A few more shots, bump it up, and Robert actually down to just about half HP as they... Oh my word! Almost going down. Pretty much gritting his teeth to stay alive on that one. And Bubba Dub, chugging a potion, still wants to stay and provide control for the fight. This is getting very dangerous.
They really want this blue buff. They do have a teleport for Ackerman if Complexity were to fully commit to this one. But LMQ is also very low, and they do not want to get caught in a shockwave.
I can't believe how much LMQ pushes their advantages here. They just keep wanting more, and it works.
Yeah, Robert X. Lee trying to stand at this turret. This is a trade from Vasily.
Ruh-roh, Vasily, you don't have more on the other side anymore. He goes in, it's gonna be the heal. One last shot. No, the Dead Venom's knocked. Yes, it does. Are you serious? I thought he had at least 50 HP. Summoner heal by himself, the 1v1 and flash out. That was an 80 carry duo, if any, if I've seen one.
And it just keeps getting worse. Even though Complexity has some decent vision coverage, there was a pink ward behind them. They keep getting trapped inside of their turret. They are so far behind here. It's just a matter of how many spears can you dodge.
It's like they've sectioned themselves off to only this portion
They
of the
are
map to
trapped.
fight in.
Oh!
No way.
It's the ward around the corner. At this point,
Because
LMQ just has
Kez
wards
is
everywhere
just
they
laughing.
need them.
They know they're kind of just getting outplayed right now. This is a rough game for Complexity. 10-1. We already have that 4,000 gold lead. Ackerman should be able to glitter lance this one down if he can apply E after his shield comes back off a cooldown. He uses it to deny the kick. Oh, he has to get the resonating strike. And Westrice, after all that trouble, gets to feel good about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Westrice picks up a nice kill, but the rest of the map is against him at this point.
Yeah.
All the advantages he had given to Nidalee and Elise were just hammered home on the bottom end of Complexity. It's a nice redeeming kill there onto Ackerman, but it doesn't help their overall issues in this match.
Not at all. LMQ just playing like a dream right now. Fantasy team's quite happy.
I do want to talk about Vasily's play in the bottom lane there as well, because it's always this question about he's such an over-aggressive player in solo queue.
Is he going to get into
He
trouble?
goes in, and is he going to get himself into trouble in the LCS? He hasn't been making the crazy moves as of yet, until now. But it was the right kind of crazy.
What do you mean crazy moves, Jat? I don't know what you mean. Oh, like this? But that's going to have to be thwarted.
He's respecting the Orianna ult right
He's
there.
like, how much damage do I do? Oh, wait,
Yeah.
wait. He'll stay safe for the time being. That red buff, though, would easily give him the movement he needs to really outplay Prolly on this one. He's got to watch out.
Dive.
Boar's coming around the
Coming
backside. He just face plants into Kez and says, I'm all right with this because I also have Xiaowei Zhao. Somehow they are always in a party of three because three's a crowd. This shockwave just missing. That means they are all over Prolly. He'll secure it onto that one. No Name taking out Bubba Dub on the backside, pulls out the Stranglethorn on his own, and No Name not going to be able to get out of this. Kez wants everything, flashes into the wall with the sun in his eyes, and Westrice is going to go down as well. A double kill coming in for Ackerman, who was just in the top lane, but he teleported down. Why not?
It's a 5v5 in the bottom lane right now, and they're just trading blows.
I thought I called Bubba Dub went down. He's still alive. Wait a minute. There we go.
Ace. Wow, LMQ is just hammering it home against Complexity right now, again and again and again in the bottom lane with no repercussions. 6-0-3 on a Xiaowei Xiao, but more so than the KDA, it's about the pressure he is creating on the map. He is cutting people off with his spears. Everything is going their way, even if they're taking a few casualties along the way. A great bait there by Vasily, not opening up when he threw the Venom cast, which is what Prolly was predicting him to do, which is why the Shockwave missed. And then LMQ was just one step ahead of the game. They had 5 people down there before Complexity did. Robert X. Lee was on his way. Vasily was in the middle of everything opening up because none of the dive was concentrated onto him, and it just allowed the LMQ team to clean up across the board. Ackerman basically suicides himself to get enough damage onto Robert X. Lee, knowing the team had the chase to finish everyone else off.
LMQ in standard laning form throughout the game is just huge. The high caliber play coming out of this game doesn't seem like it can be stopped by anything we've seen lately. So far, they're able to go ahead and take Dragon for themselves here. We'll see what else they decide to pressure. This is pretty much LMQ with the pedal to the metal. And I think Robert X. Lee said it in the bumper video. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile.
Yeah, this game is actually very reminiscent of the types of games they had in the Challenger Series, where they would just seemingly do whatever they want and just pick up kills across the map. They're 15 kills at 18 minutes right now because all of their moves are working, and LMQ is a team that just keeps going for it again and again.
That gold lead is really being stacked onto single champions as well. Xiaowei Xiao 6-0-3. There's
Max
a
range.
grab onto Kaz. Max range indeed. Does what he can. A great shockwave coming out. Could be turned around for a kill, but they can't tunnel. Robert X. Lee puts himself right in the middle of the fight with a chance to Valkyrie over. So he does have his escape. He's thinking about that on the whole situation. Good play and safety from Prolly as well. They get a few kills, threading the needle on that one, but they have to be careful. You can see just going for a kill, they have to run away with their tail between their legs because there is a chance they'd go down instantly.
Wow. The fear every time you just start thinking about fighting them is huge. Complexity is trying to keep the map pressure up. Westrice is doing his damnedest to keep this side lane pressured. as LMQ's making all these big plays across the map. And also, Ackerman hasn't built a single armor item, so his actual dueling power against Westerice isn't that great, since Lee Sin is really a great duelist in these split lanes.
Like he's just been able to quickly buy that ability power. It's something we kind of saw, I believe, in the early portions of LMQ's play in the Challenger Series. Not early portion, to later, but once they're ahead, they're going to start buying damage in every role, every class, without the necessary need for mitigating the damage on their side, because they're going to go through the fight so quickly. That's what we're seeing right now.
Yep.
They
Death
are not
Cap
afraid.
Completed onto Xiao Xiao as well, with the blue elixir to
Already?
go with it.
Wow.
Well, why not? It's all about understanding the spikes in power right now, and when he finishes his Death Cap, his spears to start taking about half of people's health, since no one can build magic resistance. With the blue elixir, especially once he gets the blue buff, it's going to be taking him to 40% cooldown reduction, as well as a huge spike in ability power. He's at 340 before consuming the blue elixir, and it's going to be spears for days, with every one of them having threat to kill.
Looks like they're pressuring for that in just a few. Ward goes down. Oh, I thought Moore was going to be going for a grab here. Might actually get it. Good sidestep by Bubba Dub, but they're split right now. Shots can be hit on the turret. Robert X. Lee has taken hits as well. Another 1v1 in the top lane, both level 12, but that's that damage from Ackerman. It's all he needs. Not enough time for the AD to come out.
Yeah, and enough AP along with the Morellonomicon to cut Westerice's lifesteal in half. That's the spear we're talking about, on top of a trap. One-shot kill.
You said it'd be half health, Jack.
To be fair, the trap did do a little bit of work, but that's exactly what he wanted.
Oh, he gets it! Flashes in range for the Blade of the Rune King. Face to face, they go dukes up, and it looks like it's going to be Vasily taking that one out. Looks like he has hit the aggressive switch this game.
Good lord, this is LMQ in full control.
Turret going down, easy peasy for LMQ in the mid lane. We'll see if Brawley and team can stop it though in the base. Kind of get a little bit of help from the walls surrounding you, but right now we've seen LMQ kind of consider those walls to not be there in their current gameplay.
And we saw LMQ in week 1 with the 4-0 start. They looked a little bit unstoppable. Did have that one close game against COG. Week 2, they looked a little bit more vulnerable, going 0-2. But they came in this week with a little bit of a different play style in game 1, solo lane wise. And now they seem to be back to their old Challenger Series domination, where they are just going absolutely anywhere they want, and there's nothing Complexity can do to stop it.
So many bits of poke, and if it's not poke, it's a cask that's going to slow you and not allow you to do anything anyways. So many things for Complexity to be thinking about as they match into this game against LMQ. See one more time that
it was the trap with all the ability power he's had as well.
Tick, tick.
This means it ticks him down. The spear itself was max range, and it's low level no magic resistance against a 390 ability power Nidalee. And they decided to dive in the mid lane as well.
Oh wow.
The post Goon Lance.
It's just one after the other that you see, and really great. If you don't have the Morgana, that's fine. Use the Thresh and the Elise coming in. Seems to be working out for LMQ here. They're playing it perfectly. 20-6, 22 minutes in with an 8,000 gold lead. LMQ definitely showing that they do prepare for each team. Many teams, when we ask them, you know, what are you guys going to do for tomorrow? They say, you know, we'll prepare. We'll look at some teams. LMQ says we have something prepared for each team, and it seems apparent.
Well, they have a bit more history against Complexity as well.
Right.
Thanks to the Challenger Series experience. Knowing when and where to attack. Vasily, a little bit hasty on that initiation, I'd have to say. Too fast for the camera to see the open up, and he ends up falling before we get back to it.
Oh, that's Rice. He's going to try to make a play here. The team is converging on, but you can just see the hook going out means LMQ already thought they had the upper hand in that fight, so you're coming into their area. The wild growth goes on. It looks like Complexity has actually turned it back into their home turf.
No AD
going
carry.
on to No Name now. Pulls him right into the box. Everybody else sees it. They don't want to go and traverse that area just yet. Still on to Ackerman. Great shots going down, but the assists go to both sides with the kill as well. Westerice down deep into the fight. Doesn't have enough shield coming in for Brawley, and it is going to be him going down, but it's a double kill for Xiao Xiao. Another great spear. Brawley ticking down, and he is going to be killed. Triple kill now for Xiao Xiao on Nidalee in these fights. 10-0 and 4, and it's still going to be Xiao Xiao toying right now. They missed the grasping roots. Still going to be going in. He's got blue buff and enough mana to keep going.
Wow, this game got a little bit messy. I feel like LMQ
I think he's going to get another kill.
Is playing with their food a little bit right now. They're trying to be over-aggressive in here. Oh, no!
So close. He almost got another kill.
Just about.
Wow.
Another AP rune in there somewhere, and he would have had it.
That Void Staff being finished is really putting the pain on. World-class pain coming from Xiaowei Xiao's spear right now. And from high to Xiaowei Xiao, the spears have been fantastic today.
The hit rate has definitely gone up a little bit.
Just a tad.
From these
There's
spears.
another one.
We hadn't been seeing much Nidalee, but she's reminding us that she still exists.
Everybody goes, remember? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now I do.
See if Robert actually can return a bit of that poke. Not too much coming from him. He knows he can't really go farther out of the base. 23-10, so Complexity is picking up a few kills in these fights, but it's nothing to put that gold towards even of what LMQ has surmounted right now on that lead.
Blue buff refresh for Xiaowei Xiao as well. He's also sitting on 2,000 gold, so he could pick up another Need to See Large Rod the next time he goes back to base if he wants it.
And who wouldn't?
Who would? Ackerman
Shockwave
is dead.
He actually might be able to do some good damage to Prolly here before he gets out, but he actually chooses try to run on that, giving the team a little bit of time to position in. LMQ has slowed down a bit. Usually they're taking the rest of the mile here. Oh my gosh. Well, they will be able to.
This freewheeling style they're playing a little loose right now. Once they had such a big lead on the enemy team, and everyone's just kind of trying to make a big play on their own because they don't feel like they're in actual danger of losing this game. If you do that for too long, you actually do risk giving up the game back to the other team. I think after that death, that would probably be the moment where LMQ says, all right, guys, calm down. We got an unstoppable Nidalee. Let's just siege.
Reel it back in. Xiaowei Xiao only has 2,600 to spend. You probably want to let him go shop. He's been window shopping for the past 10 minutes.
Or Vasili's going to try and kill someone.
Possibly. Or two people. Definitely turning on the aggression. Hopefully he doesn't come back to bite them. They're very far ahead, and they can make multiple mistakes right now. Let's see. Complexity has a long way to scale throughout this game. We're only at level 12s to 14, but Xiaowei Xiao is 16.
It's actually kind of a cute way of getting rid of the Nidalee traps is Bubba is spawning plants on top of the traps because they're actually doing a lot of damage if you want to step on top of them because of how much AP he has. It's about 330 damage plus the armored MR shred to make the spears more potent. The plant locks are pretty clever by Bubba.
Keeping the team safe, got to remember. Not many wards actually being purchased or on the map right now for Complexity.
They're trying a flank attack right now. I mean, it's a last-ditch effort. Let's see if they can catch LMQ in a dive. They would hope that LMQ dives, I believe, before Kez would go into this if they want to play this as smart as possible. But they're going to try and play off LMQ's over-aggression. Here they go.
This is where it gets tough. They don't have much to get onto a turret. Command Shockwave taking 2 win. This is the fight they could have wanted here. Westrice taking a bit of damage before he can really apply any more. Robert actually way too far in front there, and it's the return now. LMQ has put them in that pocket of reassurance and said, all right, let's go back in.
It was a 1-for-1, but it's the 80 carry and a lot of the wave clear from Complexity. Plus, they're all too low to get back in on this one. The sustain from Nidalee is also going to help them res up and take that turret. But Complexity, that was a pretty good fight, all things considered.
Yeah, LMQ has really no way to get to that turret with the amount of poke they have, but winning the fight just outside the base, that'll do great. Great shots from Vasily as well to keep Kez in a dangerous position. Probably, even with a blue elixir on his side, is trying to output as much damage as he can, being so far behind here. Great game being played by LMQ. They methodically go back to their ways. It's going to be the inhibitor and probably Baron to bottom lane if they can get that.
Feels like they decided to calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
Get back to basics, push down the mid inhibitor with the Nidalee in tow. They have hugely fed Lulus and Nidalees. If they don't do something, though, Complexity would be able to buy some magic resistance. They're at that point in the game where they'd want someone, or at least everyone, to pick up a Negatron Cloak, because they have some of their core damage items on people, but they just don't have the gold for it. If LMQ continued to play really loose, like the way they had been playing after they got their big lead, it would open that up. But I feel like if LMQ plays more controlled, they're going to be just fine.
4.1K.
It's a lot of gold in his pocket.
What is he doing? I want his interest rate. 53K to 42K. Finally. Did he even
Zanya's straight up.
Yeah, he just purchased it and ran.
And another blue elixir. So he's sitting at 629 ability power right now. Fair bit.
Death Spear.
Yes.
See how many he can land throughout the rest of the game. Complexity's definitely had good hands on some of them. grabbing them up whenever they're in the air. 7-2 in turrets means that LMQ only has a few more turrets to fight Complexity at, and that's where they want them. Anytime Xiao can continue throwing death in the face of Complexity, LMQ's happy about it. And it looks like they're going to try and get that a little bit towards the top lane here. They can stop the wave quite short.
Yeah, pink one brush, sweep the other to make sure the approach is dangerous as possible for Complexity. No Name, though, gets completely caught out of position. What a great catch by Complexity. Once again, LMQ not staying together as they're doing their vision sweeping.
Usually that's more just kind of keeping him out. Complexity was on that one. Very strong here. Bubba still trying to harass. Bubba is a very aggressive support, and he plays that style.
Really, they're trying to do a 4v5.
The team think twice. He's very close there. Westrice on the outside as well. They have a good pinch. This could work for them, but Vasily so powerful, pushing them out. Xiao, another spear, down to 25% HP for Kez. He cannot help too much in the fight as they're back onto the turret. Bubba almost getting grabbed. Bubba getting hit with a spear, though. The second one connects that Xiao has thrown. Third one goes out just on the tail of Bubba as he heads for base. And LMQ is just waiting for the minion wave.
One thing right now, Complexity is close enough to their base that when a spear lands, they can heal up. And it is delaying these pushes from LMQ because they're not able to push as 5 as long as Complexity keeps getting these catches onto LMQ. Or as long as LMQ keeps giving them to them, in some cases, with Vasily opening up in some suicidal situations, the longer they can stall.
Simple heals coming out. Everybody's able to stay quite
stealth.
healthy. Oh, got him on that one. Threw it out because of the trigger he saw. It's going to be the Stranglethorn going down. A great pop-up. They take down Vasily. That's huge damage for them. But where's Xiao on the back line? That's what Complexity's looking for. They know they can be quickly zeroed out.
Another catch, in a sense. At that point, Vasily almost got them, but Westrice came in for the clean. They're going to continue this pressure because the minion wave has arrived. No 80 carry in LMQ. The Complexity wants to fight.
Gets No Name. The repel is going to be quite easy for him to get out of this one. Moore getting a good hook onto Kez for the re-engage stop, and Westrice taking a spear. It's always the 1-2 punch for LMQ. They never... Oh! And the third one, the kicker in the rear onto Bubba.
Finally hits the bullseye. Does enough damage to clean someone out. That probably means inhibitor number 2.
That is going to mean a lot more map pressure, chat. Quickly taking this. They go for the kill onto Prolly. 48 seconds on these timers. We got 22 on Bubba. That's the main crowd control for the team fight right now. If he were to come up, they could have the minions to go on these Nexus turrets.
Yeah, they might. They'll probably just go for inhibitor number 3 with all the deaths they have created.
True. It's close.
They're a little staying in the base. Just playing a little bit loose, I would say.
Had a respawn.
Got to go refresh his blue buff. Xiao is enjoying this game, I would say.
Yeah, just a little bit. Definitely coming out very strong in his different styles of play throughout playing Kha'Zix, Orianna, bringing out the LeBlanc, now the Nidalee. Definitely showing a champion pool that has not yet banned Bend out.
Yeah, one of his best games for sure. Picks up a Haunting, guys. That's surprisingly a really good item in this situation. A lot of people don't like Haunting, guys, as a 6th item because they think that's not enough ability power. You could just buy a more expensive item. But the interesting thing about Penetration is it is an increase to the percentage of your damage. So since he's doing 670 AP and doing 1500 damage with the spear, being able to do an extra 10% on that damage is actually more valuable than buying another 80 ability power. So the Haunting, guys, is actually a tremendous choice right here, especially against low MR targets like Robert X. Lee.
Yeah, hasn't had any chance to buy it. Also doesn't have Valkyrie. He flashes, but the slow is on, canceling that movement. It looks like it's kill coming in from Vasily in the 1v1.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the last straw for this defense.
Yep.
No 80 carry with 2 waves of super minions and a monstrous Nidalee coming in.
Very methodical game here played by LMQ as they take down the second inhibitor. Complexity make a last stand here at the home base.
2 super minion waves about to arrive.
Oh, the flash from No Name, but the flash from Westrice. He gets popped up, played around. They tried to actually go instantly onto Xiao and get the kick out, so he can't affect the fight, but they're all over it. They all know what to do. Moore's going to get a huge heal there from the Summoner spell as well as the Surge, the Primal Surge from Xiao. And it's going to be a 33-minute game possibly. They're still going for kills. They want the point. Bubba taking down flashes, jumps onto the fountain for himself to get the safety, and it looks like huge plays. 13:04 for Xiao in the day as they get a few more points tacked on, and LMQ takes down Complexity.
Very solid win by LMQ right there. they had so much control during the early part of that game and so much domination of the vision, especially on the bottom lane of the map. I honestly feel like they just started having a little bit of fun in that one. They knew the game was in hand, and they wanted to show off a little bit. 14-0-5 on Xiao's Nidalee.
Yeah.
A tremendous performance as far as Nidalee's spear destruction. And Complexity unable to capitalize off their nice game yesterday as they ran into a powerhouse.
Really great game by LMQ. Pick and ban phase going very much their way, and the standard laning phase playing into their favor immensely. We saw that, like you said, probably wasn't really dying to Xiao in middle, but when Xiao came back from having fun in the side lanes, that was big trouble for Probably.
He was killing everybody. I think that's pretty safe to say. 14 kills. I believe Shifter had 15 kills in week 1.
Right.
Also against Complexity.
We also saw the matchup Robert Exley and Bubba Dub, a squishy matchup that LMQ loved that they got. Vasily on Twitch and the Thresh combo from Moore. They were also able to punish that bottom lane by themselves. And we did see a bit of the Vasily aggression come out today.
Yeah, a little bit of the over-aggression. He tried his chances with the first under the turret kill on Robert Exley,
right,
and then he just kept trying. But honestly, when they have that type of a lead, trying to make big plays and just kind of testing their limits is going to make you a little bit better of a team in the long run.
Oh my word. Did it stop? Is it 39,674 damage to champions?
That was
with spears.
Xiao.
That is Xiao. That's quite a bit of damage. 40k by himself. Crazy damage. For the inside story on LMQ's commanding win, let's send it down to Kobe on the stage.
All right, thank you, Riv. I am here with our translator, Bo Shen, and Vasily after his win. Congratulations on that. Now, Vasily, you guys have played every single LCS team now. I want to ask you, what is your favorite bottom lane duo to play against, and why?
就是你们现在已经和所有的 LCS 的 team 打过比赛了，然后呢，你们觉得哪一支的队伍的 bot lane 是最强的？然后为什么呢？
什么是 bottom lane？
就是他们的下路哪一队的下路是最强的
I think it's CRG.
CLG? Yeah. And is there a particular reason you like fighting double lift?
就是你觉得为什么 double lift 会特别强？你喜欢就是和他对线在哪些方面呢？
I think because CRG and double left and Alphamo is very strong player. I think they are really good.
All right, thank you. Now, I want to follow this up. Do you still pay attention to the Chinese professional League of Legends scene, either watching games or talking to players?
你现在还会看就是中国国内的比赛吗？然后你对哪个选手就是特别会关注一下呢？
Woods.
Oh, UZI Woods. There's a player. His name is Woods, and he plays for UZI.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Vasily, and congratulations again on your win. Now we are going to be sending it over to Freak at the Telestrator.
Thank you very much, Kobe. I want to break down another fight. This one actually is, of course, Complexity versus LMQ, and it's unfortunately a couple of misplays, which is really unfortunate. So this is a top lane fight. Westrice has got a couple of deaths here, but he's still powerful enough to kill Ackerman if he plays it right. Westrice plays it almost perfectly. It's actually Kez who has about 3 small individual misplays that culminate in Ackerman living. So first off, it's a normal combo for Westrice. If we can actually roll the clip out, the kick into Q is actually pretty standard. It's good by Westrice to land it up, but Kez ults late. He puts the E down, puts the Q down, wastes his W, only ults after Ackerman's at half HP, and that deals percent health, current health damage, so he misses out on half the power of the spell. With his W now down, he has no way of catching back into range to land a basic attack, so Kez is only landing hate spikes now. And Westrice is going to flash E to get a slowdown. Kez, again, still not in range. He's actually going to flash at this point to land his own EQ combo. And so he basically misses out on a couple hundred damage here on Ackerman. So that after the flash, Westrice cannot quite execute the kill. Funny thing here is Ackerman actually has a Forbidden Idol right now, so he has an extra 10 CDR. Gets the shield up to survive that basic attack as well. And just enough things come together to make Ackerman live. A couple of very small misplays by Kez. Wasting a cooldown, casting a spell late is just enough to turn the fight around. The rest of this, of course, is great cleanup by LMQ. Xiao lens javelins. The rest of that's pretty much normal stuff right here. But a couple of small misplays is all it takes to lose you a fight, and sometimes it's really all it takes. So, of course, a well-played game by LMQ. They did win that one. We're going to send it back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Reek, for a breakdown of the game. An amazing one at that. Everything has been fast-paced today, whether it was for a team, another team, or balanced. And this week has just shown us that anything can happen. It's been awesome. You can't really plan out the rest of the split at all.
Yeah, and I really like the LMQ guys as well. They're not only adapting to the North American play style, but they're also learning the language quite well. The progression of these guys in interviews, also answering a lot of the questions in English, is awesome.
Definitely picking themselves up some fans for all of their hard work. Right now, we've got to take a quick break while we open up the LCS mailbag for our question of the day. Then it's on to our next match, Evil Geniuses versus Team Dignitas. We'll be right back after this.
Range minions!
Whimsy's there. It's only got a few more seconds. One return. Glitter Lance. He should be all right. Forces a flash. That forces his. Oh, the shield goes on. He is going to live through that situation. It's going to be the spears now from Xiao. Be able to Glitter Lance this one down if he can apply E after his shield comes back off a cooldown. He uses it to deny the kick. Oh, he has to get the resonating strike.
It's a 5v5 in the bottom lane right now, and they're just trading blows.
I feel like how Bubba Dub went down. He's still alive. Wait a minute. There we go.
Ace Con to cut Westrice's lifesteal in half. That's the spear we're talking about. On top of a trap. One-shot kill.
Still on to Ackerman. Great shots going down, but the assists go to both sides with the kill as well. Westrice down deep into the fight. Doesn't have enough shields coming in for Brawley, and it is going to be him going down, but it's a double kill for Xiao. Another great spear. Brawley ticking down, and he is going to be killed.
Welcome back to the North American LCS, everybody, and TPing to the analyst desk for our final 2 games. None other than Joshua Jet Leesman.
Alrighty.
Is that your teleport animation?
I guess I'm here now.
Yes, you've had your visual update, and now you've had animations when teleports happen. It's great. Now, of course, we want to check in with what you've been saying over on Twitter. Earlier, we asked you to tell us which pro in the North American LCS is the biggest playmaker and why. And here's what a few of you guys are saying. At MiniFreak88 says Aframu is the biggest playmaker. Do I even have to mention the cowball delivery system or those binds? Well, you just did.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. I thought we should maybe word the question, which player not named Aframu is the biggest playmaker in the NALCS? Because he makes so many plays, especially this split. It's really hard to argue with that choice. No matter what he decides to do, he's pretty much always making a big play.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. Next up, though, for Equestria, says Shifter has to be the biggest player in the LCS. He is such a consistent and explosive mid laner. You can never count him out.
He had a pentakill kill in his first game on Dignitas as well, 15-0. Yeah, we'll have to see how well he makes plays in this game. It's going to be a very interesting bounce-back game for him because he looked fairly far ahead of the game on Kassadin and then was not able to take over against CLG. And that's always a tough kind of loss to swallow when you're such a good roaming player like Shifter is as well.
So you're doing well, but it's like it's up to you to turn the game around, and you're just like, it's never happening. I agree. It's a tough situation to be in. Well, next up, Sepe Vo says definitely Crapo. Doesn't matter if he's playing his Leona, Thresh, or Morgana. He always hits the skill shots that matter.
Honestly, this is Crepo's split to shine. Yeah. He's got the new AD carry, Altec, who's doing very well. Last game that he had when they beat Cloud9, he made a lot of plays and great flays on his Thresh as well. So it's really his time. He's been around for so long as well.
Yeah, and think about it. He was on a team that was top 4 world championship, and season 2, whatever. Like he's been up there playing the very best of the best, and it's like, okay, you're rebuilding this team now with a bunch of upstarts. Like most of these guys haven't gotten a lot of major exposure before, and it's like, here we go, right? Yeah. Only up to go, and if you can lead that squad, it'll be a whole bunch of fun. We'll see if they can do it. Next up, God of Mischievous says Xiao Wei Xiao is the biggest playmaker because when he gets fed, he sets up the kills, and you can surely expect an LMQ win.
We just saw that game.
Yeah.
14-0 on Nidalee. Obviously, the kills don't mean everything. It was about how he took over every single lane of the map, getting the kills top lane, running through mid lane and killing Prawley, on his way to killing the bot lane. It was just a total whitewash. He did such a great job in that game on Nidalee.
Yeah, I agree. Xiao Wei Xiao's been really amazing. So, Ja, I want to ask you then, our Twitter question of the day, which North American LCS player is the biggest playmaker and why?
I mean, can I say
Hashtag LCS.
Can I say Aframu?
You can.
I mean, we've already said Aframu.
I thought you said the question was not named Aframu.
That is a...
Sorry, your Twitter question of the day.
That is a good point in that one. You're going to have to give me a second on that one, because Shifter was also said. We had good Twitter responses.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Now it's hard.
Yeah,
who's the sixth biggest playmaker?
How about in this next game?
Okay.
Who's the biggest playmaker?
My pick was actually going to be from this game, so you go first.
Come on, Freak. You're just stalling.
Yeah,
I feel like
mine is Pobelter.
It's Pobelter? I feel like Kiwi Kid is actually one of the biggest playmakers on Dignitas because he's much like Aframu in the fact that he makes a lot of big plays from support. He just has to get his consistency a little bit better.
Yeah. The double kill against CLG was... You could actually consider that might have been arguably lost in the game because Double has been able to put a couple of games on his back. He actually almost carried the game CLG played today as well. So, yeah, I agree with you on that one. To me, I like Pobelter because he's gotten so much better this season. Like, he came in and he was like, okay, he's good. Like, they picked him up for a reason, but he was getting outclassed. Like,
I mean, that's one of the big things about graduating from high school, too, right? He finally has the time to play because he concentrated really strongly on high school, and he did a great job while balancing his league career. And he's been the prodigy for 3 years now. When's he going to have full time for League of Legends? Well,
now he's the master.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to see that keep growing. I think EG is probably the highest ceiling as well, to go back to the earlier question. We're going to see if it happens. Now, if you're not already, you can follow us on Twitter. We are at LOL Esports, and use the hashtag LCS no matter what you're tweeting. Doesn't even matter what it's about. Now, as we prepare to send it over to Riv and Kobe for our next game, Evil Geniuses say, in preparing to face the new and improved Dignitas, it's been hard to find an Achilles heel.
When you're preparing against a team like Dignitas, it is not that easy, especially with the roster swaps. There's like so many different factors. They're no longer the team that they were. I think their top laners are a lot stronger in Zion, and I also think their mid laners are a lot stronger individually.
I think EG is still looking very shaky, and they have a lot to work on. I think Pole Belter is a good mid laner, Altek's a solid AD, but they're kind of like diamonds in the rough. They need like someone to guide them in the right direction.
The one thing we need to change is probably have a more decisive shot caller.
At the start, generally we have Snoopy making the calls, and then later in the game we transition into Mitch making catches.
The thing I like about Inox is he's not afraid to think out of the box and play champions that other people won't. Like everyone's like, hey, let's play Shyvana, let's play Renekton, let's play Jack, let's play some tanks. But Inox is like, no, I'm gonna play Kha'Zix. And he might not do the best on it, but I really respect the fact that he's trying. And I think he's a good player. He does well on meta picks. He does pretty well on off meta champions, but there's definitely still room to improve.
No, I will play Kha'Zix.
They're always like, he's good on this, but you know in their mind, they just want to take each other out wholeheartedly, right down to the ground. So we're on to our next game, Evil Geniuses versus Team Dignitas. In their last meeting, Dig took the win here, but you can't discount the surge of confidence that EG will be feeling here after taking down Cloud9 yesterday.
Yeah, and Jat was also just mentioning, or Freak was mentioning Pole Belter.
Right.
He's been a very bright spot for Evil Geniuses. But yesterday, we saw Altek as well, showing up very big. EG built a comp around Twitch, and they protected him well, they peeled for him really well, and they picked team fights with Altek's positioning in mind. They gave up an early dragon by choosing to go for that lane swap, but then, when it came back up, they made a good use of the terrain around dragon to put Cloud9 in Twitch's line of damage. And Stupe as well also deserves an honorable mention. He had a big impact as Evelyn. Even though Cloud9 bought so many pink wards early, he was still able to create pressure.
Right, while EG is riding high, Dignitas is coming off a hard-fought 40-minute loss to Counterlogic Gaming, if you remember. That cost them sole possession of first place.
Oh, I remember that game. That was a really fun game to watch. And Dignitas, they were strong in the lanes, but what's important to winning is taking down the structures. And those small trades that I talked about in the very opening of the show are where CLG got the lead in that game. You know, while Dignitas were taking down that uncontested Baron, CLG were outmaneuvering them and taking a lot of their base. There were also some moments of indecisiveness for Dig as they tried to react to those CLG pushes. In those split-second timings, they just weren't able to push fast enough. And, you know, Zion Spartan was positioned to take that mid, but he had a little trouble there with his kill, not fully powered up. And it's those small differences in these late game trades that I was talking about. You have to take into account so many different metrics and make that call. As Hai is saying, the best way to practice that sort of stuff is pushing your limits in scrims so you know those small differences between taking out an inhibitor or just getting your team an entire Baron behind.
It's hard. You got to take everything out of those small instances. We're going to see what they take out of this game as we check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Evil Geniuses. In the top lane is going to be Inox, Snoopy, Chapped Lips out in jungle, Pole Belter in mid, Altek at AD carry, and Crepo on support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top is Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Crumbs. Mid is Shifter, AD carry Cutie Pie, and finishing off the team, Kiwi Kid as support.
A lot of cheers going out. Both teams kind of have a little bit of home turf here, obviously North America, but Dignitas with them on top get the fan vote right now, and it's going to be the cheers that come out. The players know it's there, so they try to make everything pretty if they can. We saw LMQ last game having a little bit of fun, and if Dignitas come out as strong as they usually do in this game, it's going to be hard for EG to come back. But that's when I'm looking at Altek. He has had amazing fights for Evil Geniuses coming in here. So we'll see if he can get either on that Corki or something that'll really put him back to the 7-1 and 4 score in that mid game.
Yeah, he really has shown up big for them in those team fights. But really, that's where Dignitas have been extremely strong with their new roster. Lane phase transitions very easily for them into these team fights around those dragons. So EG may have to go with another strategy against Dignitas, try and pull them apart and take advantage of them that way. Because Crumbs has been giving Dignitas so much vision that Dig just get to choose every fight that they want. If they see an advantageous scenario, it's very easy for them to converge on it and force that fight.
And Dignitas has definitely moved themselves into the mentality of once that call is made, it doesn't seem like they're second-guessing anything. The whole team's in that call, whether it goes wrong or whether it goes right. Everybody's in on it.
Yeah, Dignitas, even after their losses, they've been really, really confident.
Right.
They feel very secure with their new lineup.
Yep.
And since their loss was just yesterday, a lot of teams do not dwell on those because they know they have another game coming up, and they just put all of their focus on what's ahead of them.
Quick mid laners being kicked out of there for shift, or 2 right directed at him. They don't want to be dealing with the Ziggs. He's actually found himself on the ban list quite a bit today. They actually ban out the Kassadin themselves. A shifter played that the other day.
Yeah, very strong mid lane focus from both teams. Most red side teams will ban out Kassadin, as we saw though in that famous game. CLG was comfortable with giving it up. Though in that famous game, CLG was comfortable with giving it up. They're pretty much the only team, and that's specifically because of Link. He feels fine playing against them. Dig, though, not going to give that one away.
No.
And it will be that final Kale ban, so we don't get to see top lane Kale again. You can tell which teams have been scrimming against each other, too, coming into these weeks, because they'll use similar strategies, and the top lane Kale has been one that Dig has used as well, so they don't want to let them go through.
Maybe the Kazakhs? No, the Lulu gets banned out. They do ban out the Evelyn, something Snoopy used yesterday as well to help them get the victory. He's also been on the Kazakhs, but we see Enox getting himself a carry top laner right off the bat to put himself in a good position.
No surprise here, but just locking in a very strong champion like Jax does not mean game over. Oh no, we can't come back from this. There are very many options for the opponents when you first pick a Jax like this. Taking it so early, you can go with Renekton to bully him early. You can go with lane swaps and keep him down, trading things to keep down Jax farm, or you can just go with a team that will not have to split push against that Jax and can force something very easily.
Alltech on the Twitch, definitely an impact 80 carry for him to be playing. Snoopy picking up the Thresh for Crepo. You may all remember Crepo's flash miss hook yesterday, but after that, he flipped a different switch and was hitting every death sentence left and right.
Yeah, there was one misstep mid. He said that was lag, so the rest of the game,
of course,
I'll
lag.
believe it, because the rest of the game, he landed
that is true.
So many really, really good hooks for the team for the rest of the game.
Ping pong with the Pantheon.
And got them an extremely, extremely good advantage, which they were able to snowball into that game victory.
Kiwi Kid looking at the Zyra, does lock that in. Shifter wondering and locking in the Syndra.
I'm a really big fan of Syndra right now because the mid lane 1v1s have been increased in power.
Yeah.
Because that's really the only time you get these even matchups anymore. The side lanes are all wackadoodle. Everybody's in the jungle, roaming around. Meanwhile, mid lane, they do get to have 1v1 time with each other. And Syndra is extremely strong in that 1v1 scenario. The only thing he has to worry about, as we've seen many mid laners get caught off guard by the 3-man gank mid after people leave the side lane. So still have to watch out for that 3-man gank mid, but otherwise, very strong pick.
Orianna, very interesting pickup. Definitely a skill matchup coming here that I would probably give to Shifter right in the beginning. Back, forth, left, right, looking for an 80 carry to make it just right. It's going to be Kiwi Kid. He loves to cycle around on champions. Cutie Pie's like, give me this. Kiwi's like, what about this? How about this? You want to play 80 Shyvana? How about it? Let's see what happens. Locking in the Shiv. They have the Lucian up top. I'm just playing. So they're going to give that over to Kiwi Kid. He gets him, and Cutie Pie rather, he gets himself his aggression in lane against the Twitch. So it should be good for them. And I'll be surprised if we get another lane matchup. I'd actually like it, because that was a pretty damn good game.
Yeah, they do lock in another tank, a dive buddy for Lee Sin. If they want to go 2 members diving towards that Twitch, it's actually fairly hard for a Lee Sin and a Shyvana to stick on a Twitch going through Thresh. And they also are going to have to be dodging Elise Cocoons and Orianna Shockwave on their way in. So it's going to be hard, but the Syndra is going to play a big part in setting this up. Very long-range stun from her. Right. And she's really good against Jax because she doesn't have to worry about his Counter-Strike at all, and she can front-load a lot of her damage into that Jax.
We'll see if that's how it plays out. It's always easier to say. As the team loads onto the Rift, it's time to tally the votes over at LOLesports.com, where Dignitas leads EG with 84%. Another 80% vote coming out, but keep sending your picks by tweeting either hashtag EGWin or DIGWin to LOL Esports.
Not only is the Dig team very confident, but the Dig fans extremely confident coming into this as well. EG, though, they're coming off a really big win, so high spirits all around for those guys.
Dignitas probably looking to get under their skin early. We said before, they're a team when they have confidence, they kind of allow themselves to play complacent. But that's the word they've been using the most this year in their interviews is we don't want to get complacent. So we'll actually see if the motivation they're getting now keeps pushing them forward instead of kind of letting them lay back and say, yeah, we're near the top.
Yeah, and I think Crumbs is really driving that one home, too.
Yeah.
He's getting in the enemy jungle early. He's getting the vision down that they need to be able to make those counter moves. And all of the lanes are thriving because of it. Yeah. Now, really the only problems we've seen are those late game trades. If we get to that situation where they're even with EG, can they be outmaneuvered?
Interesting to see as well. Nidalee going all the way through this one after playing hard. So we won't see any spears coming in, unfortunately, but still
people have had their fill of spears.
Yes. Already enough as we're on to the Rift now. Game 3 on day here, on the second day, I should say, of week 3. 2.4 gold on each side. Quite even to start, Kobe. But there's a sweeper on the side of Snoopy. What do you think's going to happen?
Could go for it. Could signal an early invade.
He might clear a ward.
You can as well still sell, just go back and sell it after an invade.
Unheard of.
Probably we'll keep that, though, on Elise. Gank-heavy jungler does like to have the freedom to know that she's not in enemy vision. It does open up possibilities for the invade, though, and trying to steal away buffs.
Crepo actually starting Relic. Going to give a little more golden HP to Alltech. We've seen both Threshes today start with the Ruby Crystal to get that early Sightstone out.
Yeah, very popular. And at the point that he does upgrade that to Sightstone is where he will be switching out for another sweeper as well. Very telling how early the teams switch over to sweepers. Ooh, looks like they might use this one now, yes. For the red invade.
Pays off.
They did not leave any defensive ward, though.
Very true. Cutie Pie, very like wards Dignitas has just placed to CLG's wards, except for that middle one.
Now, this is similar to the LMQ strategy, but like I said, they didn't leave around that defensive ward. So it makes this defense of a red, if they decide to go check that, much, much more dangerous. And it actually turns advantage against them because they have to face check. Even though it's your own bush, doesn't matter where the bush is. Never want to be going into it blind in a level 1 situation. So they completely avoid it. Look for that lane swap. And we will be seeing the buddy jungle system.
Yep. We've been talking a little bit how this kind of affects players like Meteos, who likes to get really heavy farm in the jungle. How's it going to affect Crumbs and Snoopy, who kind of are formulated on getting the lanes going more than getting themselves big? So almost works out.
Yeah, Crumbs has been really thriving in this with the new changes. The only thing is, it is going to keep that Jax down longer than EG would like. Jax versus Shyvana not as bad as the Jax versus Renekton, but he will be relegated to the jungle as well, so it's going to be a while before they see that scaling.
Yeah.
That's good for Dignitas. They want to be able to press the advantage with their Lee Sin jungle as early as possible.
Interesting that Dig wanted to put their duo top and not kind of want to go after. Well, I guess, yeah, they are looking with the Thresh. They don't want to pretty much get killed. But they have Dragon pressure now. Very interesting. Usually we see the blue team being the one to switch it up. We'll see if PG can do anything to that. Chat was saying, when is this going to kind of be thwarted? When are people going to move on this early Dragon?
Well, every team that goes for the lane swap is, the Dragon is the price that you pay for this lane swap. So every team knows that they're giving away the first one. And it's been so common that the teams take this Dragon at around that 3-minute mark, 3:19, whatever. That
good call.
Even though they've given up this first Dragon, and yes, we always talk about Dignitas have the timer for the second Dragon, and they can easily chain these. It's so common now that every team giving up the Dragon should also know the timer, basically have that timer as well. And these teams that are giving up in the initial swap are often looking to counter the second Dragon to put a stop to that chain of events so that they actually don't get very behind in gold, because the first Dragon, not worth that much, but the problem really comes from the domino effect and when the rest of them come in. So they should know when it comes back up as well for Evil Geniuses.
All right, you can see only 400, 500 gold now, somewhat ticking on that gold clock. Just going to see that early Dragon, like you said, a little bit of help. We'll see where Shifter decides to push Pole Belter in, as Priest still farming around. No pressure yet, really, to any of the lanes.
Yeah. as I talked about before, really the map is kind of switched, where top side becomes blue side when they do this kind of switch, and bottom side is red.
Right.
Now that means EG did start their blue buff, so it will come up around the 7-minute mark, 7:10 or so.
Normal.
Now, but the question is, I really want to see one of these blue teams that is looking to stop the chain of dragons actually delay giving their second blue buff over to the mid laner, because blue buff lasts at 2.5 minutes without the mastery or 3 minutes with it. If you take it right when it spawns, it's not going to be available. It'll run out right when that another second dragon spawns. So if you delay giving your second blue buff over to your mid laner for a little bit, then you can actually save that second blue buff for the dragon fight, where it's really going to be crucial.
See, all and everything to be planned out here. It looks like Dignitas has a few planned. Nice
What a
hit.
hit.
A little sneaky shot there with the Sonic Wave. A laugh from Alltech. Looks like it's just going to be a little bit of lane soak up here in the top lane. So Crumb's not getting too much off the first initial buddy system visit. Looks like they will be back to the jungle for him.
Yeah, pretty much mirrored on both sides. Jungle attention down bottom for Snoopé. So much about the first ganks has been junglers guessing where the other one will gank and trying to play to the strengths of their team. Just everybody's going the safe route, going to their duo lane. Good job there by Shifter.
Forcing the flash. Crepo already 5 minutes into the game trying to make big impact plays and get this one going.
Yeah, talked about that 3-man gank. It's annoying, but we saw Shifter have a good counter to it, long range stun, and then it's only because Crepo does use his flash that they end up getting a summoner out of Shifter in the end. Didn't feel like trying to dodge that one, just burns his flash and answer. If you're really confident, then you sidestep that hook because you know it's coming out right after the flash. But he really didn't want to take any chances at all there, and he's going to have wards now in the mid lane.
We'll see if he can keep himself safe. Shifter is that mid laner we know who is very good at not dying. Getting a lot of fantasy points for his team. We'll see if he can keep doing that here, because with Pole Belter's long range, it will be hard with his flash up and the ignite. That kill potential is there. Clear out from Kiwi Kid and make sure they get some good map coverage and lay out a few more wards as well, just for precaution.
And as the lanes sack out into the normal lanes, it's pretty even across the board. It's just that top laners comparatively to the rest of the map are a bit weaker. So they do have to worry a lot about jungle ganks. Those can easily sway that top lane. Mid-low.
Oh, Pole Belter getting hit. Didn't expect to be getting that much aggression after he blew Shifter's flash, but they turn it on immediately and blow Pole Belter's. That makes Shifter's lane much safer as well.
That long range stun really, really working out for Shifter so far. Very accurate with it. First thing that you do have to master when you want to play Syndra. Here's that second blue, though. They give it immediately over to Orianna, so it'll probably wear out just about the time. Oh, they don't even get to give it over to him. Woo! Crumbs. That's the other thing about going for your buffs on respawn. Everybody in the game knows
you're off the map.
What the timer is. So Crumbs right there preys on that knowledge, able to steal it away. And he's done this so many times. That's also how they got their win against Cloud9. Crumbs preyed on that 7-minute, giving second blue buff over to High. That time, though, he went for the kill on High, and he got it. This time around, he goes for the buff steal, because Pole Belter took the safer route around. Either way, though, very similar effect here. We'll see if he sticks around, because 2v2 looks spicy in the top lane.
Dignitas early 3 sweepers matched by EG here, as everybody's kind of taking this under their wing. We see the early sight stones quickly coming out for people, and then the sweepers to do it. And Dig is only just controlling more of the map here. Crumb stays in the top lane. Doesn't look like Inox is going to be having fun.
Such a dangerous dive, because Snoopé was waiting in the bush, but they got Inox to 200 HP under his own turret already. Doesn't matter that Snoopé was there for the counter gank. They've already taken so much of his life away that there's nothing that EG can really salvage from this situation.
30 seconds on Dragon. Culling being used to drop the HP bars. A good sidestep by Crepo. Level 6 here for Cutie Pie. They're trying to get pressure here and possibly on this close objective.
That Ardent Blaze right into Culling is one of my favorite moves for Lucian that we've been seeing so much of lately.
Then you dash while you're Culling too. It just feels so good.
Looks good too. See if they can actually handle this bottom lane, though, because big BF sword for Cutie Pie.
Oh, great harass with the piercing lights.
Yeah, that's the BF sword damage. Even though Altec does have sustain with his Vamp Scepter, it's not enough. He doesn't even stick around for the Canyon, actually, for Crepo to give over. So that's a pretty big loss there for Evil Geniuses. And that right there, it just cut away, but it's a good bluff from Crepo. Whenever you're Thresh, you can play that game and just throw your lantern back at random times.
Just willy-nilly, huff it anywhere.
Exactly. Because you gain two things with that. Either your opponents back off because they respect it, or they get lax and they're like, oh, he just keeps on bluffing. But then when you actually come in with the gank,
you pull in Jack.
Your enemies do not react, and you get a win there.
Dragon is very much alive right now and looking to be fought. Who's going to be the first one to step up to the plate, though? Dignitas has the ward coverage, but not as much as they would like. Crumbs with the sweep, and they don't have anything past the Dragon Pit, where Snoopy is kind of hovering right about now. Crumbs looking to get that pink ward down. See if he places it knowing they can't control it. No, he waits. He waits.
Yeah, he does have, as Crumbs pretty much always does, both kinds of wards in his inventory, plus sweeper already. 4 sweepers switched out right now for Dignitas.
Oh,
Shifter, though, goes to the
not enough spears on the ground. Good hit, though. The blue buff keeps him up and up in the lane, and he'll still be able to throw out the same amount of damage with the regular abilities. This is not looking good. Dragon's Descent is there, but the HP is not.
Also extremely dangerous for him to dive that.
Yeah.
But that aggression means that they won't see a teleport in from Inox. Dignitas decide to start up the Dragon because Shifter just blew his combo, taking out all of Pobelter's HP, most of Pobelter's HP. What in the?
That was a good call. What in the?
Yeah. So he gets locked up. Great job by Q-Kid there, locking him up. But Snoopy a little bit too close to that Dragon. As we said, Shifter just blew his whole combo to take down most of Pobelter's life and forced him back to base. They take advantage of that situation, knowing that even though they didn't get the kill, he can't join Dragon. Good consecutive pickups there for Dignitas. And EG have not been able to stop that chain. We'll see if the third one they can make a stand, because they do have wards down there.
And everything else is ticking against EG around the map, too. We have to remember that last blue buff was stolen over to Crumbs, so there's still been lane control loss here and jungle control loss by Evil Geniuses. With 3K gold lead for Dig, they're not even wards above them, really, but they know they're safe. They see everybody on the map, according to the wards that Crumbs has been clearing and placing.
Yeah, and he needs to continue to do that.
Yep.
Invading the jungle here is getting more vision. He knows that this EG team, if they let up pressure, then it's going to be bad for them late game. They don't want to face that Jax and Twitch late game because there's so much CC to supplement those two carries on Evil Geniuses. Uh-oh, Snoopy, though, takes a big chunk.
Crumbs starting off with the Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. He's going to wait it out.
See, Dignitas, they don't hesitate to use their ultimates for large chunks of damage. Even though they aren't getting these kills, they keep on taking EG so low that EG can't contest any of the objectives. So Dignitas right there, even though Crumbs no kill, again, another objective. They get control of top lane here. He can deny plenty of minion waves, and there's the blue respawn that you mentioned.
Once again, Cutie Pie getting the second turret of a game. He loves turrets, and he loves taking them down. You can hear Cutie Pie saying he just wants to crush his opponents harder. So far, the rest of the team allows him to do that. He's just under the highest CS of Pobelter right now, 110.
And very, very smart here by Dignitas. Since they were afforded that Dragon without having to use their teleport because of the play mid, he saves it, and he's able to use it to grab extra experience, which is the dream of every top laner right now, to be able to get 2 solo lanes worth of experience, getting top lane shoved into turret and then soaking up bottom. Zion is in a very good spot to keep down Inox for the mid game here.
And it kind of shows, as you were saying, Dig just dealing that amount of damage to push people out of lane. If you look at Inox, he's about 30 CS down, but he hasn't died yet because he's always getting out with that low amount of health, the non-kill pressure. Like, the kills are there, but Dig's just not worried about getting them. They're worried about winning the lanes.
And that is due to EG's game plan. They've been spending resources up top to keep Inox alive. Snoopy has been visiting up there pretty much every chance he gets. However, every time
he's also
Crumbs gets the jump on him.
He is just reading Snoopy like a book right now, and Snoopy, unfortunately, seems to be walking up on Crumbs and giving him the situations on the other hand as well. Kiwi Kid going deep, could be in trouble.
Yeah, he does have Inox on his tail here.
Boom. Gets the counter-strike. That's the empowered slap. He flashes the pop-up. It's going to be a Grasping Roots just after, and there is no follow as the flash was already used from Inox.
Yeah, you can't flash all the way across the Zyra ulti there. Still gets knocked up. Does lose the summoner spell, so actually pretty big loss for Inox.
PewDiePie for 3 turrets now. All the way across. Coast to coast, from bottom to top. PewDiePie drops the front line.
Yeah, very hard for EG. Dignitas doing the perfect thing here, keeping up that early aggression. They do not want to let this Ibudinas team soak up any money, get them any free time to scale into late game at all. And those trades that we're talking about with Snoopy and Crumbs in the jungle, everybody always mentioned lane trades, and favorable lane trades is how you get the big advantage there in the 1v1 scenarios. But jungle trades are just as important because it keeps on sending Snoopy back to base, and it also means that Snoopy cannot venture into Dignitas territory to get vision. Look at the map. He has been countered every time he tries to cross this river. Crumbs is there. He drew the line in the water instead of the sand, and Crumbs says, you are not allowed on this side of the map.
And they're focusing that top side of the jungle as well, putting enough wards down exactly as they did on Cloud9. Just the flip side, still focusing
Crumbs
the
face
blue
checking
buff.
this time.
Kicks him away, kicks away the brunt of what the damage would be coming from. Keeps himself safe.
He's got backup there. He's very secure in these invades because at this point in the game, these strong early lanes from Dignitas have translated into full control. All outer turrets down. There's no perimeter defense for EG, and Dignitas continue the invades. A little bit slow on that one, though. Weren't able to come away with the buff steal.
It's like Dignitas is still playing right as rain here. Even coming off a loss, don't seem to be second guessing themselves in any situations. They kind of kept their composure so far throughout the game and have really put a foot down.
Yeah, there's no need to. At this point, 51 CS lead for Zion in the split push strategy. So him versus Inox, he is very, very okay in that situation. He can easily continue to keep that pressure up on top side of the map. So it frees up the entire bottom side for all these pink wards of Dig to start making their way into EG territory. EG, though, everybody congregating mid.
And everybody with a ward. Inox just laying his down to get eyes on Zion Spartan in the top lane. 4 sweepers out now for Dignitas to shut down those ward purchases for EG, but they are still remembering the little things, trying to keep themselves in the game. The vision game as well. Zion Spartan coming from the backside. A lot of pings coming in, as you can hear. Crepo could be going down here, just gets outside of his own box. And they get safety from the Dragon.
He also got the very important Exhaust Summoner spell down. One of the most important combat summoners for any team here. That's a very big win for Dig, even though they trade ult for ult there. Exhaust down for this next Dragon is a very, very good sign for them.
Oh, last shot not made. PewDiePie looking to get his 4th turret of the game. He is a demolitionist coming into this one against Evil Geniuses. Dragon goes down. We'll see that in another 7. Pretty good plays coming in so far.
Yeah, they haven't been able to stop that
6.
chain, that domino,
23-30.
the domino dragons. It's really been the downfall. A lot of these teams that are they're taking late game teams and they're doing the lane swaps, and they just haven't been able to intervene at any of the early dragons.
Man, another blue as well going over. 184 to 158. Got to give credit to Pobelter for keeping himself up in CS and really staying alive this game. Only 1 death throughout this game. And a lot of, as we said, Dignitas pressuring and just constantly using ults to get the lanes won.
Full control here from Dig.
6K gold.
Maybe EG are going to fall into their old patterns of making desperate moves, because right now it's actually recommended. They really need to get some sort of pick on a Dignitas member that is by themselves. The weak one of the pack, the straggler. They need to get somebody out of position. Dig are really not giving them anything, though. Constantly keeping up the vision here. Double Sightstone for them, as expected with Elisa in jungle.
We have seen the EG comebacks. We actually saw a deficit of 3K today when Cloud9 was able to win their game. It was just a few catches they needed to get that win in as well. We'll see if EG can do it. Crepo had a very hot game yesterday on Thresh. If he can start hitting the hooks, like he said, those single catches, almost, they can start making some plays. They're a little split for this one. They got to watch themselves as well, though.
You see that? I mean, Dig just have so much vision. It's doubled up. He had a ward that was just killed by Krepo in the bush. However, he has one over the wall as well.
What?
Able to dodge the hook and get behind.
Wow,
Almost
gets the ball movement play in his favor. Zion Spartan to the back line already. Pobelter's the one to crowd control and change the fight here for EG, but he can't even get into the fray. Great
That
positioning.
was almost the YouTube highlight from Crumbs. Really close. But
That was a great dodge. Great mindset. He's trying to hit the hooks.
Burn out.
A big dragon to be hooking right there. Now remember, Dignitas has one shot on the turret in the bottom lane, so if they start going heavy and getting turrets down, they have even more to take, and it's going to be a big influx of control and gold, even more gold.
Yeah, and PewDiePie also has that sheen, so even if they're on... Ooh, Altec with the minigame win. Takes that big blue Wraith. PewDiePie, though, a Lucian with a BF plus sheen is extremely efficient at taking small pot shots at turrets. So even if they only get a small window during a shift or stun, he could take a large chunk out of that tower. They're spending a teleport and all members, basically, to try and kill PewDiePie here.
So PewDiePie, only one assist for the AD carry, but they want to get him off the map. He's been creating too much pressure in these solo lanes by himself.
Ooh, there's Zig and Zag, bro.
That's crap. Uh-oh, Crumbs on the backside. Crumbs says sorry. Not going to come into that one. They're going to be forced to actually make their way all the way out of this.
All right, so EG spend pretty much everything that they possibly have to kill PewDiePie. However, they are getting something out of this. They get a turret out of it. You know, mid lane was pushed from minions, so it was a good time to go for something like that. Can they get back and defend that top turret, though? Because Inox actually used his teleport for the gank. He doesn't have it now to use it in defense of the top lane.
We'll see how Dig can really set this one up. EG knows they have a little bit of ground that they can cover here with those deaths happening, or I should say that death. But they will not decide to push that. Not enough ward coverage coming in. Looks like Dignitas is going to head back out. They got the pink wards ready, and they're going to reclaim the map.
Yeah, and Dig are closing on some really, really strong power spikes here. They've got the 2-item Syndra already death cap completed, and then Lucian almost at that Trinity Force. Keep talking about PewDiePie. Once they have both those threats double items, that's pretty much curtains for Evil Geniuses. Already, they're using this really, really strong tank Shyvana that they've been able to beat for a very early Baron.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's pretty scary coming out. Krepo's going to be taking a lot of shots. Calling is up, Calling is out, and he stops it with the grab. Flashes along, nobody in the lantern to safety, but Krepo puts himself in a good spot. The box, maybe not, but the team is going to be safe on the disengage. Good save from what could have been bad.
Yeah, EG all have to be real careful because that Syndra ulti is still up. If there are just 2 spheres on the ground, someone's dead. Everyone getting... If you get taken to half life, you have to back off immediately.
There's things that are good about living, but being low health means it's going to be even scarier to bring the team back into the fight. This could be a call that not many follow for EG. That's going to be the ultimate coming in onto Inox. He goes down with the spears. A double kill as Shifter just cues and places another one on the floor. That's going to be Baron coming in 22 minutes into the game for Dignitas on that call.
Syndra is one of the best champions for this division game around Baron. It's one of the reasons why the Chinese team really, really like to use Syndra for all of their late game Baron fights, because if she has Fog of War advantage, her stun is so long and her burst is so strong, all it takes is one little sphere to knock you, and boom, he gets home.
And let's see that one more time. Look at the vision that EG doesn't have.
Dead. It was a good cocoon into hook,
yeah.
But it basically just cost him his death because, as I said, those guys were already chunked out. They're below half-life.
And we're seeing a different Dignitas, very calculated. When they know how much power they have or how much they can push after doing damage, they take just the right amount. And usually at the Baron, it would get scary, but there, they seem to clean things up.
Not only do they get that Baron, Dragon pops up right after. They still have complete control of the map, easily taken by Dig. Very, very strong early game played by them, and they're rolling it very well towards mid. See how they do play the siege, because, as we said, it's very easy for them, for PewDiePie specifically, to take large bites out of a turret in a very short period of time, minimizing his at-risk time under that turret. He only has to be in there for a second. Whoa! Altec is going so deep.
Very close. Altec hits onto PewDiePie. The calling goes out as answer. Looks like neither of them will get too much on. Just an 80 carry back and forth as they move up the lane. Dignitas trying to control the pressure on the map. Start moving up.
Zion Spartan just having fun in the bottom lane. Nobody really knew about him. Inox will do what he can, counter-strike for a few more turret shots, but they got to be careful. We're going to have Crumbs possibly coming around or pushing the top lane. This is going to start to be that dig 1-3-1 if they want it.
You can see who the real alpha is there. As soon as Zion gets out of turret aggro, he turns right around on Inox.
Yeah. Just turn back on Burnout. Take a bite out of crime. 3-1 are the kills. A very big ultimate onto Crepo, the one who's been trying to make the plays and get the hooks. They shut down that crowd control and safety utility for the rest of the team. This is going to be the turret. Cutie Pie's on it quite quick. Gets the 4th turret of the game for himself. The one in the bottom was dropped, so we'll give him that one too. All 5 for Cutie.
Kiwi goes down, but he got his ult off. He got the full combo.
Yep.
That's worth it for them. That's a risk you take when you play Zyra, especially the spell penetration AP.
He's just
Zyra.
trying to rack up that death award.
He did the damage.
Solidifying it. Here's that damage onto the turret. Those few pepper shots that Cutie Pie puts on with the Sheen passive after shooting and then getting the 2 clicks in. Baron still ticking away. A little bit of time left on that for Dignitas. Looks like they have actually just about a minute left. So 4 minutes pretty much on Baron spawn.
Zion
Look at this
so
one more.
Dead right now. There's the pick by Kiwi. The great knockup as well. They secure 2 kills off of it. Yeah, it was a shockwave to make Kiwi pay for it.
Yeah.
But that's just 1 kill. They still lost the turret after as well. So Dignitas still in that very, very commanding lead.
And you can see what Dick does before, during, and after all those wards down on the bottom side of the jungle. How would you lose a fight? You can get everywhere. There's 1 ward placed in the fighting position there for EG. That means Dig cleared some on the way out. Give him that credit. As EG tries to set back up now, Dignitas is not going to be waiting too much longer on this. 5-0-0 Shifter, the man that doesn't die, seems to be keeping himself alive.
Exactly. He's got all of Dignitas' kills right now as well. That's definitely the fantasy pick of the year so far. Definitely Shifter.
There's a 32-some KDA. After yesterday's game, it changed a bit.
Yeah, and look how
crazy.
Going with that Zanya's instead, it's because EG have not had time even to buy any magic resist. They've been kept down so much from the early games, just starved out, that the first Negatron cloak just now comes in for Snoop, and everybody else is still very much prone to that Syndra damage. He doesn't need to go 3rd item Void Staff, which is extremely common. Rush right into that Zanya's to afford him more protection. He probably will not die for this game.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Knox giving the team back what they can in little bits, but it looks like he's going to be called down here to the inhibitor. This is going to be a forced fight. Cobelter with that shockwave up, but everything needs to hit, and that's one of them. It goes out of the crowd control. He flashes out of the shockwave. Huge dodge by Cutie Pie. Answers back with a culling. Almost drops Kepo, but he gets a good guy heal from Altec. Very nicely done to save the team, but Dig is pushing strong right now. It looks like they're going to be able to grab a little bit more.
Yeah, a couple flashes out of the shockwave, and it's going to be decimation of the Evil Genius base here. No CC to really worry about, too. That's what EG count on. Oh, no!
That's the Zanya's going out. Crumbs gets in with 500 HP to get a kick onto Crepo. Still being useful, even though he could go down in a single hit. Snoopy running for the base. Zion Spartan so big in this game right now, and he's going to be up with the rest of the damage to take down the inhibitor. They're looking for Nexus turrets at 28 minutes.
Yeah, very, very convincing win here from Dig. Very calm execution.
Strong play from the beginning. Great jungle control from Crumbs coming out. Constant blue buff steals. He safeguards himself. Almost goes down to minions. Yes, he does go down in the end. Altec picks up another kill. It's going to be a 28-minute win for Dig over Evil Geniuses.
Just such a dominating early game there. Strong lanes for Crumbs to work off. After the swamp play out, keeps up plenty of vision. Huge chunks of Evil Genius HP being taken out left and right across the map, affording Dignitas many an objective.
What a game. Shifter getting his roam on this time. Getting a bit of help from Crumbs as well. 5 kills for Crumbs. Or, I'm sorry, 5 kills for Shifter, 4 assists for Crumbs. And I'm sure a lot of those were those two in the buddy system, back and forth, helping each other out. Again, the wards placed were just absurd by Dignitas again. Always littering the map with wards, and that vision, it really is power now. Crumbs is right. It becomes all the power that they need to keep getting victories.
Yeah, you are really going to have to pry a win out of Dignitas' hands if you want one nowadays. It's so hard to pull off a win versus this new team now. A lot of these LCS teams, especially the ones on the bottom, feeling the heat very, very hard. And intimidating team to go up against because they're laughing while they do it.
Yeah. They even put up a good fight on Shifter. The level 2-3 roam got his flash forced, but Crumbs answered immediately, and they made sure to blow Pobelter's flash so Shifter wouldn't be any worse off, and he was safe in the lane. Really great play. EG was trying to set things in motion, but Dig seems to always be one step ahead this split.
Yeah, and especially with this team coming out, they're afforded the strong early game. They get the lane swap as well, so they just did perfect strategy there, continuing with bottom lane control and easily snowballing that one into the victory.
They quickly went from kind of threat to threat. They said, all right, you know, with Pobelter's flash down, Shifter feels good. Let's go after Inox. And they went after Inox a lot. You mentioned just using ultimates to get him out of lane. They made sure that Inox couldn't carry because he also has been a factor for Evil Geniuses.
And that was the main thing for Dig to worry about. They were like, okay, you guys got the Jax pick. They gave up the Jax pick to him. They were fine with rolling this game plan where they focus a lot of their early game pressure up top. That's what they did. They kept him down, and Crumbs was able to even chunk out Snoop a lot in the process. So they got 2 for 1. Playing off a strong top lane gives them a jungle advantage as well.
And we talked a little bit about the advance in Dignitas' way to kind of calculate what they can get out of a damage, out of their push, out of how much power they have. And we saw that a lot at Baron. It looked scary, but they turned off at the right time, and they've turned around to Baron like they usually don't. They got it, and then they just pushed into the base. Usually it's a very chaotic fight for them.
Yeah, great vision control by them, very secure Barons, and this time they didn't have to give up any structures for it.
Very strong play. Cutie Pie at one point across the map, getting himself bottom turret, mid turret, and then top turret. And it all happened consecutively, which then you just think about that situation. That means Dig was rotating kind of off the ball, making sure if Cutie Pie wasn't at lane, Zion went back to bottom. Like you said, got double free farm, and he was loving it. And Cutie Pie was able to free farm and roam across the map, getting all that turret experience and gold.
At no time did Dig feel pressured.
Right.
They were very easy transitions for them because they had such good vision, and Evil Geniuses were scrambling to catch up the whole time.
I don't know who's going to be able to catch these guys. We see sole possession of first place going back and forth, sometimes tied, sometimes not.
LMQ had it for, what was that, 25 minutes? LMQ had first place for 28 minutes, all to themselves. But Dig were right back up there.
All right, well, we're going to send it over to Freak, where he's joined by 2 members of the victorious Dignitas.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? Want to welcome Zion, Spartan, and Crumbs to the desk, guys. Victorious once again. So you came into that match facing Evil Geniuses, who just took down Cloud9. You guys just came off of a loss. Was there any intimidation coming in that this team's going to be really fearsome?
We weren't really intimidated, but we realized that they were a team that you wouldn't want to let your guard down against. I mean, you don't want to let your guard down against any team in the NALCS. Complexity beat Cloud9 and Curse. Like, all these teams can take games off the better teams, and I think it's really which team shows up more to play, and we tried to play to make the least amount of mistakes possible.
So what goes into it when you say we're trying to play the best possible? Like, how do you psych yourselves up to make sure you're playing properly?
I mean, it's just a lot of constant reminders about the strategy that we want to do, like constant updates. Okay, I'm strong right now. This guy has no flash. It's all about reminding each other about the timing windows that we have when we're strong, when they're strong, when the buffs are coming, objectives, just constant reminders like these, and just really remembering the plan that we have with this specific team comp against theirs and how it's going to play out. So as long as we all have played this game a lot, so if we all just remember, oh yeah, this is how we're supposed to play against this team, and we execute it properly, because we were talking about it the entire game, it should go well, and I think it went pretty well.
So how much of that is like every individual member like feeding information in and someone makes the call, and how much of that is like everyone knows that at 7 minutes we're going to go play for their blue buff?
I mean, on objectives like that, everyone knows. Everyone should know that this is going to happen at this moment, right? You got 2 minutes to prepare. We need wards. We need to be here. You need to chunk someone out. You need to blow some summoners. Make sure that we contest this blue buff. Things like that, right? Dragon's coming up in this time. You need to back off. You need to do your shop. All sorts of things. So big objectives, everyone's in on them. Little tiny things in lane. Honestly, most people are still in on it. So I think that's how a game should be played anyways.
So actually, you talk about little things in lane. Zion, you pretty much crushed Inox once you guys got in the lane. You had a giant mini lead over him. You're bullying him out of the lane. How much of that is obviously you're an amazing player, but like you're like the big Jax guy, right? Like when you think of Jax, you kind of think of you first for the top laners here. How much of that is like, I know that champion? Like, do you like know the ways in to beat that champion up in lane?
I understand Jax very well, but what happened that game was we just controlled the minion wave better than EG did, and Inox got denied very hard. And I think me and Crumbs work really well together on how we like to play the top lane out, and I feel like Snoop and Inox kind of have a similar idea where they kind of gank top a little bit, but I don't think they have the kind of setup we do. And when I had the minion wave in the right place, it was really easy to just keep getting farther and farther ahead of them. And Shyvana's just really good at rotating around and taking all that farm. And you saw me at the end of the game; I was like level 16 when the next highest level was 14.
Yeah, you were massive. Would you actually be willing to share like what that top lane plan is, or is that a trade secret?
Can't share everything, otherwise every team would be first place, you know?
That's true.
It's these little secrets that make us
That's what I'm talking about.
That's completely fine. Well, speaking of every team being first place, you guys are actually tying for first right now with LMQ. I know, Crumbs, you're hyper confident all the time. Your eyes are always set on Worlds. Scar yesterday said you guys take every single game at a time, but at the start of the season, were you expecting to be first place 3 weeks in?
Not really. I mean, I'm just expecting us to perform well. I'm more than just the actual result. I'm happy that we're able to perform games that are very clean. Like, even though we had like the game against CLG that was really shaky, like we have some games that are really convincing wins, that the plan is acted out properly. And sure, obviously you can always improve on games, but just knowing that we can play at that level is a testament to how far we'll go.
Okay, well, I want to press you on that CLG game in a little bit, but let's go back to the game we just played. We have a replay. If we can pull that one up here. I believe it's the Baron fight, if I remember properly. So, Dignitas, you guys have done very well with Baron so far this split. Talk me through setting this one up.
Well, right off the bat, me and Zion are just hidden right now, tanking Baron. We're like, okay, we need somebody to help us out. Shifter's just lurking in there. We got 4 pink wards in this area, so they have no idea what's going on. Initially, we had blown a lot of summoners from them, trying to chunk them out so that they can't contest. That was mostly just using our pink wards so that Shifter could hide, and then as soon as they funnel in, Syndra just pops them, and we get a free Baron.
And 4 pink wards, I got to say, that makes it not free. That makes it a 400 gold Baron, just for what it's worth. I mean, I love it. It's a great play. It obviously worked really well for you guys. So let's actually then redirect and talk about that CLG game. We haven't gotten to talk to you since that one. What went wrong from your opinion that made you lose that match?
Honestly, I really felt that game, I'd like to take a lot of the blame for that game because I felt like I really wasn't performing at all. I guess I would maybe have psyched myself out for it. My skill shots weren't properly. I wasn't communicating the plan that we should have gone. So I think I basically shut down in that game. Maybe some choking. So
come on, Cross.
Yeah, I mean
it's a team game, man.
It's true. I didn't
lose.
No, man. I really felt like if I had made that difference, we probably would have been able to win, be more decisive. But aside from that, yeah, everyone says, oh, I could have done this in a carry. And it's true, but I mean, you're asking my point of view, and I felt like I had a pretty big impact because obviously the jungler is one of the most important roles early in the game, at least.
Do you think it was more individual play based or shot calling based?
I mean, that basically falls into individual play as well. Okay. So everyone.
Okay, so Zion, actually wanted to ask you then about the CLG game. What do you think? You think you were perfect? I think you could have.
What Crumb said, like individually, like you can always do something better. A player who's like, I tried my hardest. There's nothing I could do. Like, I'm sorry. Like even in solo queue, players are like, I tried my hardest. It's because of these players. It's like no, that's like I feel like that's kind of like the solo queue mentality where it's like you blame it on individual mistakes and things like that. You can always do something better. You can always try harder. And I think a lot of our losses are basically just not having the right plan, not playing it soundly as a team. Because I think we've got a lot of good individual and mechanical skill on this team, and it's just having the right plan and executing it.
I mean, to be fair, you guys are absolutely phenomenal players. That was a great game.
I'd like to touch up on that too. I think a lot of times you may have someone that's like a mechanical god, right? He makes incredible flash plays and all of that, and they say, I couldn't have played better. That's not true because you can always make a better decision, right? You could have been in a better place in a better time, things like that. That's more difficult to assess and improve on, but there is always something to get better at.
Yeah, and so you guys had that Baron versus Hib trade, and I mean, that's got to be pretty difficult, right? Like, what was in your minds at that time?
I mean, it was just indecisiveness, right? Because that was a trade that took like 30 seconds to make. We could have just done the Baron immediately and probably not even lost the inhib.
Yeah.
But since we took so long to decide it, we ended up paying for it. So that's just, you learn from it, right? So you think, okay, what could we have done better? Being more decisive, being in the better place at a better time, right? Do the Baron quicker, come out ahead. So you always learn from losses like that.
Okay, so if you guys can keep putting those learnings together. I want to actually ask you guys about something that's been happening now in this season. When there's lane swaps, there's like a double jungle going on. So I've got the 2 Dignitas junglers here in front of me. How does this play out sort of on the grand scale? It seems like the team as a bottom lane always gets dragon at 330. Like, what are the things you look for when you're playing a 2v0?
Well, there was a time in the 2v0 where everyone would just like be ganking mid over and over again, and everyone just be like, all right, let's dive that mid laner. But that everyone's kind of realized like, okay, that's gonna happen. So all the mid laners like stay back, play safe. That gank doesn't really work that often. So all there's left is to just deny farm, and it's basically about getting the big waves that you can and denying people off waves and starving the top laner as much as possible and trying to farm as much as possible. It's just like you're the top laner, you're fighting for scraps, you're just like trying to get whatever you can, and hopefully you won't be level 1 by like 5 minutes.
What do you do then as a top laner when you've obviously been denied at the very beginning? You're a little bit behind the jungler. How do you find your way back in then? Do you find a freeze somewhere?
That TSM game.
Yeah, it's very hard to have the mentality like I'm behind. I need to play as safe as possible. Like our game against TSM, I was down 50 farm in 4 levels, and I was just like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like Dyrus is like 4 levels on me. He auto attacks me once, I'm dead. So basically, it's just about like having a strong like mental fortitude.
To
just
survive.
like, all right, I'm gonna fight for every last CS I can, and it's gonna make a difference. And my team like hung in there with me, and I was able to catch back up, and we were able to win that game. And when you get those deficits, that's kind of how you play as a top lane. You start behind, and it's learning how to get those little advantages that allow you to become a really good top laner, I feel.
All right, Zion. So one final question then. Last time we had you on this desk, I believe you were hyper confident about every match you're going to play, calling them easy, saying you're going to be number 1. Crumbs, have you shaken any of that confidence right now, or are you still like dig number 1?
The thing is, I still trust in my teammates, right? I still believe that our teammates, my team is going to be able to perform in each game, and that's why I think that we're just going to come out ahead.
All right, well, we'll see you on your trip to Worlds then, guys. Thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on your win. Congratulations on first place as well, and we'll see you guys next week. But we've got more League action coming up today, continuing with Curse taking to the Rift to battle against Team Solo Mid. We'll be right back after this.
So now it's fine for me. I think it's best. Maybe like my left buttocks is like bigger than my right one, and I'm just like sitting crooked.
3 things: communication, deep ward, and having a plan. And if the plan changes, make sure to communicate it well.
This could be a call that not many follow for EG. That's going to be the ultimate coming in onto Inox. He goes down with the spears. 3-1 are the kills. A very big ultimate onto Crepo, the one who's been trying to make the plays and get the hooks.
No CC to really worry about, too. That's what EG count on.
Oh, no! That's the Zanyas going out. Crumbs gets in with 500 HP to get a kick onto Crepo. Still being useful, even though he could go down in a single hit.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Our next match, Curse versus Team Solo Mid. We're getting right into this one. Both of these teams have been on a bit of a slide. For TSM, they've lost their last 3 games in a row and haven't gotten a win since week 1.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure that TSM are feeling right now to uphold this legacy of winning is causing them to overreach in games. But they are also still having trouble before the game even starts. In Champion Select, where the foundation for the team strategy should be laid, is really causing them problems. And then in-game, we have also seen them overcommitting and spending valuable resources for small victories, like a support kill, without transitioning into an objective. So they're aware of these problems, though. They're trying to work on this.
Right, but as we saw yesterday, and Curse's lost to Complexity, they've been struggling a bit with team coordination.
Yeah, it was most evident with I Will Dominate's Pantheon Ultimates. There were several instances, where his man flop was far from the action or right in the middle of the enemy team without any friendly faces around to back him up. Obviously with the team's shared history and Xpecial's move to Curse, this has sort of become a very hotly contested match.
Yeah, absolutely a hotly contested matchup. And we recently caught up with Xpecial to talk to him about the changes and possibilities that come with the new team.
Walking through the door of the Curse house for the first time, there's a lot of emotions. Some joy, seeing new faces, a new team, new opportunities. And there's a bit of sadness leaving behind such a long bond that I had with TSM. It was bittersweet. I'm in a really unique situation. Most players, when they leave a team, it's often because of performance. For me, it wasn't. I didn't get along well enough with the team, and they found someone that they felt was a good replacement. I still have the potential to be really good. I want to bring that potential to Curse. I want to make them really good. I want people to remember, yes, this guy did really well at TSM, he did well with Curse, and he pushed them from a strong team into a great team. This is probably going to be the biggest trial for me. I want to prove people wrong. I make an effort to fix things and fix whatever bad qualities I may have. I'm not someone that doesn't get along with the team. With Curse, I've been working really hard just to help the team improve and to work well with the team. I have 2 books right now. One book is my TSM book. It's finished. It's polished. There's many victories, awards, but my Curse book is empty. I have a lot to write, and I want to make Curse a top team.
Your screen, the man, the myth, the hour, trying to bring all-star plays to the team of Curse.
What does it hold?
What are you reading there?
What does it hold?
What are you reading there, Kobe?
Not sure. There's a lot of pressure on him, though.
There is.
Both parties actually have not been doing well after the split. He's been struggling on Curse, and Turtle as well. TSM have been struggling pretty much as a whole team. So we'll see who comes out ahead in this matchup, because there's a lot to prove.
Well, we'll get a little more insider on the match, but from a different mind. Now let's send it down to Jack, who's standing by with TSM's owner.
Thanks, Riv. And Reginald, there's a lot of questions about TSM with the unfortunate start you guys have had. 3-game losing streak. Is this what you expected coming in with the roster changes?
When you have a new roster, you can't really have high expectations, and I knew it was going to be shaky at the start with the nature of our team and how scrims go, but I have confidence that we are going to do really well towards the end of the split.
One player a lot of people have been talking about is Glebe, the guy who just replaced Xpecial. It seems like he's burdened with a lot of responsibility on TSM. How do you think he's dealing with the stress and everything else going on?
For the first couple weeks, it was a little shaky, but there's a lot of pressure on him, and I definitely have confidence that he will do well. One of the reasons why I picked him up is because he is a really good player, and he really helps the team with our strategy, and I think it's going to start showing. It's just going to take a little bit to warm up, but overall, I have confidence in him. I think that it's just going to be a few weeks of shakiness, but overall, it's going to be a strong showing.
What do you guys think he had to improve on the most coming into this game with what's happened so far?
It's overall his play in general. Like he in the scrims, he plays really well, But when it goes to LCS, there's a lot of pressure. And I think that it's just something that you need to work on. And once we get rid of it, it's something that we don't have to worry about anymore. And it's going to take time, but we're going to work through it. And we're going to go through it as a team and just constantly improve.
And what was the thing you guys did today in order to prepare for Curse?
A lot of our problems where we overplan, we try to overanalyze things, and we try to work on their gameplay over ours. We're a lot more focused on our gameplay now, and we're coming in with our own strategies and really focused on our own performance versus how to counter theirs. We're just overall focused on ourselves.
All right, thank you very much, Reginald. Good luck to TSM in the game and the rest of the season. Send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thanks, Jat, and let's get right into it. On the blue side, it's going to be Curse. It's going to be Quas in the top lane. We have Dominate in the jungle. Mid is going to be Voyboy, Cop at AD carry, and Xpecial on support.
And on the red side, it's TSM. On top is Dyrus. In the jungle, amazing. Bjergsen mid, Turtle AD carry, and Glebe support.
Bjergsen with a dapper face there as we went into Champion Select, really just stretching things out and getting all warmed up, I guess. Xpecial was had a bullseye on Wild Turtle's head this last game. Thresh hooks into invisible twitches.
Last matchup.
Able to grab the last, I said last game, their last matchup, correct. That Wild Turtle didn't seem to get away from, and it's like they had a little vendetta fighting each other. He tried to always get in a range, but Xpecial knew exactly where he was with his Wild Turtle range.
Yeah, Wild Turtle did have some problems with his positioning, and it was kind of funny that Xpecial was the one punishing him for it last time these two teams met. We'll see what comes in Chapter 2 between these two teams, though, because like Reggie said, a lot of introspective time for TSM. Everybody spent looking more at themselves, more at their own team play rather than their opponents.
And he was talking a little bit about, nerves, Glebe's nerves. All these players actually go through quite a bit of nerves. They got to get over that throughout the game. Then you almost have the extra weight of the fan base on you, wanting you to do well, social media. A lot of these players, it's not just replicating sitting at home playing a game. There's a whole lot of pressure.
We've had a lot of the players, have to have stoppage time before or even
Anxiety
after games
sometimes.
because there's so much stress to perform. Curse specifically, one of the teams that has suffered from that.
We'll see what they can do to pull out of it. This time they have been quite strong lately in their down and money fights, to say the least. They're always able to grab a few things, but then look for too much. They grab for a little too much, and then they get bit back. Good bans towards the mid coming out. Voyboy will not have a Yasuo game today.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the TSM picks in this particular draft phase because, as Reggie said, they're looking at themselves. I want to see what the identity of this new TSM team is, because we know what the identity of the old TSM team was. With all of those old players, they were so strong in team fights, and the individual skill was through the roof. And they just came together so quickly for a lot of those dragon fights and just dominated North America with it. But the new TSM are a little bit different. Their jungler is more carry-oriented, less supportive.
Right.
To see how it plays out.
And somewhere TSM has fallen behind a little bit is in the Champion Select phase. We'll see if they can get through this one without any rough spots. Seems like they can still get the majority of their picks. Dyrus will have whatever he wants in the top lane. And down the line, looks like it'll be safe for TSM's picks. Not too much focus on Amazing. I'm sure he's liking that again.
Yeah, let's see. A lot of mid lane bans spent. And only the single jungle, taking out the one champion away from Amazing that people have raised above all others.
Yeah.
Even though he got Lee Sin a couple times, and it didn't work out for them that well either. So
Xpecial getting his Thresh once again. That will be replicated from their first matchup. It looks like Wild Turtle, he wants the Lucian play.
Fight over the bottom lane and the initial picks here for both teams.
Yep.
Strong pickups for both sides. There are a couple answers still for a Lucian if they do lock in Lucian. Of course, that ever-popular Twitch is still up. Kog'Maw, though, is a big one right now as well for me. Very strong in the heads-up trades and scales so well for that late game.
Amazing locking in Elise. His care package over to Dyrus for Wild Turtle. He has to pick up the Lucian. And we'll see what Dominate has. His jungler is also, who won't have to go on to Pantheon this game, but what will he decide to go with? And seeing a lot of play from him that was very good in the early spring split. With a lot of that first ganks. We saw a good Pantheon gank coming in yesterday, but it kind of went off.
Yeah, he's before that Pantheon game, he was really playing a lot of Evelyn.
Yeah,
they didn't have a lot of success with it though. It is kind of the third go-to jungler pick here now though. That being said, Kha'Zix is up as well, and they do have a pretty good support right now.
Wow, first time that Yordle made it through today.
Lantern him in for lane ganks.
Good call on the Kha'Zix. Possible lock-in, maybe swap on the Ziggs. Thinking Burger King may not have that many Ziggs game under or will want to play something else. But Boy's hovering. Dominate does get the Kha'Zix play in. They lock in the Syndra after seeing that.
Yeah, maybe take a look at that last Dig game. Very strong performance from Shifter.
Yeah.
She has that long range stun is just cannot be underestimated. Also, Syndra, if you remember, one of the original Bjergsen champions from when he was still playing over in Europe.
Yeah.
Very, very well known for his Syndra play. And we'll see if he can exert his will. That, or never mind, he's playing against, excuse me, that was Boy who locked it in. So.
Well, no, yeah, he's taking it away from him still.
He's taking it away
same
from
effect.
him, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody's big fans of Nami nowadays. Yeah, Boy taking that away from Bjergsen. The long range stun, no matter whose hands it's in, is definitely a very powerful tool. Mid lane actually has to watch out because jungler like Kha'Zix that brings so much damage to his ganks, if there's a mid laner that can actually set those up, it's very, very scary.
Right.
Don't want to get tagged by any of those stuns. You will probably have to blow a summoner if Dominate pays a visit.
What a day of influential mid laners. 2 Nidalees right in a row and then 2 Synders from the other side as well. Definitely liking the play coming from their, I wouldn't say teammates, but friends in the league.
I do really like Syndra versus Jax. She's able to take large chunks out of him if he does jump into a team fight. And this, the knockback is very, very strong for the team. So TSM actually feeling confident picking Jax into that matchup. They really have a lot of confidence in Dyrus as the most senior member now on the team for him to carry a game. But now there's going to be an increased need for that communication where we saw there was a disconnect last time with Dyrus on the Shyvana and the team not following him on his initiates. They really need a lot more in his hands now that he is going to be the one with that Jax. They're putting a lot of effort into getting him fed, being that strong split pusher.
And to add to that, it's almost been both parties struggling in that communication area. We'll have to see if it can be righted within our last game of the day here. Glebe looking to lock down something for Bjergsen in the mid lane here. Typing it in.
Yeah, that lock in for Curse though. Expected, as we talked about last game, one of the other counters there for Jax very easily is Renekton. Not only does Renekton bully Jax in 1v1 matches heads up early, but he also is better at that follow jungle where you're jungling half the time and then you're trying to soak up experience on turrets in a very dangerous situation. Renekton does have a good amount of sustain early with his Q, as well as the ability to CS under turrets.
Interesting pickup. Crowd liking the Nidalee once again into the game. We'll get a few more spirits today, Kobe. There weren't enough, apparently. And we do have, like we said, the Nami lock-in for Glebe, something Lemon Nation has actually recently drawn some bans on because of the effect of bubbles during the team fights.
So they're locking the Nami before Nidalee. They get their disengage, and then they have the confidence to last pick and bring that poke.
Good drive, rounding out the team, leaving Bjergsen for the last pick. And before the game goes live, let's do a quick poll and see who guys last picked at LOLesports.com. And your last vote of the day, where 74% of you are predicting that TSM will come out on top. But remember, keep sending your votes to @LOLesports. Use the hashtag CRSWin or the hashtag TSMWin. It's going to be your votes going live to the game. You'll see them down on the scoreboard screen.
Yeah, actually, similar game we're going to have here to the last one because one team, early game oriented, Renekton power, Shyvana power. They've got Kha'Zix in the jungle as well, can have very high impact early ganks. And the other team going to rely on that scaling from their Jax. See if TSM can weather the storm, weather that early game storm, and get to the point where Dyrus will take over the game.
It's been interesting to say that, can we see TSM weather that storm? It's not something you usually hear about a team that would place top, but it's what's kind of spread out in the split. It's almost like being in the European split last year. Anything is happening to any team, and you just can't tell what's coming next.
And also, TSM used to be so early game oriented. They would be the ones with Renekton. Dyrus would hit that over and over. They have flipped the switch this time, though.
We'll see how they formulate into this play. It's going to be on to the Rift for our last game of the day. Curse versus Team Solo Mid. Get some fist pumps from the crowd as we lock on to the Rift. Early consumable ward start in the bottom lane, and the sweeper for Gleeber.
Yeah, one sweeper. He also got real wards. Both guys starting with actual vision wards for the invades here. See if they do a lane swap, because TSM, you don't want that Jax Renekton matchup under really any circumstances, because it is going to be very hard for Dyrus. So TSM probably going to look for some sort of swap to get him out of that situation. Right now, though, if you invade a bottom side, they're going to invade red. That means their duo is going to need to be on that side of the map to support the invades. And that would mean a regular lane matchup with Dyrus Jax versus Quas Renekton. But Curse go for the same invade here, and that means that they will leave their duo top probably. They do see the ward down there on red buff.
Good place by Voidboy, actually right on the spot to the right of the fire pit where you can't be seen from the turrets. But they know the pings are there. You can see it coming out from Team Solo Mid. They're playing this one safe. And actually, after watching these last games, they're kind of seeing every team back and come back through the jungle. They're right where they would be able to catch someone. No, it's not going to happen this time, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're waiting for that counter from Curse, but Curse are not going to bite. They're just going to go with the regular red side trade, and Curse are actually going to initiate the lane swap.
And it's going to be stopped very early, it seems, to the turret. You see Cop get right on that wave, instantly slamming it into the turret. Actually just holding it.
Okay, so what he's doing here
I thought he was attacking.
Yeah,
Never
this is a
mind.
very interesting tactic. I always talk about, controlling minion waves. That right there is the easiest way to do it. You head off your opponent's wave before it meets up with yours. Basically what you're doing is hurting the enemy minions and focusing enemy minion fire onto your first minion that hits there, because they come in a line, but you stack up the enemy minions into a 3 and 3 formation here. So they're all doing damage focused on your first minion, even
Before
though
they set up.
it initially hits further up in the lane in enemy territory. The damage focus will ensure that it pushes against you, and that's the way to control the lane very early without any impact from the opponents.
Little tricks of the trade. We heard Doublelift talking about that consistently in his after-game interviews. He just says it's pushing towards me for the early part of the game. That's how. We'll see Cop and Special trading some Relic in the top lane as they go for that. And the early Dragon, again, coming in. Dyrus soaking up experience. We'll see if he actually has the strength to head up at level 2. It's been a dangerous, dangerous game to be doing that. And a lot of top laners have had to just keep the buddy system going.
Yeah. Elise, very, very good.
Oh, yeah.
Taking these early dragons as well. As we said, 3:30. This one's going to be a little bit slower, but the dragon timer should be known by both teams. Approximate dragon timer.
Smited down. Easy plays coming in. Turtle's got his lane pushed all the way up on this one. Looks like he's trying to deny as much as possible. The whole team is down here. They're actually getting the golem. Obviously their side of the jungle, but a possibility for a kill. The Quas, if he ever wanted to come back. He knows better than that, though. He's been doing this since last split.
Yeah, they're just going to make their rounds on the top side of the jungle. Whether it's blue or red, doesn't matter because they have the duo up top. A lot of vision there on the first back from Voidboy as well.
Yeah.
Because of those 3-man ganks mid. Don't want to be caught out.
Finally, the mid laners get some attention of their own. I'm sure they got to be happy about it. Mid laners are always playmakers. Voidboy getting a quick clear on what's at the turret with good farm, 28 to 25, as Bjergsen is coming back off the fountain with the chalice. Keep his magic resistance up, keep himself safe in lane as well.
Nothing too erratic from either team. Everybody's playing safe until somebody makes the first mistake or the first move. But both of these teams have kind of, we know that they are reactive to what other teams have been doing. So it might be a while before the first move is made.
Interesting pink ward there too. Pretty deep in their own territory from Voyboy. So they're expecting some secondary blue invade. That 7-minute, very important blue. Gonna see if anybody from TSM sneaks a ward close to that area, because TSM have already done preemptive swap for that, sending support up top there to support Jax. You don't really like the Jax versus Renekton matchup, but if you do, you can supplement it with a Nami in order for him to push that wave and get it crashing into a turret.
Haven't seen Bjergsen throwing too many spears just yet over at Voyboy. He's been able to farm that lane pretty safely. Right now, 42 to 32. And Voyboy's been known to carry a game himself if he can get it up there. Usually it's been the Yasuo play that's been able to put the team on his back. And now top lane, Dyrus trying to get the Counter-Strike on, but against Renekton, you can't go too hard.
Yeah, and Curse, they do not want to give up the second dragon. Want to stop that chain, so they're getting their duo down bottom very early for this one. And it will be Renekton into Jax now. We'll see how much Quas can actually punish Dyrus and increase this CS deficit. It's already taking a good advantage here.
A great play there as well. Also, Kobe, we can watch again if they decide to quickly do blue or wait for it again for that dragon buff to be used.
Yeah,
so we can always watch.
Pretty calm though, honestly, from both junglers so far. They've got a lot of stuff to work with here. Ganking a Renekton, that's 5 versus a level 3 Jax is very hard because Dyrus can Quas can actually fend that off fairly easily. Very difficult to pick up a kill. That's why Quas is playing so far forward, even without wards.
Yeah.
He know that there's not a lot of kill potential from TSM. Even if they do send up Elise, it would just be one of many other resources that they have to spend up top.
Just quickly in and out to harass, causing Dyrus to have to chug all those potions. As you called it, Amazing was up there, but knew it was just, it rather could have been a waste of time and just too much of a chance to gank. So it leads Quas to defend.
And Quas closing in on level 6, even though Renekton's level 6 was nerfed, still very substantial ability for 2v1, fending off ganks.
Good sidesteps. Voyboy trying to put the harass down. Bjergsen, even with the standard lanes now, can't really get too much roam on. Voyboy doing a good job at crashing his wave into the turret. Amazing now to pick up some buffs. A little more effective on the ganks. We'll see if he can get into some action. We haven't really seen Dominate or Amazing yet.
And let's talk about the prep for this dragon already. Even though it's 1 minute 45 seconds out in the future.
Yeah.
Early trinket swaps from Curse, getting those sweepers in time. And they're working for side stones. But the swaps from TSM, a bit slow. They are pretty slow in general at switching over to sweepers. Dyrus definitely wants to be healthy for it as well when it comes back.
Good harass by Quas. Keeps him in lane for a little bit longer as he tries to get the Counter-Strikes done. All right, so they take blue a little bit after. Won't have it for the dragon, though.
Dyrus has to use his teleport to get back to lane because of the mismatch. And Quas is bullying under turret. So the teleport for TSM won't be available for second dragon spawn. They could probably call that one out. Their minion wave did see him teleport in.
Bubble flash by Xpecial. Dragon in 40 seconds. That's very good to have down. A little bit of initiation here. Also, not level 6 on the bottom. Wild Turtle has hit it. That means Cop and Xpecial should be quite close, but those ults for the dragon will be huge.
Yeah, and if we're watching that top lane there, Quas wants to shove the lane up so that he can push Dyrus away and retreat to a safe spot to get his teleport off, because Dyrus can't stop his teleport. And that would be pretty big for TSM.
They both got each other in that area.
So Quas wants to get well away from Dyrus in time for that one, just so that they have the threat of it. Because if they just have that threat of the teleport, that's often enough to even get the dragon. And Kha'Zix's still one of the best at taking those early objectives. Since dragon, no matter what your isolation damage nerfs are to the distance, Dragon's really, really far away from anybody else, so he's always going to get that. And TSM are going to get it with just the threat of the teleport. We'll see probably Quas teleport back up to the top lane actually to defend it after the fact of the Dragon.
Well, here come the spears, and there's not a huge amount of damage being output onto the Dragon. They should get this, but it may be a scary disengage. It looks like TSM has decided to go ahead and get a push on the mid lane and just kind of walk it out, getting some wards down here. Good movement by Curse. One-on-one for Dragons now.
Yeah, and Quas gets back to the top lane in time. Still a level advantage for him over Dyrus. Now that Dyrus has hit level 6 though, you get those very satisfying trades with Jax. Just charge up 2 auto attacks on a minion and get that very nice extra boost of magic damage for your trade.
Bjergsen very light on the spear throwing today. Just playing the lane safe, making sure the objective game is going to be team solo mids. Knows that Voyboy has the potential to 1v1 this situation, even with the heal on the side of Bjergsen. We haven't seen much fight all over the map with the buddy system. Like Zion said, the mid laners are playing even safer. The roaming isn't a buddy system, so the top laner is going to get somebody right away to get help. So a lot of slow kills coming into the games.
And honestly, the CS difference is not that bad for Dyrus. It's not getting punished that hard. But you have to take into account
here we go.
That, you know, Quas left the lane for that Dragon. And that's where a lot of the CS that Dyrus made up came. But yeah, once again, fully charged up on that Rage for Renekton or Fury. Means that they don't want to tango even 2 versus 2 at this stage. They call back. Yep. No wards though. I mean, it's a possibility here. We see a circling in from Dominate. He smells the action.
Amazing and Dominate both just kind of making their way to the top lane, not seeing the gank. So Dominate wants a bit of the invade. Amazing is just going to go ahead and waltz down to the bottom side of the map. Really, nothing to come of that.
The big difference there with Dominate and all the other junglers that have gone for those invades is that Dominate didn't bring any wards with him.
Right.
When you are spending your time in enemy territory like that, it's a pretty big win that he was able to get in there safely. But he doesn't have any wards to drop while he's over there, so no sustained win for Curse comes from that invade. He's not able to get continued information from that side of the map, which would be extremely helpful, especially for Quas, since he's really trying to bully Dyrus and keep him down.
Trying to get a spear out. He's got a little bit of damage on him. You see Bjergsen's first bit of power. It's not too big with the Fiendish Codex just yet. The gold also very and almost dead even in this game. Long time before the next Dragon, so we're figuring a ward war fight is really going to be what puts either of these teams ahead.
I don't know. It's going pretty well for TSM, honestly. Not that they haven't been able to. Curse hasn't been able to keep Dyrus down that much. Yes, they did get that extra Dragon, but the gold is extremely close due to the extra CS made up there down in that bottom lane. And TSM feeling pretty good about how this early game is going. Definitely would like Dyrus to have a big say later on. Even without his turret, he's still going back to lane to soak up EXP. He's just very scared about it.
He's got a few wards behind him. He can stay safe here, but Quas is definitely flexing his muscles in that situation. Dyrus runs away. Quas even has teleport to get back in the lane if he does get aggroed on. So a good spear all the way over to Bjergsen on this. Voyboy does not have his. It's up right now. See if he goes over and gets that. He will get help from Dominate, so that mid of the map clears. We may see some roam finally from mid lane, but I don't know if Bjergsen's really going to take off just yet.
Well, honestly, Curse do need continued ward coverage in that top red side jungle of TSM if they want to press this. They've got a Renekton with Tiamat, amazing at pushing this early and shoving an advantage. However, it needs to be backed up by vision. So you can see there, like he's got a huge lead over the Jax, and he should be pressuring.
Took about 100 HP.
But it's dangerous without that vision, so they have to call Dominate up. He spent some time in his topside jungle.
Wild Turtle putting the shell on. He goes hard onto this one. Special, sidestepping in to take a few shots for the bodyguard.
Yeah, no boots for either of them, so it's pretty slow-moving interaction there.
Almost saw the death coming too.
Looks like they're going to be able to get some decent damage on the turret. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the Dragon as well.
Yeah, but amazing showing bottom means that Dominate knows there's no chance of a counter gank up top. So he's really looking hungrily at Dyrus right now, even under that turret. And this red side attention from Dominate is at the right time. Dragon is still a minute off, so he has time to do something up top and then still return down to the bottom side of the map. But he's got to make something happen pretty quickly here because the time is ticking.
They're going in slow. Dyrus has a counter-strike. He has nothing to leap to, though, so he flashes. Looks like he gets out of this one safely and leaps to another minion. Dominate waiting for the wave along with Quas, and they should be able to put a good amount of pressure and damage on this turret.
Yeah, that's pretty big for Curse. They do need to chase him off of the minions as often as possible. Pretty big win right there. 30 seconds on Dragon, though. We'll see what the answer is from TSM. They do have both teleports available at this point. If both of them join the fight, it's still a big advantage for Curse because Quas does a lot more right now than Dyrus. Dyrus on that Jax really needs at least one item.
Fell behind a little bit. Glebe running at this one quite hard. Throws down the tidal wave. Just on the edge of Dominate. He's forced to flash it. That's the movement. Passive movement speed from Bjergsen out of the brush, but he gets hit with spikes. It's going to slow him down.
It's not really a selling point for this TSM combo right now is the hard engage. They do not. That's the thing that they are lacking significantly. So trying to collapse like that is pretty much a waste of resources because that's not what this team excels at. Their hard CSC is basically Dyrus, who's under farm right now with the Counter-Strike or skill shot CC's landing. This is much more their forte. Vision control around Dragon and then poking with spears to try and fend off Curse. Much, much better use of their time. Good call here from TSM. Try and take advantage. Better be quick about it, though. Quas is coming in hot.
Bjergsen doing a great job trying to whittle them away from the mid of that fight. Cop over the wall with Valkyrie. Wild Turtle tries to throw the culling directly into Quas. Dominus is on. He gets the heal coming in. He's not going to get Tide Callers, though.
Slow burn.
Speed for him. All that damage. Oh, wow. Dominate. KS secure.
Now, that's only first blood, though. That's only one kill for Curse. And not only did they lose Dragon, but they're also losing top lane turret and Jax farm. Lots and lots of Jax farm.
Spider did not want to do damage.
Oh, never mind. They also got Glebe.
Glebe close. Actually gets the end of the ulti there. Glebe coming off of Void Boy. He did use it, but it was the swipe from Quas.
Amazing down as well. Just kills all over, leaking in here for Curse. Picking up a lot across the map. Now they actually have really good control. Those extra 2 kills, unfortunate for TSM.
And this is where they have to be careful. Curse gets a little bit, but they don't take too much and get themselves in trouble. Let's take a look at this one more time.
Yeah, amazing. Confident after his catch on the cop there with the combo, but he's Corky.
Boom.
And plenty of damage.
Puts on the handcuffs.
Out there.
160 to 157. 80 carries, quite even at this moment. Just a kill there.
That was amazing in kind of the way that, like, America's Funniest Home Videos are amazing. Where, like, the little kid runs into the glass door.
Yeah. I didn't see the screen. 3-0, 18 minutes in. And we're seeing Curse take a slight hold on the game and the ability to fight those objectives. Really no gold or difference in turrets either right now. So you see who can make these impact plays. That first kill, we said, that was first blood to Dominate. And then it just kind of kept cascading. Makes Quas big. Also, Cop got that solo kill for himself. So that makes the players feel even better. The confidence is Curse through the roof after those kills. We'll see if they can carry it.
Yeah, but even with TSM giving up those extra 2, look at the gold. It's not that bad for them, and they do have the scaling Jax. The only problem is that it's so hard for him to fight this 150 CS Quas. He really just has to watch the minions. Very, very sad that he lost that cannon there, but nothing he can do about it. There's no way he can get in range of it. Just waiting for the minions to push into his territory so he can see us safely.
Mid lane going to see some pressure from Team Solo mid.
Collapse from Quas too.
Yep, he's coming down from the backside. He may walk over a ward unless he chooses that turret path right next to Raze. Oh, he grabbed Turtle on the back line! Oh, how's that for a handshake, friend? Glebe's gonna go down now. He gets a nice heal for himself and from the Primal Surge. Special with another target onto Wild Turtle.
What a clutch play from Curse right there. So well played. I mean, Void Boy lines it up, but then The immediate follow from Xpecial there. Flash play box into the hook, barely snagging Turtle. Highest priority target. Earns them a dragon.
And they are going to get a little bit more off of that. Cop helping to pick up the turret on the back side. He's actually another player that likes the Zerk.
Yeah, let's take another look at that.
Check this grab.
Dead eye stun onto Turtle.
In the back.
And then, what a pick. Dominate comes in for the secure on the kill. And they get another one with the Quasmo. Good little stun there, and large chunk out of Glebe. Getting them the turret. Whole time, though, Darius was pushing once again. So that Jaxo-meter
growing
for the late game, still ticking up slowly.
It's not too scary just yet.
No, not yet.
Dodging out, Xpecial lifts his arm real quick and gets out of that one. Dominate 2-0-0 as he picks himself up 2 fast kills on the game. This one kind of just exploded out of nowhere. A little more explosion in the top lane. Up, Quas. And Dominate, Grandmaster's on already, forcing the flash with just a little bit of a leap.
All right, TSM trying to shove down mid. Another stun.
What a huge stun! 3 players all stunned up onto TSM. Xpecial's on the front line. He's already quite big with the Sight Stone, but they still are able to shred through that HP and get him down.
Yeah, not enough backup there because they didn't have Dominate. He had to go back to base, chunked out. Oh, speaking of chunked out.
Womp womp. Oh, watch out for that one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's going to be close. You might not want to run. Oh. Those are nice. I'm going to say that's nice. 21 minutes on the clock. Team Solo Mid is starting to take control of the map here within the last few minutes. Even after losing 4 kills, they kind of turned it on.
They did also lose their respawn to blue buff there. Dominate was able to steal it away, but that's the small win. That's pretty much the only thing that Chris was able to take off the map. Other than that, TSM doing a good job controlling.
Bjergsen backing off. Team Solo Mid looks like they're going to take a breather for just a moment. Also, Glebe gets himself back. Really tight fights coming in here on Team Solo Mid from Curse. Able to hit everything they need. Voidboy is locking down those stuns. Like you said, if he can start playing with the Fog of War, and Curse can, as they do, have 4 sweepers and get that cleared, they're going to be able to make some pretty impressive plays with that Scout of the Week.
All right, as we transition to that mid game, TSM's plan is split push Dyrus with our 4-man poke squad, relying on Nami for a disengage. Pretty much everybody on the 4-man squad with poke and with high mobility, so everybody can pretty much fend for themselves.
Moving towards the mid. TSM trying to dictate a little bit of positioning here. We saw this happen in a game earlier when mid was just given up as well for the turret, or for the dragon.
In this situation, TSM do not want to actually fight that dragon.
Right.
They want to make Curse pay for taking the dragon. So very good option for them. They have 2 lanes pushing. Yes, it is the Jax getting his farm, but it's also shoving up mid. Now the question is, can they get out of the collapse of Curse? Because they are very mobile. Pretty good juke right there.
Good move so far. Great trade. Dragon for turret. Quas getting a little caught up. They converge onto him in the jungle. Throwing it out. Bjergsen huffs that one as hard as he can, and it catches the croc.
Yeah, Quas thought he was catching Darius. Going to keep TSM in the bad spot.
Oh,
he gets
just
collapsed
off
on
Kate.
first to take down the turret. TSM rolling very, very steadily here. Jaxo-meter is getting into the orange zone.
Yeah,
not quite red yet.
Obi, that was 50 CS. He's only 20 down now.
Yep.
Dyrus says, oh, I should say the team has given Dyrus the chance to really do what he needs to. Great play by TSM here. Even after losing those 4 kills, they quickly recuperate.
And you can see mid-game power of Nidalee Spears once again taking effect. This one, though.
One more time.
Quas falling a little bit too close. And Darius gets him with the stun. Wild Turtle going right into the face there. Look at that confidence from Bjergsen that he can finish it off. Predictable escape path from Quas. Need a little bit more zag.
Finally, a bit of a gold lead to break and add pressure on. 5-3 in turrets. About $1,000 of gold in the lead. And the pink wards start to secure TSM side, so that means they can start moving up that ward line and really get into the face of Curse now.
Yeah, I mean, you're always warned of the late game power of Jax, and you know now he does have his Trinity Force and his Cutlass. However, there's some decent CC and peeling on Curse. So if they can actually land one of those stuns that goes through Jax into the rest of the team, then you can actually nullify that late game beast. Just because he's strong late game doesn't mean there are no options. Anybody who's strong late game can be dealt with enough CC.
Whoa, Dominate dives in on Amazing. That was very questionable trying to get out of this one. They did not have any vision on that corner of the map. They were going headstrong there.
Chris trying to make a move, but because they were not able to make that pick, the slow incremental leads from TSM stacking up as Darius gets minions and a lot of tower damage. Because he got Trinity Force instead of that Blade first, he also has very good trading power with Renekton now.
Also calls down the pressure of Quas, and he cannot teleport up into a fight if necessary. Dyrus can, so this is kind of all working out for TSM right now.
Yeah. All they have to do is keep on relying on that four-man squad's mobility and ability to disengage from Curse, as Curse continue to try and force them to take one of these fights. Because they're just buying more time for Dyrus, more time for Jax.
Another blue buff as well. Bjergsen always putting at least one of his bushwhacks right in the middle of the lane. The minions on the opposing team are going to catch it, and then he gets vision whenever it does hit. It's actually coming up right now. Minion walks right over it. He's got vision back there, and the team can move a little safer.
Dyrus heading back to base for another purchase. Whew. Heading into code red here.
Gotta watch
Turtle gets caught though.
Gets caught, but everybody's kind of separated up and down, riding the wave, baby. It's going to be a kill going on to Voyboy. TSM now tries to figure out who's next. Looks like it's going to be Dominate. He goes in Vince. They throw down the sweeper so they can see him. Xpecial grabs Bjergsen to try and cut out some of the spears, but he is just going to be able to get himself back in the fight. Good hits coming up from Dyrus. The Grand Master slapping lambs across the heads, and it looks like he is going to do it again for a double kill. There's the spear, possibly the chase here. Xpecial could maybe link him into something. Oh, the flash! The flay back! It should be able to lock down one more as he tries to make his own distance, walking away for that one. He was still going to throw it.
All right, Jaxometer in the red zone now, Riv. That's going to be a Baron buff on top of it, too. He benefits most over pretty much any champion in the game from Baron buff as well. So here's Curse. They're forcing once again on the four-man squad. They tunnel, though, so hard on trying to get that force that Voyboy compromises his position, and they weren't able to burst down Turtle in the first wave, so it has to be Quas picking it up. And by that time, Dyrus has teleported in. He's heading off of Cop, and TSM are able to pick it up. It's been a long waiting game from TSM. They did weather that storm that we talked about, and now it's all TSM. After that Baron buff, it's going to be a strong return to that split push power. Jax also going defensive now, not going for the completed Blade of the Ruined King versus Quas. He's going with the Randuin's Omen. So difficult for them to deal with now.
Talked a lot and heard it from the top laners. A very stressful place to be right now, especially when teams play team solo mid. We always see them going after Dyrus, but this game he kept himself safe, and these are the results. Definitely playing stronger and having a better game than usual. Dyrus is kind of pulling through and breaking away from some of that stress.
Yeah, the whole team seems to be breaking away from that stress. And now they've added the Talisman of Ascension completed onto the TSM squad. So talked about that mobility before. It's going to be even harder for you to catch them. And it can actually serve as we've seen, a really good re-engage tool. After TSM are able to kite Curse, they can turn it right back around on them. No teleports this time around either for top laners, so it will be a static split push, 1-4.
Good clears. 4 pink wards on the Baron. You see the result already spinning around them. A little bit of gold usage to get that one down, but they have 5,000 in the lead to toy with right now, and the Dragon is alive. It's not worth the most it can be at this point, but still good gold. And if you can see Curse getting a fight here, as said, they're a team that can fight from being behind. It's going to be a tough one right now, though.
Yeah, because they are definitely hurting. You can take a look at the vision control.
Ouch.
TSM wards all over both sides of the jungle. Everything that is in Curse's territory. Pretty much, Curse they waited too long, and they missed their window. Did not get to use their power spike. And TSM now, full control. Don't even need to split push, grouping up for the 5-man, wait for a couple spears,
Bjergsen
jump right in.
more than happy to be in this position. Nidalee poking turrets. He's got a grin from ear to ear. You can see him already putting one in the face of Xpecial, trying to taunt out the grab. Having the grab is a little more dangerous than that grab being thrown. Once it's down, they can really push in and know they have the objective. Watch out for Voyboy Scat of the Week as well. So many things they have to be wary of, but they're spreading perfectly for this. They're not grouping up.
Really, Curse have to be watching these cocoons because
those two,
they're extremely low cooldown from TSM with amazing CDR build.
A little
Spiderling's taking it for him
keeping him safe. And with that hook down, they're able to walk up to that turret for more damage. That pressure being away could be big. Now the hook's up. There's a repel to be had. Watch out for the turret damage. It goes over to Dyrus. They're able to lock that down. Jumps right onto Cop, but he wants out. Has killed Cop's escape here. Cannot use Flash. This gives them the advantage to now take down the inhibitor freely. They're going to go ahead and waltz out with the power of Baron under their feet still.
Pretty big window now. I mean, the inhibitor turret line has been breached. Very easy for TSM to return. They have complete control of the map.
Dyrus making a lot
Rally caps on for Curse, though.
Rally caps indeed. Put them on sideways, backwards. Team's definitely looking for you to be behind them. 51,000 to 43,000. We saw a game earlier today with a huge gold lead come down to a 3,000 deficit, and that team that was down won the game. It's big chokehold that TSM has onto Curse right now, but hopefully they can get it out before they're suffocated.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be great for TSM's confidence because it's right you're talking about them, you know, changing their focus. They'll look more internally. Being vindicated in this game with a win is going to do a lot for them. They're bringing the coach as well to help work with them and look at the past losses. Very, very needed turnaround for this young team.
Slow push by TSM in the middle. A lot of high caliber coming in to this LCS, and the teams are only getting better if you don't adapt as the other teams do. We see the standings change quite quickly. We're seeing some new faces on top. Right now, old faces struggling to get to the top of that ladder as well. It seems like TSM has been correcting the right things. Curse making good moves in that middle game. It's just, it seems they can't work off them fully. TSM was able to kind of rebuttal whatever those 4 kills were, and it's almost like they didn't happen.
Yeah, and this Curse team, they're pretty down on themselves now. It's been a tough struggle for them. They came into the split with very, very successful scrims. Very, very high hopes for the team. Thought they were going to perform much better at the very beginning. One of the few teams that thought they were going to come out strong in the beginning of the split, but it has not panned out for them. Very frustrating for the Curse squad.
Bjergsen, ultimate AP build. He says, I can finish my Rabadons kinda, but then I could actually get the blasting wand for the Void Staff, so I'll just do that.
Or AP. Load that all in the basket.
Wasn't on that quite the clip of gold for the Rabadons. See 46 to 55, all that gold, a lot of it rather, is coming out in those spears that Bjergsen's huffing through and around the minions. 204 for him and 327 coming into this game, the highest farm there on Nidalee. Dyrus around the map, really working off the ball for the team this whole game. He's kind of on the map every so often, but he's always doing the right things.
Yeah, Dyrus still farming up. Double golems, return to bottom lane.
That
Double
was a
golems,
spear.
return to bottom lane. 4-man squad, they're actually split. 2-2-1 split push here. TSM getting fancy. Trying to get all the minion waves pushed up here. There is pretty good wave clear from Curse, though. With that Syndra, a very strong wave clear that also doubles as pick potential. So you have to be wary of that long-range stun coming out. And Cop holding his own in the mid as well. They're going to drag this one out as long as it takes for Curse. They're not going to give in easy.
Team Solo Mid going for the for sure win, if you will. Already have super minions coming down on that bottom wave, and top is going to be crashing into the turret once again soon. Xpecial getting hit up. Cannot follow with the cocoon, but that flash is down. They already have Curse on the back foot here.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for Curse to get any sort of vision around Baron.
Whoa!
Couple misses.
Everybody going a little crazy here. Slow it down. TSM Dyrus is the only one in the fight. He's going to get locked up here.
And Curse finds a bit of the kills that they want.
Oh!
Into a 4-man, throws on the Randuins. There's the shutdown we saw onto Dyrus. That's big gold for Dominate. Amazing getting hit up here. The Thresh Hook misses. Can Wild Turtle turn this around? He gets hit up quite big, but TSM is still able to do this one back into their favor.
Yeah, they pull out a kill after that. Kind of disastrous start where Dyrus got too deep, and you saw effectiveness of the CC comboed with Syndra ulti, able to take him down away from the rest of the team, but TSM return the aggression, and they still have so much control around this Baron with vision that all of their pre-laid plans here now will pay off, and it's too dangerous for Curse to jump into that fog of war around Baron. Here's Dyrus going hero mode.
Yeah.
Chase off, dominate.
Oh, deeper? I can go deeper.
That gave him some confidence. Chunk down dominate for the beginning. So now they get the flash miss cocoon from Amazing into the box though, and the rest of the team pull out while Dyrus left there by himself. But Curse got a little bit overreaching here. Looked at that squishy Glebe.
Yeah.
Spear hits onto Cop. That was the first one. Let's see another one here. Oh no, it's Special who gets the second one.
Yep.
Turtle jumping in a little bit far there.
That Baron just grabbed. Good 3 minutes left on that for the guys, and they will be moving around the map for sure with all the security that they need. Wards down for them are actually getting purchased back up so they can replace. They have to move that line up of pink wards. Keep it safe. 1 minute on Dragon. I don't even think that's going to be on the books right now for TSM. It's just going to be to that top inhibitor. They're going to start locking things down. And they have the bottom one to go to.
Look at this from Bjergsen, the Alacrity upgrade for his boots on Nidalee. Just so he can get in position for spears quicker. He can come at you from all angles here. We've seen so many Nidalee games today that these spears hitting over and over, you just kind of expect them to hit nowadays. But Bjergsen going that extra mile, so he can get in position just a millisecond quicker.
We actually heard Jat talking about it earlier. The more AP to the amount of percentage you're getting off of penetration, he goes for the Void before that Rabadon's to lock in that penetration. So we can be doing some big damages.
He's got his Rabadons.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the other blast one.
He's going to make two
he's
of
them. He's going to make a 2 Rabadons.
He's going
Why
for,
not?
what's that before second Rabadon?
You got to get a Rabanoodle cheeseburger and then put the patty in the middle. 6 to 7. Bjergsen messing with everybody here, even my brain. 4 games deep. I don't even know what's going on. 63,000 to 52 here. 18 on Dyrus, and he is not looking like he's stopping. He says, don't worry, I got this inhibitor by myself.
All right, so they're going for the open door here. Return to that inhibitor, take the uncontested fight. Well, it's contested. They just don't have a turret to work.
A little bit. Uh-oh. Oh no, Xpecial on the front line. The calling into the backside. He delivers it back to Xpecial. He says, here you go, buddy. I got one of these earlier. Here's the medicine back for you. The Spider flying over with the Frenzy. Love it when it happens for Volatile Spider and Spider in Spider form. A lot of spiders. See if Boy can push this one out. Glebe taking that damage once again, but there's so many heals to come out. You have Glebe's heal, then you have the Primal Surge coming out of Bjergsen. Is probably doing 400-500 HP per heal or more right now, and they are still buffed up with Baron right now. Kobe, the stats making them big.
Yeah, and really, oh, Dominic gets cut out.
Good thing for that ultimate and reduction of damage. Boy takes his spear also. Good catch there, but it's not the amount of HP he wants to go back into the fight with. 38 minutes on the clock. It looks like TSM's going to go around the horn on this one to get everything they want.
Yep. I mean, Curse were not able to make that mid-game power play that they wanted to with this team. And TSM's split push poke team just pays its dues, and they weather the storm. It took long enough.
So much poke flying back and forth. Somebody's going to go down soon. Boy is the one that gets caught. Randuin's going off everywhere. I think everybody's popping them right now. Amazing's going to be the next one. There's Dominate's claws. He sinks him in deep, and it is going to be Dominate going for the fountain. Wrong way on that one. Looks like he's trying to go not into the fight. TSM just pushes everyone out. They can't finalize any more kills on the side of Curse.
They're going to take every single structure in Curse's base.
Oh, Turtle. Very nice face-to-face with Cop there. A little bit on the KDA. Going up 7 to 12 as this game comes to a close around 39 minutes. TSM able to take down Curse. They drop the Nexus.
Yeah, congratulations to TSM. Much needed pickup for them right there. put them back on the road.
That would have been matching their 0-4 streak loss. Cannot have that, in the words of TSM. They're going to be able to stop and thwart that loss. Very good play. A lot of Nidalee play coming out today, and it really showed true in what we've been seeing recently in the meta. Once everything kind of unfolds and the vision war begins, you can't dodge spears unless you move. Doesn't matter how much vision you have, the spear is still going to hit you in the face. If you got people like Hai throwing them, you got people like Bjergsen chucking them around as well. It's been good.
It's been a very strong showing for her. And there we go. These teams, very sportsmanlike.
Absolutely. Great games all around. Curse played quite a strong early game, as they usually do. Kind of history repeats itself every time with them. 4 instant kills coming up. Dominate getting one right away with the help of Quas on the full engage. They were deep in TSM's jungle, and then somehow TSM knew what to do to recuperate right away. Right away.
Curse just needs to be a little bit bolder. Press it a bit more in that mid game. The early start. It's good to see Turtle happy.
Yeah.
Big smile on his face.
TSM pleasing the fans, coming out with this win. As Reginald said, they're really looking inward, trying to find themselves. Where is it going to be that a correction needs to be made? It has to come from everybody. Nobody was making one big mistake here. It looks like they ironed things out on that one. I'm actually going to go ahead and send it down to Freak, who's on the winner's side.
Thank you very much. What's up, guys? I'm here with the victorious Bjergsen. I got to say, your spears were flying. I would say they were soaring that game. How was the Nidalee matchup for you?
The matchup, I didn't pick the matchup to win the lane, obviously. It's just a matchup where I want to go even, and then they fit well in our comp, and we just felt like they didn't have enough engage. They only had picks, so if we had the Mikhails on Nami, they wouldn't be able to really go on us, and we could just use the poke all the time. So that's why I picked the champion. It wasn't as much for the matchup, just for the overall comp.
How many of your games actually come in as will adapt throughout champ select? Like how many on-the-fly calls versus prepared strategies do you guys tend to employ?
It was our prepared strategy too, because you see patterns in teams, and it's pretty easy to anticipate some of the picks they're going to do. And the Nidalee, I just said like, all right, so if we ban all these champions, I'm going to pick it regardless of matchup, because LeBlanc was gone, Yasuo was gone. The high pressure, like really scary ones were gone, so I felt like I just told my team I can pick Nidalee into any matchup if that's what we really want to go for, and that's what we did.
So that worked out really well for you guys. So now you're still, as TSM, in the middle of the table right here, around 4th, 5th. You're still kind of gelling with this new team, right? You've got 2 new guys on the roster. How is meshing with these guys going?
Of course, it could be going better. Other teams like Dignitas is like instantly got really strong from the roster changes, but we're having some more issues than other teams, and I think it's fine. We just need to keep working on like the things that we're weak at, and it's just mostly communication and meshing as a new team, because we have the individual skill and we have the resources. We just need to like get into play. And I feel like even though yesterday's showing as LMQ was really weak, I felt like we as a team had the potential to play a lot better than we did last week. And if we can improve as much next week and in the upcoming weeks, we can be really strong around playoffs.
Okay, so what's it going to take for you guys then to show up next week and go for the 2-0 and start moving back towards the top of the table?
Our analyst is flying in on Tuesday, so he's going to be living with us in the house, and he's going to help us out and just improve us overall as a team. And hopefully that's going to make us good enough to be top 2 or maybe even the best team in America right now.
I see if you guys can do it. Bjergsen, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the win, and congrats on the awesome performance at Nidalee as well. Well, that's going to do it for me here, but we're going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. And as we draw Week 3 to a close, let's check out how the teams stack up in the North American LCS. And first, it's Dignitas and LMQ. They're going to be followed by Cloud9 and CLG, who are 1 game back in 3rd.
In 5th, we have TSM with 4 wins and 4 losses. And sharing last, it is Complexity, Curse, and Evil Geniuses.
And we've seen some amazing action this week, and the hashtag LCS big plays have been pouring in. So let's break down a few players who have stood out with our Week 3 OP5.
Up first, we've got Ackerman, who had back-to-back good games and showed that LMQ have another play in their notebook with his Kale split push. He had 11 kills, the most for a top laner in Week 2.
And in the jungle, making his LCS debut this week, it's Kaz. Seamlessly stepped up into Complexity's lineup and helped secure a win over Curse with his superior ward placements.
In the mid lane, it is Xiao. He racked up 16 kills this week, the most amongst mid laners in Week 2. and he helped his team end with another perfect 2-0 week.
Next, it's EG's 80 carry Alltech. He had a huge game on Twitch, going 13-1-6 to help take down Cloud9.
OP as support is, of course, Aframu, who can always be counted out to make huge plays, and this week his Morgana did not disappoint. To give you an idea, over 75% of your responses to our Twitter question about playmakers were calling the honors for Aframu.
But the man who stood out above the crowd and claimed our Week 3 MVP title is LMQ's Xiao Xiao.
Yeah, he had 2 great games, only dying once and getting a 29 KDA for the week. He took Kazakh's toe-to-toe against Bjergsen, and he came out with the kill and an LCS big play. Then today, he rained deadly Nidalee Spears against Complexity, racking up 14 more kills to the delight of his Fantasy League owners everywhere.
Yeah, not to me, though. I play Jat, and Jat has him. The LCS returns next week, kicking off with a preview show on Thursday at 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 5:30 Central European Summertime.
Then SK Gaming will take to the Rift, followed by... they're going to go against Fnatic, by the way. And that is followed by Rockcat versus the Copenhagen Wolves.
Then in North America, LCS returns Saturday with a rivalry rematch between Team Solo Mid and Cloud9.
And Evil Geniuses will battle it out against LMQ. And after that, Dignitas will take on Team Curse, followed by CLG versus Complexity.
And for the full schedule of games, be sure to click over to lolesports.com. For now, that's going to do it for us today. So for myself, Kobe, Jat, Freak, and the entire live broadcast team, thanks for watching.
Clear calls, good plans?
Clear calls, good plans?
Clear calls, good plans.
Good call, okay.
Yeah! Hai can dive in here and start destroying the team, but he's got to be worried about the crowd control. Going in, Hai dashes in, 1-2, he gets stunned out. Hai's low in mana. Doublelift knows it. That is not the first time he's dashed straight into enemies. Doublelift wants the kills and he knows he can get it.
Range minions!
Be able to glitter lance this one down if you can apply E after his shield comes back off a cooldown. He uses it to deny the kick. Oh, he has to get the resonating strike.
Westrice's lifesteal in half. That's the spear we're talking about. On top of a trap. One-shot kill.
Maybe like my left buttocks is like bigger than my right one and I'm just like sitting crooked.
Oh no! That's the Zanyas going out. Crumbs gets in with 500 HP to get a kick onto Crepo. Still being useful even though he could go down in a single hit. Somebody's gonna go down soon. Boy is the one that gets caught. Randuin's going off everywhere. I think everybody's popping him right now. Amazing's gonna be the next one. There's Dominate's Claws. He sinks him in deep.